currently 2 o'clock. I can round off that lecture. That is the implication of using the preposition by. But if you say I am to round up my lecture at 3, it means what? 3 p.m. on the dot. I must round up the lecture. So at is more specific. By is what? Towards. Let us meet by 7. If I've made that statement by 5, it means that even as at that 5 we can meet, if you wish rather, we can meet at 6. But if you say let us meet at 7, it means that at 7 on the dot, we have got to meet exactly at the time. Is that understood? So these are some of the errors associated, with these prepositions. Now I'll round off. I have a lot of other things to say, but I'll come back again, with more errors probably. If Ruth doesn't take that. Okay, good. Now, if we also look at errors of countable and uncountable nouns, there are some nouns that they are uncountable. We sometimes use them as countable nouns. I've given us some examples at the beginning, but more examples. Nouns like accommodation, which is an uncountable noun when it refers to, an apartment. We sometimes use accommodation as a countable noun to say something like, I'm looking for some accommodations. Also, chalk. When you're talking about chalk is an uncountable noun when you are referring to just one color, like one set of chalk. So you cannot say chalks, Also, same applies to water, furniture, cutlery, information. Information is uncountable. Same thing applies to advice. ADVICE. Advice is uncountable, so there's nothing like advices. The only time you can say advices is when it is used as a verb. He advises people. But as a noun, if you want to pluralize advice, then you have to bring in, what do you call them, quantifiers. Maybe 3 pieces of advice. 3 pieces of advice, not 3 advices. And you can never say, let me give you an advice. Extremely wrong. You cannot give somebody an advice. And advice cannot take, an article before it. Let me give you a piece of advice, or let me advise you. A bonus mark. Sometimes we say double wahala, which is Nigerian English, to show that we are in a quagmire. The correct expression, the British expression is what? Double whammy. So you have to take that. Double whammy. WHAMMY. Double whammy. So, this is double wahala. Like when we are in a quagmire, you say double whammy. But to round off, this is not in any way, to debunk the peculiarities of Nigerian English. Our English in Nigeria is special. In fact, there is a textbook on Nigerian English that you are going to learn a lot from. What makes it interesting is that we are able to commingle some set of, the Caucasian English, the Western English, with our own indigenous English. There are so many expressions that are now Nigerian English, and we find them very. For instance, Nigeria will say something like, "I want to whack," to mean what? I want to eat. So we have different expressions that we use to fit into our own purposes for many reasons. One reason might be because we feel more comfortable with saying such expression. It comes so easy. Another thing can be out of ignorance. For instance, now I hear Nigerians say something like, better don't lost your book. Oh. How can you say don't lost your book? Don't and lost. Past tense. Supposed to be don't lose your book. Or you say something like you lost your book. The only way you can say if you lost your book is when you are in the subjunctive mood to say if you lost your book, I will deal with you. But other than that, don't say don't lost your book, or if you lost your book now, but we feel comfortable with them. So it is still some of the challenges that we have to pay attention to. But ladies and gentlemen, I will leave us with this. Do not sacrifice standard English variant, on the threshold or bedrock of Nigeria. We are Nigerians and everything. No. Even though you use your own Nigerian English variant, at your repertoire, at any point in time you feel comfortable, we must also know some of these standard variants, especially when we are communicating at a higher level. This said, I would now like to pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you so much for engaging me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're all looking refreshed despite the time. It's almost thank you. It's almost 8:30 Nigerian time. Oh, it is 8:30. Oh, okay. And we've been going at this for the past 5 days. Wow. What a feat. Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, Africa. Good evening to our global audience. In the next couple of minutes, I would want to sell to you the Nigerian dream. So please, walk with me and let's have an engaging conversation. Today is Monday in Nigeria. I believe there are people watching us from different parts of the world, but today is Monday in Nigeria. And over the weekend, in different parts of the world, our music played in different clubs. Right now, on the global stage, on the global fashion stage, our fabric, adire, akwacha, akwete, ashoke, are being displayed, turned into international pieces. Today, many of us have made transfers. We've bought airtime, data, with apps created by Nigerians. I want to tell you that if you've listened to Nigerian music, you've tasted the Nigerian joy. If you've watched our movies, you've seen the drama that characterizes the lives of Nigerians. And if you've used our app, you've had a premium taste of Nigerians' grit and resilience. If you open TikTok or Instagram right now, you'd see a Japanese or a Russian dancing to Oxlade or Ashake or even Sheyi vibes. If you Google maybe a designer in Paris or London, you'd see our traditional pieces being featured. Why? Because Nigeria is no longer just a location. Nigeria is now a global mood. Nigeria is now an international concept. Now let's look at our music. Before the advent of Afrobeat, we had our cultural music and instruments. I'm talking about the thrilling sounds of the gong, the talking drum of the Yorubas. We have the goje of the Northerners. We have the ogene, the oja flute of the Igbos. And you'll agree with me that as a Nigerian, when you hear the sounds, it awakens something in you. Yes or no? I'm a proud Igbo woman. Yes, I might be wearing the attire of the thief of Benue, but I'm a proud Igbo woman. And there is no way I would hear the oja flute and I won't feel as if I am one with the ancestors. It just gives you this thrill. The sounds are electrifying, and it is so beautiful to see now that contemporary artists are infusing these sounds into their music. Let's look at the dance. Before we had hip hop, Afro pop dance, ballet. We had our own cultural dances. I don't know if you've ever watched the Bata dancers before. The Yoruba Bata dancers. The way they move their shoulders, their hips, their legs. It's very exciting to see. The Atilogu dance of the East gives you a glimpse of the energy of Nigerians. We also have the Gbagi dancers of Abuja. You see these women swaying their hips and throwing their legs, and you sit back to imagine what kind of energy do these people possess. That is simply the energy of Nigeria. Now the Gen Z might not really understand what I'm saying, so let me bring it to the now, to the present. We have the mother sound, the Afro beat. Now when I say Afro beat now, some people's eyes lit up. They understand what I'm saying. But before Afrobeat became what you know it now, we had the likes of Fela Anikulapo Kuti of blessed memory. These people gave us the melody of the streets. They wove rebellion into their sound and made it a global concept. From the original Afrobeat sprung up different other genres. We have Afropop or Afrofusion, the likes of Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy. These people wove the stories of the streets into their music and presented it on a dish, served it to the global stage. They brought the energy of Nigerians, told our stories through music, and shut down arenas. Now the Russians will listen to Sweet Fanta Diallo, or the Japanese will dance to Closer by Oxlade. I'm trying to think of more music that will make it relatable. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Now when the log drums begin to play, you know that it is time for Amapiano. Now Amapiano might not be originally a Nigerian sound. I think it originated from South Africa. But Nigerians took this sound and wove it into something new. And we have people like Ashake making waves with the Amapiano sound. We have the Afro swing. This is where they fuse UK drill, UK rap with the Nigerian sound. You see people like Burna Boy, Dave. That's their sound. Then we have Afro soul. For those of us that like Thames, Odunsi the Engine, the softer version of the Nigerian sound. Nigeria is not just loud. We are not noisemakers. Well, all the time. Sometimes we know how to keep it down and go with the flow. That is Afro soul. Now remember when I made mention of our cultural sounds, the likes of Flavor and my personal favorite, the Cavemen, found a way to merge our traditional instruments, our traditional sounds with contemporary vibe. That gave us Afro high life, the soft drums, the play on the guitar. That is Afro high life. And then you might ask, why am I mentioning all these genres? It is simply to tell you that whether you like it or not, Nigeria is at the forefront of the music industry. From the COVID period, if I'm not mistaken, we were thrown into the limelight. I mean, everybody was at home. We didn't have anything to do. We didn't have any place to go. And platforms like TikTok, there's this other one I can't remember, Instagram. You see people uploading short videos, just doing basically anything. Just attach one sound to it and it goes viral. Why? Because we didn't have any other thing to do. And because we did not want to drown in the depression of the times, we opened our minds to these sounds, and they were predominantly Nigerian sounds. One way or the other, Nigerians used that opportunity to infiltrate the minds and alter the tastes of the global audience. Now, our artists are not just winning awards. Take the Grammys, for example. We're not just making our mark in the international music industry. We are also owning infrastructure, labels, publishing. Look at YBNL, for example. Look at Mavens. They constantly keep churning out these young artists that keep changing the face of Nigerian music. Afrobeat is now the new heartbeat of the music industry. When the world got quiet, Nigerians became loud, and we unexpectedly exported our Nigerian spirit through our rhythm. While music is a part of culture, let's not forget that food is also a significant part of culture, and it is my favorite part of culture, if I may add. You cannot mention Nigeria without mentioning our jollof, our supreme jollof. Apologies to our sister nations, thank you. Our supreme jollof. Now, jollof is no longer a local food. Jollof is now a diplomatic meal. You see jollof being served on international tables. You're having world-class meetings and you are seeing jollof. And as a Nigerian, you cannot say, I am well represented in this place. You think of pounded yam. Anytime I see pounded yam, the only thing that comes to mind is that sweet things can come out of hardship. After pounding, the sweat is extra flavor, I promise you. Thank you for the thumbs up. If the person pounding the yam is not sweating, you are taking lumps, you're not taking pounded yam, trust me. We're not talking of the Gen Z. We're not talking of the Gen Z. That's poundo yam. I'm talking of pounded yam. There's a difference. Sweet things can come out of hardship, and that is a classic representation of Nigeria. When you mention Nigeria, people think of our population. You think of the headlines, the bad things that happen in Nigeria. But out of these situations, we found a way to push through. We found a way to make a name for ourselves, and that is the pure Nigerian spirit. Apart from our food and our music, we are also a nation of storytellers. We love drama. We can be here, I'm speaking to you, and something is going on outside. I promise you, many people will gather at the window just to take a peek of what is going on outside. Before Netflix, before Iroko TV, before Nollywood, we had our traditional folklore. All of us grew up listening to the story of tortoise and one other animal. It's always tortoise. I don't know why. The tortoise is always the highlight of our traditional stories. Many people would think that these are just stories passed down from generation to generation. Oh, the tortoise is just a random animal. But no. The tortoise is a representation of every Nigerian. He was not the fastest. He was not the strongest. But he was most definitely the wisest. Nigerians might not have equal opportunities with the rest of the world, but we always find a way to make sure that we win. So the next time you hear the story of the tortoise and the lion, see yourself as the tortoise. Not because the tortoise is slow, but because the tortoise found a way to become the champion in every story. Look at our legends. Queen Moremi, King Jaja of Opobo. You'd see that there's a trend in these stories, and the trend is the underdog, the one that is always should I say, looked away from, the one who the least is expected from, is the one who finds a way to turn the situation around. That is a classic representation of Nigeria and Nigerians. Let's talk about the tech industry. Nigeria's digital economy is being projected to reach about $18 billion this year. That's the fastest growing digital economy as we speak. Let's look at our fintech giants, the likes of Flutterwave, PiggyVest. These giants were founded by pure Nigerians. And they are not just apps anymore. I see them as foundations for the next generation in the tech world. We are not just creating solutions. We are showing the world that when resources are scarce, we know how to innovate. We know what to do. And in my opinion, that's our greatest intellectual asset as Nigerians. Our ability to find a way where there is none. Other nations of the world would say all Nigerians have is hope. But I translate that hope as the ability to see a path where the rest of the world thinks it's impossible. Over the last 5 days, you've seen different people come up to this stage to talk about different things. Short, tall, light-skinned, dark-skinned, Igbo, Yoruba, Igbira, Idoma, Tiv, male, female, the young, I won't call them the elderly, but the more advanced in age. And you'd be wondering, how do they have the strength to keep going? It's been 5 days of non-stop speaking. We are sure to get worn out. I mean, look at our faces. Despite everything, we are still smiling. We are still eating. Some people are even still getting ready to mount this stage to dish out premium information. Somebody is even riled up to the point that please do fast and leave this stage so that I don't forget what I want to dish out. But we're just doing what the average Nigerian does every day. We are pushing the limits of what is possible. When this challenge was conceived, 20 days of eloquence, many people were like, 20 days, back to back, or you people will talk for 1 day, you go and rest. But here we are, 5 days and a couple of hours on our way to beat the current record, and we are still pushing, because that's just what Nigerians do. We push. We have this undying flame in our spirits that just refuse to be dampened by whatever goes on around us. And I believe that that's one of God's greatest blessings to us. Our strength, our resilience, our unity. Despite being a nation of diverse people, different ethnic groups, we still find a way to join hands when it matters the most. We have different tribes represented in this room in the course of this challenge. We've seen the Efik, we've seen the Yoruba. Somebody even came to tell us about her proud tribe, the Idomas. And yet, when it mattered the most, we all came together to show the world that this is Nigeria. The world used to look at us for what we have under our feet. Our mineral resources, oil, gold, tin, coal. But I tell you that these are just finite resources. One day, they would run out. Our oil might dry up someday. The gold will finish. But the Naija mind is an unlimited resource. The world should begin to look at us for what we have in our heads, our ideas, our courage, and our culture. So if you are a Nigerian youth watching, listening, regardless of where you are, you could be here on the Nigerian soil. You could be out there in diaspora. I want to let you know that there is greatness in your DNA. You were just born that way. And it's time you give way for the expression of that greatness, for the manifestation of that greatness. Because you are what the world needs. So wake up, dust yourself, look in the mirror, and say, I am a Nigerian, and I can do whatever I set my mind to. So to us in this room, as I round off, yes, because we have been taught this evening the difference between round off and round up. So as I round off, thank you, I want you to place your hand on your chest. I want you to place your hand on your chest and say to yourself, I am a Nigerian.
I am a Nigerian.
I am proud.
I am proud.
I am bold.
I am bold.
I am the solution that the world needs.
I am the solution that the world needs.
And no matter what happens,
And no matter what happens,
the world will see my light.
the world will see my light.
And I will be a testament
And I will be a testament
to the Nigerian greatness.
to the Nigerian witness.
I hope that aroused something in you.
Yes, it did.
I hope that would make a difference in the way you see yourself.
Yes, it will.
You are beautiful.
I am
To the ladies, to the gentlemen, your skin color doesn't matter. Nigerians have the most variant skin complexions I've seen. And yet, we are here, dominating, making a difference. And I hope that this culture of resilience, that this culture of unity will not end here with the 20 days of eloquence. I hope that after this challenge, we'll go back home to our various communities and replicate the culture that we've learned here. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would be passing the mic to the next Nigerian that will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, Africa. And good evening to the world. I remain Taiwo Ojewale. Now, in line with some of my previous speeches, I would be giving a kind of sequel to one of my speeches, centering about the effects, the power of effective pronunciation in public speaking. But this evening, I will not be focusing on pronunciation any longer. We will be looking at another different component that is equally as important in public speaking. We are going to be looking at the effect of stress and intonation in effective public speaking. Now, just like I had mentioned on several occasions, it is very important that we understand the effect of our pronunciation, of our diction, our choice of words, our language, as we continue to speak not just to Nigeria and Nigerians, but to Africans and to the entire world. And so, this evening we will be looking at another very significant aspect of public speaking, effective public speaking, and that is the power of accurately stressing your words to communicate, to create an effect when speaking. Now, for the sake of definition, stress can be defined as the accentuation of one syllable over the others in a word. Now, there are basically two forms of stress which we will be addressing this evening. The first being the emphatic stress or sentence stress. And in this kind of stress, it deals with how you are able to stress your word, a particular word in a sentence. And the way you stress the particular word in that sentence will determine the meaning that you'll be passing across in that sentence. Now, let me help us understand this much better. Now, imagine I have a sentence like this. She stole my money. She stole my money. Now, this looks like a very simple and basic sentence. She stole my money. And so what? What if she stole your money? Get her arrested or collect your money back. But then also observe something. Look at the way the meaning in that sentence can change depending on where I stress the word in that sentence. For example, if I should stress it on the first word, she, that sentence would sound something like, she stole my money. What does it mean? It means not him, not someone else, but a particular person. She stole my money. Now, using the exact same sentence, we can see how we can shift the emphatic stress from the first word to another word. And yet, while we're still conveying the same meaning, the message becomes slightly different. Now, for example, stressing it on the second word would sound something like this. She stole my money. The first one, she stole my money. And now, she stole my money. The emphatic stress has somewhat altered the kind of message you're not trying to convey, even though you're using the exact same words in that sentence. So this time around, what are we saying? She did not borrow my money. She did not return my money. She did not squander my money. She stole my money. We could go on and on using the same sentence. We could put it on the third word. She stole my money. She didn't steal your own money, his own money, someone else's money. The emphasis is that it was my money that she stole. And we could put it in the last word. She stole my money. Not just anything. She didn't just steal my bag, my wristwatch, or my hat. She stole my money. And that is emphatic stress. Where you stress the word in the sentence could alter the meaning of that sentence. That is emphatic stress, also called sentence stress. Now, it is important because as public speakers that we are tonight and for the next 2 weeks thereabouts, it is important that when we speak to the word, we understand how our emphatic stress can alter or even distort the kind of message that we could be passing to the world. It's very, very important that we understand that. And so, moving from emphatic stress, we could dwell more on the other kind of stress, which is the word or syllabic stress. And I am particularly more interested in that kind of stress. Now, syllabic stress, as it would sound, is again the accentuation. Now let us take a minute to break down that word. What does it mean to accentuate? What is the meaning of accentuation? Now, accentuation simply means the rise in your voice, where your voice sounds louder, bolder, stronger than the other syllables in the word. That is accentuation. And accentuation would typically determine the primary stress in a word. The primary stress is where, or the syllable that is stressed, where the pitch goes high in the word. And you might be wondering, what is my business with all of these things? Why is Dr. T deciding to lecture us on stress and where the stress is in a word? How does it affect anything that concerns me? How does it change the outcome of my speech or how I speak to the word during this record-breaking attempt? Now, it's very important because, again, like I had shared with us previously, while we were discussing the power, the effect of pronunciation, speaking to the earth, the science and skill of clear pronunciation. During that speech, I explained, I gave an example of how I was teaching one of my students in the UK, and I mentioned a word randomly, and I had said Coca-Cola, and I remember telling us that the boy was not just surprised, he was confused. He said, "What's that?" Coca-Cola is the normal word we say. Funnily enough, the problem there that day was not even in the sound I was using. It was in the way I had stressed the word. And so just like a typical Nigerian, I said Coca-Cola now. He said, "I don't know what you're talking about." It is where why me. I showed him the picture, and like I told us on that day, he said, "Oh, you mean Coca-Cola?" I was like, "No, I mean this year 7 wants to share yeah." And I checked the Oxford Dictionary, and it was actually correct. It's Coca-Cola. The stress is on the third syllable. Because I had misstressed that word in that class, it had affected the way I was passing my message across to the boy. I had initially thought the boy was probably pulling my legs, or, as we would say, was whining me. I did not know that truly someone outside of the country could misunderstand what I was saying. even though I was using the same sound and the same word. But because the stress was on a different syllable, I did not know that truly someone could misunderstand something that you can say. And so that is why for the rest of my speech tonight, I'll be focusing on the power of stress, the effect of stress in how you pass across your message, how it can either help you effectively convey the right message, or, like in my own case, impede clear communication. Now, starting with the first one, again, word or syllabic stress. How you stress a particular syllable in a particular word. Now, the first one, there are certain rules that you must know before you can effectively stress a word. There are certain rules that you must know before you can stress a word. And I'll be sharing with us some of those rules. Now, the first one, we have bisyllabic stress. As a matter of fact, word stress is divided into two: bisyllabic stress and polysyllabic stress. We'll be starting with the first one, bisyllabic stress. Now, let me ask us, when we hear that word bisyllabic, what do you think it means? Bisyllabic. What comes to your mind? Two syllable. Because the prefix bi, anything bi would mean two. That's when you have bicycle, it means two tires. So bi would connote two. Syllabic, syllable. So a bisyllabic word or disyllabic. You can either say bisyllabic or disyllabic. A bisyllabic word would be stressed depending on the part of speech or the word class that that word belongs to. I'll take that again. The word class or the part of speech that a bisyllabic or a disyllabic word belongs to would usually determine how we are going to stress that word. Now, what does this mean? What is the implication for us as public speakers? Now, what it simply means is that the way you're going to stress a bisyllabic noun, for example, is not the same way you stress, say, a bisyllabic verb. And the way you stress a bisyllabic verb, that is a verb that has just two syllables, would not technically be the same way you stress say a bisyllabic adjective or bisyllabic adverb. So again, the part of speech, the word class that a bisyllabic word belongs to will typically determine how and where we're going to stress that word. Now, having established that, let us take a look at some of these rules. Now, the first one, a bisyllabic noun. I want to believe there's no need for us to define a noun. I believe everyone went to primary school. We know a noun is essentially a naming word. Simple. So when we say a bisyllabic noun, it simply means a noun that has just two syllables. And now, as a rule of thumb, the bisyllabic stress rule for bisyllabic noun tells us that when you have a bisyllabic noun, that is, you have a noun that is just two syllables, the stress would usually be on the first syllable. So we would therefore have examples like doctor, D-O-C-T-O-R. That word is a noun, and being a noun, the stress is on the first syllable, doctor. Now, again, to help us appreciate the value, the importance of stress, let us do it this way. Imagine you do not know how to correctly stress that word, doctor. Imagine you, instead of stressing it on the first syllable, you stress it on the second syllable. Tell me, how do you think that word is going to sound? Instead of doctor, what would it sound like? Doctor. So imagine you're telling your friend, you say, I'm not feeling fine today. I think I'm going to say the doctor. You say, true, you're not feeling fine. Yeah, you don't see the doctor. You need to see the doctor. That is the importance of stress. That's how it can impede communication. It can either shape our message effectively or impede the communication. So we have examples like doctor, examples like teacher, pastor, lawyer, taxi. Now, again, I'll be using this opportunity to mention some of those words that we mispronounce in this part of the world. Not just in terms of sound now, but stress, since our focus is on stress tonight. So, for example, that word, taxi, an average Nigerian would normally pronounce it as taxi. Taxi. And that way, the problem is that the stress is on the second syllable, which should not be. The same way, let me ask us this. Ladies in the house, where do you go to make your hair or paint your nails? You go to the what? Normally, what did we say? Let's not be shy. Normal, we say what? Saloon. I'm going to the saloon. But then, it is a noun. And not just a noun, it's a bisyllabic noun. So, which means that that word is not saloon. It should be salon. So you don't go to the saloon, you're going to the salon. It's not a saloon, a salon. It's not taxi or taxi, it's taxi. Another word again, a bisyllabic noun that we stress on the second syllable wrongly. M-A-D-A-M. How do we pronounce that word?
Madam.
But normally, what do you say? Madam or madamu? So it's not madam, it's madam. It's a bisyllabic noun. It should be stressed on the first syllable. So not madam, not madam, madam. So there are several examples like that they should be stressed on the first syllable, but for some reason Nigerians will stress them, or people from this part of the world will stress them wrongly. And again, if you are intentional about changing your pronunciation, changing the way you speak, the way your message is being passed across and received by speakers, not just locally, not just within the shores of your country, then you must be deliberate to make sure that you're using the right sounds and stress, even for an international audience. Like I had said during the session about the sounds and pronunciation, the question you should continually ask yourself is this, the golden question. If I was speaking to an audience from Europe, the Americas, Australia, or even Asia, would they understand what I am saying? Would my local English, regardless of your accent, would it impede the communication and how they comprehend what you are saying? That should always be the golden question. And so, as much as we have that rule that a bisyllabic noun should be stressed on the first syllable, I would, however, have us know that, just like I had said before, English is for the, do we remember the slogan? English is for the exact first syllable. So, for example, we have the law enforcement. Those that arrest criminals, they are called what? They are called, but that word is not a noun. It is a noun. And so if we were to follow that rule, it means that word should be stressed on the first syllable. And if we stress it on the first syllable, it means that word would have been pronounced as what? Police. But you can see that it's not the way we pronounce it, because that word is an exception. And I would like to share with us the reason that word is actually an exception. Why is that word an exception? Very simple. The same reason why many other words under that category are exceptions. Why some bisyllabic nouns, they are stressed on the second syllable instead of the first. Now, that word, police, so observe the way I had pronounced it, is not police and it's not police. Oftentimes when I tell students to pronounce that word, they would often think they know the correct pronunciation. We know it's not police, it's police. It's not police. It's not police, it's not police. There's a schwa sound in the O. And I think I mentioned the schwa sound.
Yeah.
Shawarma.
Right. It's not shawarma, guys.
It's not shawarma, it's shawarma. There's a schwa sound at the end. So, so there's a schwa sound in the first syllable. So it's not po, it's per. Police. 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 The schwa sound is a rather silent sound. And one rule for stress is that we do not stress the schwa sound in any syllable. So please take notes. Any syllable, any word, regardless of the word. So remember, I've already said that the word class that a particular word belongs to will determine where we'll stress it. But regardless of that, even if the word is a noun, a verb, an adjective, an adverb, if the word has a schwa sound, and I told us the schwa sound is like an upside down E. If the word has a schwa sound, any syllable where the schwa sound is, even if normally, according to the rules, you're supposed to stress that syllable, the stress will now move to another syllable. And that was the same thing that happened in the case of police. It's not po, there's no sound. I've also told us that that sound is not o, it's so it's not go, girl. It's not low, low, slow, show. So in the same way, that word is not po, there's a schwa sound, police. And because of that schwa sound is why the stress falls on the second syllable. The lease, police, police, police. And so there are many other examples under that category. For example, one of my favorite is this word. S-U-C-C-E-S-S. Can we pronounce that word? S-U-C-C-E-S-S. How do we pronounce the word?
Success.
Normally we say what? Success. Now, at this point, we should no longer be surprised if Dr. T says that is absolutely wrong. That word is not success. What if I told you that the correct pronunciation of that word is actually success? Success. Success, not success. Success. And like I always humorously say, I humorously tell my students that this is the reason why some people are not yet successful. Because when you pray to God to give you success instead of success. So you need to use the correct pronunciation. It's the same way the word C-U-R-S-E. I told us that word is not curse, it is what? Curse. I think I have to pick up the statement. To tell you I will curse you. Don't say Baba they play. Because he's not pronouncing it correctly. Until the Babalawo says I will curse you. Because I'm wearing my Lego phonetics. So, but that's on the lighter note. So it's curse. It's not success. It's success. So you don't say I wish you success. henceforth we should say, I wish you success. And the reason it is pronounced that way is because, again, that schwa sound appears in the first syllable. And like I've said, when we have the schwa sound, we cannot stress the syllable that has the schwa sound. So instead of success, the stress becomes passed on to the second syllable, success. Then we also have the word M-A-C-H-I-N-E. How do we pronounce that word? We say machine. Now, surprisingly, the stress in that word, we stress it correctly. Most people stress that word correctly. But again, this time around, the problem is now with the sound you have used. The A there is not A, is not machine. It's machine. 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 And since I like to shock my audience, I'd like to give us one more that would shock us. And so that we can go out there and we can start shocking others the same way I've shocked you. Just the same way you know it's not shawarma, it's shwama. The same way, this word. Okay, the means of transportation, if you are to cross a river, is what? Boat. But there's another name, 5-letter word, starting with a C. C-A-N-O-E. C-A-N-O-E. How would we normally pronounce that word? Most people would say keno. Kenu. Even if you want to be tush, you say keno. All of them are still wrong. Absolutely wrong. So it's not keno, it's not kenu, it's not keno. It's not keno. The correct pronunciation will stress you. And I'm sharing this because this time around we have an issue with both the pronunciation and the stress. So this word this time around, first of all, there is a schwa sound in the first syllable, which means it's not A, it's not K, it's not K, no, it's K, K, K. And then with what I have just shared with us, when you have the schwa sound in the first syllable, can we stress that first syllable? No, you do not stress the syllable that has the schwa sound, which means that CA cannot be stressed. The stress is on the NOE, the second syllable. And now, what it now means is that when we say K, no, you observe your pitch goes up in that first syllable, K, no. And so your stress is already wrong, and your pronunciation is also wrong. So, ladies and gentlemen, the correct pronunciation of that word is canoe. 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 I like that look. You looked up instantly. The correct pronunciation of that word is actually canoe. Yes, canoe. It's not canoe, canoe. So, which means on the lighter note again, there is a particular brand, the bar soap. You know the bar soap now, canoe. So, which means when you want to buy it now, you don't say, Mama, I want to buy canoe or Oshe canoe. If you're speaking Yoruba, you say, Mama, mo fe Oshe canoe. She will tell you, we don't have it here. Can't have it by. So, but that is the correct pronunciation. Canoe. Canoe. There's a long oo sound at the end. So, the same way, we have many other examples that are exceptions to that rule. And one of such example again is the word Juli, the month of the year, the 7th month of the year. Normally, before I say normally, how would we pronounce that word? The 7th month of the year is what? July. Do we have anybody born in July here? Born in July. Okay, that's good. That's good. July 12. I've already said the correct pronunciation. Now, that word is not actually July. It's not stressed on the first syllable. I like that. The stress is on the second syllable. Is July. July, not July. You don't say June, July. It's June, July. The stress is on the second syllable. Second syllable. So, but on a more different note, as much as we have just one person born in July, yeah, I would say, and this is not out of bias, the best month of the year is actually August. August. Do we have any persons born in August? Well, there's no evidence that supports that. There's no evidence that supports that. You're born in August. I talk calm. You see, August people, there's a difference. There's that intelligence that you just see. It's scientific fact. So, but you know, interestingly, talking about that word August, we're still going to get there, but interestingly, you see, and that's another reason we need to understand stress. That word now, August, can actually be an adjective, which is why I said at the start that the part of speech that a bisyllabic word belongs to will determine how you will stress that word. So look at that word now, August. As an adjective, it means very important. You have a very important visitor. You say we have an... So would you say we have an August visitor or August visitor? I like the confusion. When you have a very important guest, a very important speaker, do you say we have an August visitor or August visitor? First syllable or second syllable? English now, your mates. Your pronunciation is not accurate. So the one as the month of the year, first syllable or second syllable? As month of the year, August, first or second syllable. So the one that now means very important or special, second. So what would that be the pronunciation? August. God, I beg. Okay, so maybe the first and the noun and adjective are on the first syllable. Very wrong. Now, as a noun, as in the month of the year, the 8th month of the year, and the month that produces the most number of geniuses, that month is pronounced August. Don't worry, I understand, but Bele, we understand. Don't worry. The month is August, first syllable. But then you see, as an adjective, which means very important or special, it is stressed on the second syllable, August.
So you have two pronunciations.
Exactly. We have two pronunciations for the same word. There are many words like that. We are going to get there very soon. For example, if I ask you to pronounce this word, Present. You see, different people have different pronunciations now. So you can see Present, the same word, but depending on the part of speech, which is why again I said at the start, the part of speech that a bisyllabic word, bisyllabic. See, when the word is just two syllable, the word class it belongs to will determine how you stress it. In a lot of cases, and that's why in this case now, that word Present, as a noun, you can use that word in fact as a noun, as a verb, as an adjective, the same word functioning in three parts of speech. So as a noun, it will be pronounced as what? Present. As a noun, it will be pronounced as present. While as a verb, it will be pronounced as what? Present. Observe the difference. As a noun, the stress is on the first syllable, present. As in, where is my birthday? Present. Where is my Christmas? Present. But when we now use it as a verb, observe how two things actually changed. The first is the sound in the first syllable, and the second is the stress. The sound changed from e to e, from present to e pre, and then on the second syllable, zent, present. And that same word can now even still be used as an adjective. As an adjective, it is still stressed on the first syllable. As an adjective, that word is still present. Present. So for example, you can say the speaker is present. Are you going to be present tomorrow? So that is as an adjective. So we can see how a word can function in different parts of speech. And in many cases, the shifting, the transitioning between word classes will determine how or where we will stress that word as a bisyllabic word. So we have the first rule again, a bisyllabic noun. A noun that has just two syllables will be stressed on the first syllable. As you can see in all those examples that I have listed, apart from the exceptions. The exceptions: July, success, police, machine, canoe. And then you could also have belief as a noun with F. The verb is EVE. The noun is IEF. And then, still under that bisyllabic noun, how would we pronounce this word? PAPA.
Papa.
How would we pronounce PAPA?
It's not Papa.
Is Papa.
Like Papa.
Now, two things: sounds and stress. Number one, you're using the wrong sound, and you're stressing it wrongly. Using the British pronunciation. Using the British pronunciation, which is what, which is the English I'll be focusing on. I prefer the British English. Yeah, we don't actually use it, but we are supposed to. Many things we say are actually American English, and we do not even know. Exactly. So, but many people use American and they don't even know, especially our spelling. And because, bro, America is or has taken over the world, if we could put it that way. That is one of the reasons. And that's why many of our spellings, language, expressions, they are American in nature. So, for example, now we say we are watching a movie. Movie is actually American English. British would say film. But you'd hardly find a Nigerian say, I'm watching a film. They say, I'm watching a movie. But film is British English, movie is American English. So, that word, British pronunciation, PAPA. PAPA. What if I now told you that the British pronunciation of that word is not Papa, and is not as many of us as we would watch in the movies? You hear them say Papa. It's not Papa, and it's not Papa. Even if you want to sound tush, it's not Papa. The correct pronunciation, ladies and gentlemen, is Papa. British pronunciation, at least. British pronunciation. British pronunciation. Papa. 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 So, when you see your dad, try it. Don't say daddy. Don't say dad. Don't say papa. You say what? Papa. Papa, how are you doing? So, the stress is on the second syllable. And again, the reason it appears like that in the British pronunciation is because there's a schwa sound in the first syllable. So observe that I did not say papa. I did not say pa. It's the schwa sound. Papa. 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 There's a schwa sound in the first syllable. And that is the reason. So that is rule number one. A bisyllabic noun, stress on the first syllable. I believe we understand that rule. Now, moving on to the next rule for bisyllabic noun. Now, a bisyllabic adjective, just like you have your bisyllabic noun, would usually also be stressed on the first syllable. Usually always be stressed on the first syllable. So we would have examples like ugly, ugly, pretty, jealous, handsome. That word I told us when we did the pronunciation class, that the D is silent. It's not handsome. Handsome. Silly. Foolish. When you think about it. Let's try to do this. Engage. What bisyllabic adjective can you think of? You see that the stress would most definitely be on the first syllable. An adjective that has two syllables, the stress would usually be on the first syllable. So a bisyllabic adjective would usually be stressed on the first syllable. However, English is riddled with exceptions and ironies. So again, just like I had said for the bisyllabic noun, the fact that a bisyllabic adjective would usually be stressed on the first syllable does not mean that this would be the case in all situations. So, for example, we have some exceptions. There are some bisyllabic adjectives that, yes, they are adjectives. Yes, they are two syllables. But for one reason or the other, or simply because of the paradoxical nature of English, these words, instead of being stressed on the first syllable, are stressed on the second syllable. And so, for example, we would have words like humane, 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 humane. I don't believe we know the meaning of the word. When you say someone is humane, or the opposite, the antonym, inhumane treatment. So that word as an adjective, humane, is stressed on the second syllable. You can see it from the pronunciation. Where does the voice go up? Where is the voice louder? Where is the voice bold? Humane, the second syllable. But the word is an adjective, and so it defies that rule that a bisyllabic adjective would be stressed on the first syllable. We could have other examples. So, for example, the word I gave us earlier, august, is an adjective. It's an adjective. August. It means very special, very important. But then, that word is not stressed on the first syllable, like I told us. As a noun, which is the month of the year, is August. But as an adjective, it defies that rule that a bisyllabic adjective would usually be stressed on the first syllable. And so that word therefore becomes august, just like I have told us. August. So there are several more of those. But then, most of the time, the larger proportion of it all, a bisyllabic adjective would usually be stressed on the first syllable and not the second syllable. Then, bisyllabic verbs. A verb that has just two syllables. Now, how would a bisyllabic verb be stressed? Very simple. Unlike the noun and adjective counterparts, which we have discussed or we've talked about, a bisyllabic verb is usually stressed on the second syllable. So, which means when you're talking, you're speaking, and you're using your verbs, which is very important because you can hardly make any coherent or sensible sentence without using a verb. So when you're using your bisyllabic verbs, you must keep in mind that they are typically stressed on the second syllable. So, for example, we would have words like detain, It's a verb and it is stressed on the second syllable. Remove, prefer, deceive, control. So we would have examples like those. But then at the same time, English is riddled with exceptions. And so even for the verbs, it is not in every single case that a bisyllabic verb would be stressed on the second syllable. So for example, we have the word argue. When you pronounce the word argue, you would see that the stress is on the first syllable. Argue. Whereas I have just told us that bisyllabic verbs would usually be stressed on the second syllable. But argue defies that rule. And we could have other bisyllabic verbs like that. For example, D-A-M-A-G-E. Damage. It's a verb. It has two syllables. With the rule I've shared with us, it means it should be stressed on the second syllable. But observe that we do not call it damage, because if you stress it on the second syllable according to that rule, that means the pronunciation will be damage. I'm so sorry, I have damaged your car. Doesn't make sense. But it's a verb, a bisyllabic verb, but it's an exception to that rule. It is stressed on the first syllable. Damage. Then observe again, like I had said, as many people that would want to improve their pronunciation, their speech, their clarity when speaking, it is important that you try to pay attention, as much as the message that I'm conveying is important. Pay attention randomly to the pronunciation of some words that I will be using throughout the speech. So observe that I did not say damage. Damage. Which, like I said, I explained the reason during the pronunciation speech. I explained to us that when you have the letter A, A-G-E, at the end of a word, and that word is more than two syllable, or two syllable and above, usually two syllable. When you have the letter A in A-G-E, that A would usually give you the short E sound. And that's why I had said that it is not village. It's not message, not passage. So you don't tell your younger ones, go and sweep the passage, go and sweep the passage. But remember again, it has to be two syllable and above, because when you have it in monosyllabic word like P-A-G-E or A-G-E, I told you cannot call it peach or each. That is page. It is age. But two syllable and above, message, passage, package. You don't say I have a package for you. You have a package. It's not bondage. Bondage. So, in addition to all of this, it is very important that we take note of these pronunciations. So not damage. There are many other verbs just like that are bisyllabic in nature, but their stress is on the second syllable instead of the first syllable. And so, the third rule for bisyllabic stress. Is the one that I have mentioned repeatedly. You do not stress the schwa sound, or the syllable that has a schwa sound, in a bisyllabic word. And these we have talked about it already, because I gave examples earlier. This particular one is the reason we cannot say success because there's a schwa sound in that letter U. Success. It is the reason we cannot say police. It's police because there's a schwa sound in the letter O. This is the reason, even though this is not bisyllabic, the word banana is not banana. There's a schwa sound in the first A and the last A. It's not banana, it's banana. Yes, banana. So you don't say you want to buy banana. You want to buy bananas. Can we say that? Bananas.
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 I've said it that there are many such words, especially food that we mispronounce in Nigeria. I told us it's not cucumber. It's what? And it's not cucumber. It's cucumber. Yes. It's cucumber, not cucumber. 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 And the same way as well. I told us it's not pepper. It's pepper. 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 And I would want to digress a little bit because again, it's important that we keep in mind the essence of communicating to an international audience. Now, as much as I would always emphasize and celebrate the importance of speaking indigenous language, it's very important that we know how to speak fluently and correctly. The same way you can fluently and correctly speak English, you must be able to speak your Igbo, your Yoruba, your Hausa, and any other native or indigenous language just as effectively. And as much as that is good, I would like for us to do a little experiment, or let me call it a little question. Now, imagine that as we are broadcasting to an international audience now, you want to mention certain words that we use in Nigeria. I would like to know, how would you convey those words to an international audience? One of such words, for example, since we've talked about pepper, if you were to mention atarodo to an international audience, what would you call it? Atarodo. Scotch bonnet. That's the English name actually. Now, this again is not to say we should not speak proudly our indigenous language. There's something we call code switching, code mixing, I don't want to dive into all of those linguistic terminologies, those linguistic jargons. But then, if you're going to speak your indigenous language, speak it and speak it correctly from beginning to the end. If you're going to speak another language, French, German, or English, speak it and speak it correctly to the end. But you can't be mixing English and Yoruba together to convey a message, and it begins to impede your communication. So you're conveying a message now and you want to mention Atarodo. While you're speaking English, use the correct English name, which again is what? Scotch bonnet. And so, for the sake of learning and sharing new information with us, I think I have once said it before that almost every word has an English equivalent. Not all, but almost all. So, for example, if Atarodo is Scotch bonnet, what then would be Tatashe? What would be Shombo? Do we have any idea? What would be Tatashe? What would be Shombo? Now, Shombo, I believe is the long one, is chili pepper or cayenne pepper. And then Tatashe is red bell pepper. And there are many like that. Think about it. If you're communicating to an international audience and you want to mention some of these traditional food, again, it's not to say we should not use the traditional names. But if it were to be impeding your communication, how would you correct it? How would you communicate it to them? If you were to mention ewedu to someone in Europe or Americas or in an English speaking country, what would you call it for them? Ewedu. If you were to talk about agbalumo, what would you call it for them? If you were to talk about zobo, what would you call it for them? And there are many more like that. In fact, I think one of my favorites is this one, because I'm not sure we have, at least to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there's a local name for it. We know that granite that is in the shell, that you have to remove the shell. What is the name? You call it granite too. It's not peanut. Peanut is the normal one that is coated, that you buy, that you break and you stick granite inside. Those ones packaged. So that granite that you have to, remove from the shell is monkey nuts. Monkey nuts. Yes, monkey nuts. It is called monkey nut. Monkey nut. And then agbalumo is African star fruit or African star apple. Ewedu, you say what?
She said agbalumo is what?
African star fruit.
So if I stop Malama, she say I want to.
No, of course not. That's why again, like I had said, it's important that we embrace and use our traditional language as best as we can. But then, if you were to be communicating with, let's say, an international audience, the essence is being understood not just locally, but globally. And so to be understood globally, you might want to use the English equivalent, since English appears to be the universal language of the world. So, agbalumo is African star fruit. Ewedu is jute leaves. Jute. Jute. Amala, it actually has an English name. Yes. Do you want to hear the name? Amala has an English name. And the correct name is Amala. Well, that is also the letter. The name is Amala because it's a traditional food. Amala is Amala. And that's why again, I must clarify that we must also celebrate our traditional language. This does not mean that you should use, begin to have, and that's why sometimes I laugh when I hear some people say, I want to drink Gary flakes, cassava flakes. Well, is that Gary is Gary. Gary has been saving lives since 1800. So let's not abuse it and call it cassava flakes. Which one is Licky Licky? Don't know Licky Licky.
This velvet tamarind. I know the name, I don't know.
You've already said the name. If you had called it Aomi, it's how will you call? What kind of name is that? These are the things I said in my second speech. How Nigerians come up or invent word I will never understand. Licky Licky. Where is Awina? Yes. Yes. That small black that is orange inside. Is Awi? He said Licky Licky. I have no idea of Licky Licky. If you have said Awi, of course that is tamarind. Very red tamarind. So, you said what? Black. Very soon you are going to ask the English name for Ijabe. Well, unfortunately it doesn't because they don't use it over there.
You see, it's
Ijabe. So, but then many of these other words, you'll be surprised that there's a word for almost everything. For example, even when it rains, we know that when it just rains, there's a smell in the atmosphere. Petrichor. Petricchor. Petrichor. Petrichor. Almost everything has an expression in English. And that's why, like I said, because many of us do not expand our vocabulary, That's why sometimes when we're even writing or you're speaking, you know that expression, you know that thing in your mind. But to express it, it feels stuck, like it's stuck in your head or in your heart. You're unable to say it. You know that thing inside your head, but you can't pour it out because you don't have the right word. Black man. Black man. So because you don't have the right expression. So, but there are many like that. For example, even the space between your eyebrow, it has a name. The space in between your eyebrow, there's a name for that as well. Even right here, there's a spot in your elbow where I'm sure many of us have felt this before. If you eat it, it feels especially painful. It feels like an electric shock. You might just even eat it small, but it feels very painful. There's a name for that too. It's called funny bones. Yes, funny bone. And that's why it feels painful. It's called funny bone. That part of your elbow that when you eat it, it feels especially painful. Or like shock. Sometimes like shock. It's called funny bones. So you see, there is a word, an expression for almost, not all, for almost everything. And that's why it's important, it's imperative that we keep striving to expand our vocabulary. So that when we write, again, like I have told us, there are some compliments that it's differently. When someone tells you, I love the way you were speaking, I love the way you were talking, I love the way you presented your ideas, those compliments eat different than when someone tells you, I like your clothes, you are looking fine, I like your shoe. Those I would say are shallow compliments, different from intellectual compliments. Imagine someone telling you, I just love the way you think. It's different. So again, I'll challenge us, let us strive to expand our vocabulary. And that's why I think, talking about vocabulary, I would be very proud to mention and say that I am proud to say I am the author of even my own dictionary, Dr. T's Dictionary of Vocabulary and Idioms. Yes, I think it deserves an applause. It's not easy to have your own dictionary. Yes, I have a hard copy dictionary. I think when next I come for my next speech, I'll bring a copy of my dictionary. By the grace of God. Dash. A copy is no, I don't mind saying it actually. I mean, my customers might be here. Exactly, I'm showing the global audience. Who knows? Trump can say he wants to buy 1 million. It's not impossible. So it's currently going for just 5,000 naira. It's a dictionary of synonyms and antonyms. The essence was to make it different from something other dictionaries have. I know there's Oxford, there's Cambridge, there's Longman, Merriam-Webster, and the like. So the question that I would usually expect individuals to ask me is, what makes your own better than Oxford? Why should I buy your own instead of Oxford? That's the question I would usually expect. And what I would usually like to say is that this one, in this case, is a dictionary of synonyms and antonyms, which means it gives you the word, the meaning of the word, and then the synonyms of that word. Should, in case you want to spice up your vocabulary, you don't want to keep repeating the same word. You want to say something is big, you keep saying big, 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 big. Whereas there are several synonyms you can use for big: large, enormous, gigantic, ginormous, colossal. Several synonyms. So instead of saying, I made a very big mistake, spice up your vocabulary. I made a colossal mistake. Colossal still means big. Instead of saying he brought a very big package for you, spice it up. Say he brought a ginormous package. Gigantic, enormous, huge, large. They are synonyms. And that's why it is a dictionary of synonyms and antonyms. It gives you the synonyms and then the antonyms. and then examples in sentences, of course, so that you know how to use it. And so these are some of the steps that we must take if we are being deliberate in actually refining our public speaking skills. And so, to keep us back on track, still on stressing our words correctly, I've mentioned that for bisyllabic stress, there are 3 important rules, or 4 that I've shared with us. Bisyllabic nouns are stressed on the first syllable. Bisyllabic adjectives are also stressed on the first syllable. Bisyllabic verbs are stressed on the second syllable. And then we do not stress the schwa sound in a bisyllabic word. And that is also the reason this word, surprise, that word, surprise, as a verb and as a noun, it is stressed on the second syllable. Because there's a schwa sound in the first syllable, the sur, the u has a schwa sound. So it's not so, it is surprise. Surprise. I organized a surprise for you. She was surprised. And then, rule number 5 for stressing bisyllabic words, which is also very important. Now, when you have an affix in a word, we do not stress the affix in a bisyllabic word. Instead, we stress the root word in the word. We stress the root word in a bisyllabic word. What is the root word? The original word before you added that affix to that monosyllabic word. So, for example, you have words like do, D-O, do. Now, when you add UN to that word, it becomes undo. Now, in that case, what kind of affix do we have? We have a prefix, which means we must understand that there are 2 types of affixes: prefixes and suffixes. Like we should be able to recall from secondary school, prefixes are units, elements that we add to the beginning of a word to modify the meaning of that word. And then suffixes are units, elements that we add at the end of the word to modify the meaning of the word. So prefixes and suffixes can modify a word to give it either positive or negative meaning. So a word that is previously positive in meaning can now have a negative meaning depending on the kind of prefix or suffix you add to it. And a word that was previously negative could now have a positive meaning depending on the kind of prefix or suffix that has been added to the word. And so, when you have a bisyllabic word containing either a prefix or a suffix, remember, you ignore the affix, which can be prefix or suffix, and you stress the root word. So when we now have the word undo, what is the affix in that word? Undo. On, which is a prefix. With what I've just shared with us, it means the stress cannot be on the on. The stress has to be on the do. So undo, redo, retake, dismiss. So we have many words like that. Even when you have suffixes, it will still apply in the same sense. So for example, you now have the word use. You add a suffix, less, it becomes useless. you add ful, it becomes useful. So the key point is that when you have a prefix or a suffix in a bisyllabic word, whether at the beginning or the end, we do not stress them. We focus on the root word, and that root word is where we will stress. So those are the most important key points for stressing bisyllabic words. And then moving on to the other parts, polysyllabic stress. Now, as the name sounds, polysyllabic stress, what do we think a polysyllabic word would mean? Multiple syllables, 3 syllables, 4 syllables, 5 syllables, 6 syllables and above. Those are polysyllabic words. So, for example, you have words like international, communication, disagreement. All these words are polysyllabic words. And what it now means, the implication of what I've been saying so far is that it means there are different rules for how you either stress a bisyllabic word or how you stress a polysyllabic word. So remember that for bisyllabic, the word class will determine how it will be stressed. But then for polysyllabic, it's a different ball game for polysyllabic. For polysyllabic, essentially, there are certain rules that guide how you stress a polysyllabic word. And the first rule is the penultimate polysyllabic stress rule. Penultimate. Now, what does it mean? Generally, the word penultimate means second to the last. Second to the last, almost at the last stage. So if you are in the university and you are in your penultimate year, 300 level, if your course is 500, 5 years, 500 level, 400 level will be your penultimate year. Maybe not spend 500 years in university. I mean, I'm so sure I can do that. So, but then, that is penultimate. So when you now have penultimate stress rule, it means certain words. See, it is a rule. And when we start applying this rule, you see the way even when you talk, it begins to change. There are some words that would usually or always be stressed on the second to the last syllable. And interestingly, there's a shortcut which I will share with us. Now, the shortcut is this. I like to say it in form of it's not really a mnemonic, but I could call it a mnemonic. It's like a tune or a song. Shon, ensium, ayan ik, ayan ayal. What does it mean? Anytime a word ends with S-I-O-N, C-I-O-N, E-N-C-E, I-U-M, that is Shon, ensium. Or I-O-N, I-C, I-A-N, I-A-L, that is ayan ik, ayan ayal. So it's a shortcut that you can cram or memorize. Anytime you have a polysyllabic word ending with shon, ensium, S-I-U-N, T-I-O-N, E-N-C-E-I-U-M, ionic, ayan, ayal, I-O-N, I-C, I-A-N, I-A-L. They would usually be stressed on the second to the last syllable. So let's now look at examples of each of them. Let's start with the first shon, S-I-O-N. Can someone give us an example of a word that ends with S-I-O-N? Conversion, extension. So, passion, yes, but that is bisyllabic. This time around, look at polysyllabic. So look at those two examples now. Extension, conversion. If you look at the way you are pronouncing the word, extension, The last syllable is SION. And so the stress will be on the second to the last syllable, which is the 10. Extension. And so when you speak, your voice, your words should reflect that stress. Extension. I've already told us that as a shortcut as well to improve your pronunciation, when you have words ending with SION, TION, don't call them shun. Shin. So you can see the way your pronunciation can suddenly change. Imagine someone that normally says extension or conversion. Have you done the conversion? But with what I have just shared with us now, number one, the stress will be on the second to the last syllable. And then I said, don't call it shun, call it shin. See the way your voice now changes. From conversion, you now say what? Conversion. Is it not sweeter in your ear? From extension, you now say what? Extension. You see, stress brings out the beauty of your pronunciation in a different way. So it's not extension, extension, conversion, commission. The same thing for TION. Can we think of a word polysyllabic that ends with TION? Congratulation, protection, promotion. Remember, it's not shown. Okay, she said examination. That's what I heard, examination. Examination. Interjection. Proposition. Preposition. She said condition. Okay. So you can see in all these examples that she has given us, the stress is on the second to the last syllable. So the same way, so I've done shun, S, E and C E. What polysyllabic words can we think of that ends with E and C E? Polysyllabic word that ends with E and C E. Providence. Providence, yes. Providence. That's an exception. Because it says on the first syllable. Providence. And that's why English is very interesting. But we have a word like independence. So that word now is a polysyllabic word. It's a polysyllabic word, and because of the penultimate stress rule, instead of being stressed on just any syllable, it is stressed on the second to the last syllable. Independence. What other examples can we think of? E-N-C-E. Polysyllabic words ending with E-N-C-E. That is two syllable. We need three syllable and above. Three syllable and above. E-N-C-E. Let's see if truly this rule works. Indulgence. So you can see eloquence. First syllable is an exception. Is an exception. So then we have IUM. What polysyllabic word can you think of? Potassium, aluminium. All these words, they end with shun. Ensium, and they are stressed on the second to the last syllable. We have compendium. Then ionic, ion, ial, ION. That is essentially the same as SION, TION. IC, ic, ionic, IC. What polysyllabic word ends with IC? Democratic. So you can see second to the last syllable. Democratic. What examples can we think of? He said orthographic. Okay. So orthographic. Yes, O-R-T-H-O. Orthography. I believe orthography, if I'm not mistaken, is the art of spelling. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Orthography. So orthographic. Stress on the penultimate syllable, second to the last syllable. Then we have IAN, Ayan. And a brilliant example is who we are as a people. Nigerian. is a polysyllabic word. It ends with IAN. And as we can see, because it ends with IAN, the penultimate stress rule will apply to it. It is stressed on the second to the last syllable. Nigerian. Tanzanian. So if all of those words now is, Tanzanian, Nigerian, I would like someone to tell me, how would we then pronounce this word? Ghanaian. That is homework for us. Ghanaian. It's straight on the last syllable. Ghanaian. I believe it's straight on the last syllable. So ionic ian, then IAL. Words that end with IAL will still be stressed on the penultimate syllable. So we have ceremonial, territorial. What examples can we think of? Polysyllabic word. Tutorial, imperial, memorial. English is not for the weak. So all of these words, we can see the penultimate stress rule applies to them, because again they end with what? Sean, ens, yum, ayan, ik, ayan, ayal. That's the shortcuts. And then the second rule for polysyllabic stress, anti-penultimate stress rule. Anti-penultimate, which simply means what? Anti-penultimate, if penultimate is second to the last syllable, anti-penultimate would mean what? Anti-penultimate stress rule simply means you're stressing it on the third to the last syllable. The third to the last syllable. So examples now as a form of shortcuts, I like to tell students that almost any other thing that does not fall under penultimate, that is anything that is not shon, ensium, ionic, ayan, ayal, will usually, not all but many of them, would usually fall under anti-penultimate. So now let's try to practicalize it. Let's see whether my hypothesis, because it's not a theory, my hypothesis is correct or wrong. So think of any polysyllabic word that does not end with any of those shonensium. Voila. Your examples are very good. So I will give us one. I think I will ban you from giving us examples. So we could have biology. So look at that word. It has 4 syllables. Biology. But where is the stress? The third to the last syllable, or biology. Third to the last syllable. We have photography. Third to the last syllable. Which one is that?
I said I'll write it out. It's like English word, right?
God, how do I answer that question? I don't even. You see, usually I would always have an answer to every question in a class. But this is your question. I think the reason is because if I see the transcription of the word, it surprisingly, I don't want to give a wrong pronunciation of the word. That's why I'm being careful. Yeah, so abracadabra. With my pronunciation, it will be stressed on the second to the last syllable. But that might not be the correct pronunciation. That's the funny part. That might not be the correct pronunciation. It could even be abracadabra. We never can tell. English can be funny.
Right.
So, but then in most cases, any other word that does not fall under that penultimate ending, ensium, would usually, not all of them, usually be stressed on the third to the last syllable. So for example, we have the word verisimilitude. We have the word vicissitude. What does vicissitude mean? I think I should also be using these sessions, this opportunity to boost our vocabulary. You can't listen to Dr. T and you will not, your vocabulary would remain the same. So vicissitude, what does it mean? I want to give us the meaning because it's actually something we can relate to. That's why I'm asking us for the meaning. It's something that you can use maybe even on a day-to-day basis, depending on what you're saying. The vicissitude of life. Yes. It simply means the ups and downs. The ups and downs of something. It shows that the spirit is in sync. The spirit is in sync. Assuming this were a podium, I would have expected us to shout, "Ride on, Papa." But remember, I said that word is not even Papa. I told us the correct pronunciation of that word is what? Papa.
And you say right on, Daddy.
As I was saying, peace be unto you, sister. The Lord forgive you of your sins. You need confession. You need to say, "Father, forgive me for I have sinned." Please don't choke. Funnily enough, I like as you're almost choking on pepper because you were the one asking for the English translation of what were you even asking for? Is it Ijabe or? Because I was expecting you to ask for Ata Sakpa Melori, and I'm happy that Ata has Sakpa Melori. So when you drink water, ask me for the English translation. So I think it's Paja no Mozupu. Or is it different? Yeah, that's why I said almost everything has. Amen. And you too, sister. In fact, even this, when you just wake up, what your boss called Ikmi. Now, the name I have in mind has actually permitted me to use a very special English word. It has Sapamilori. But then I think it's something with I don't want to pronounce the wrong word, but I'll confirm it. I know it has an English name. I've seen it before, and almost everything has an English name. So, but then again, that is antepenultimate stress. Antepenultimate stress. Words that are stressed on the third to the last syllable. So now we know the meaning of vicissitude, the ups and downs. So you can say the ups and downs of life, the vicissitudes of life. Someone asks you, "How has life been? How have you been?" You can just say, "Oh well, I've been going through the vicissitudes of life, the ups and downs, the goods and the bad, the good and bad." So moving on from that, another polysyllabic stress rule that is very important that we should know in order to improve our clarity is, now, like I had said before, just like we have it in the bisyllabic stress, when you have a polysyllabic word, you still do not stress the schwa sound or the schwa syllable. So even in a polysyllabic word, and that is why, for example, this word, P-A-R-T-I-C-U-L-A-R, how would we pronounce that word? P-A-R-T-I-C-U-L-A-R. We'll pronounce it as normally Nigerians, what do we say? We say particular. Now there's a schwa sound in the first syllable, the third syllable, and the last syllable. So that word is not particular, it's particular. Particular. So it is not particularly. You don't say particularly you. Particularly you. Particular. You can see how different it sounds. Now that I have told us that there's a schwa sound in the first, third, and last syllable, that means the stress cannot be in those syllables. And that's why you would observe that the way I pronounce the word, I'm stressing what syllable? The second syllable, T, particular. Because you cannot stress a syllable that has the schwa sound. And then, in addition to that, whenever a word ends with double E, or in fact, EEN, they would usually be stressed on that last syllable that has the EEN or double E. So examples, I like that. So which one? Example, we have REFEREE. How do we pronounce it? FEREE. You see, the funny thing is, because we are being conscious that this man is shocking us, we are now trying to pronounce it differently than the normal way we would pronounce it in Nigeria. And exactly. Now the funny thing is, if you pronounce it the normal way you pronounce it in Nigeria, the stress will be correct. In Nigeria, normally we call it referee, and the correct pronunciation is referee. The stress on that last syllable. Referee, not referee. Referee. The stress is on the last syllable. So we have other examples like that. Words that end with double E. What examples can you think of? Words that end with double E. Double EN. So that's between. You can see the stress. Last syllable. This word 18, 13, 14, 15. Employee. Yes. Employee. I did not even mean to correct. I just pronounced it the right way. Employee. And that's why again, like I would usually say, you see that about 99% of the English we speak in this part of the world are wrong. So we would normally say employee, but it's not employee. 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 And that reminds me of a very, very interesting word. And that word is this word. And I believe many of us, many people call themselves this word. If you own a business, you say you are a what? You are an vendor. It starts with letter E, E-N-T-R-E. Now, I'd like to do something interesting to make this more interactive. I am willing to put 1 million naira on the table that nobody seated right here can correctly pronounce that word. If you correct it now, you know we're on a live stage. So if you get it correctly, I'll have no option but to do transfer of 1 million to you. Because this is, hey, wait. I'm not doing it. Wait, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Can we pause that camera? Off the camera. Mute the mic. Okay, but then, without cheating, God, I hope I'm not about to make a very big financial mistake. But then, I stand on my word. Anybody that can correctly pronounce that, hey Jesus, I will think. You have only one attempt. So, you get it correctly, transfer of 1 million naira. You are forbidden, you're a teacher. But you can try. Let's hear. Yes.
Oh my God. Entrepreneur.
And say that again. I didn't hear you, that's why. That means that's good. How to hear you well now?
Entrepreneur.
Okay, entrepreneur. Okay. Okay. Who else? No other persons. 1 million going. Hey, you're using dictionary.
Entrepreneur.
Okay, entrepreneur. Okay. Okay. I don't know you like money normally. In your speeches you have emphasized that you like money. So if you don't talk, I'll be surprised. Now, the correct pronunciation of that word is actually entrepreneur. It has a long sound at the end. Entrepreneur. So when you're a business owner, stop embarrassing the gods of English, the ancestors of English. Stop saying I'm an entrepreneur. You're not an entrepreneur. You're an entrepreneur. So you have lost the opportunity to win 1 million just like that. God saved me. So,
Are you sorry on the 100,000?
as how.
So,
So, that is that. So, you can see many other such words like that. Many other such words. So, again, when the word ends with double E or EEN, they will be stressed on that last syllable. That last syllable. So, we have other polysyllabic stress rules as well. Now, one important one is this. The same way we said in bisyllabic, the same way we said that if you have an affix in a bisyllabic stress, you don't stress the affix. That is the same way in polysyllabic. If you have an affix in a polysyllabic word, you don't stress the affixes. You focus on the root word. What do I mean? So, for example now, let's say we have the word malnourishment. Malnourishment. Now let me ask us, do we have an affix in that word? Malnourishment. Is there an affix there? The affix we have there, is it a prefix or a suffix? Both. The prefix is mal and the suffix is ment. Now, what that rule means is that when you have words like that, you ignore the prefix or the suffix. So which means we ignore the mal and the ment. So the root word is what? Nourish. Now pronounce that word. The word is what? Nourish. With our pronunciation, where is the stress? No. Which means when we know how to pronounce malnourishment, the stress will still be on that no. That's the meaning.
okay.
So it is malnourishment. 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 And I believe it's not even no. It is the correct sound that I told us about. Malnourishment. When you have OU in a word, it can give you that correct sound. It can give you that correct sound. And that's why Y-O-U-N-G is not young. Young. C-O-U-P-L-E is not couple. Couple. Is not double. Double. Nigeria is not a country. It's a country. OU can give you that sound. It's not enough. 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 Again, I would really be expecting, I think I'm going to take, initially I said it was a joke, but I think now I'll take it more seriously to be the English police of this Guinness World Record. So that
Use financial incentives.
financial incentive. Okay, I think only for this week, for as many speeches as I am able to listen to, if anybody can make a speech without any pronunciation error.
Let's start
Okay, what should be the criteria? Let's agree on
10 errors. Like you can make your whole speech from beginning to end.
without
10 errors. Just 10 errors.
that is anything more than 10, I mean, you are out.
What is that?
If only you understand that 99% of the words you speak, you are already pronouncing them rubbishly. You would have said 100 errors.
Put down 100 errors.
You would have said 100 errors. Because I already told us that even our country, we don't even pronounce the name of our country correctly. We call it Nigeria. Whereas it is what? I told us. We've forgotten. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nigeria. Nigeria. That's the ear sound. Ear. Nigeria. Nigeria. So that takes us to the last rule. So when you have affixes, we do not stress affixes. And then now let us listen. There are some very special rules that I would like to share with us before I draw the curtain. And those are just two final rules on polysyllabic. Now, one of them is that when you have ATOR in a polysyllabic word, again, you have ATOR at the end of a polysyllabic word, starting from 4 syllables and above. Any 4-syllable word, 4 syllable, 5 syllables, 6 syllables, 7 syllable, that ends with ATOR. This rule will shock you. Those words will be stressed on the 4th to the last syllable. They will be stressed on the 4th to the last syllable. So example, what we use to calculate in math, that machine is called what?
Calculator.
What do we call it? We call it Absolutely. So normally we call it calculator. What if I told you that word? The correct pronunciation is calculator. Calculator. See, this rule is a very interesting rule. It's not alligator. It is alligator. Alligator. What's the word? Instigator. Instigator. It's not accelerator. Accelerator. It's not refrigerator. Refrigerator. It's not denominator. Denominator. Numerator. And the final polysyllabic stress rule. The final polysyllabic stress rule. When you have any quadrisyllabic word, a word that is 4 syllable and above, and that word ends with ARY, ISM, IZE. That word will be stressed on the first syllable. So words like nationalize, it's not nationalize, nationalize. It's not diction, okay, it's dictionary. Yes, it's not dictionary. Dictionary. It's not agriculture. Agriculture. It is not tribalism. I've heard many of us make speeches about tribalism. I hope they are not guilty no perpetrators here. So that word is not tribalism. It's not nepotism. Where's your nepo baby? It is, oh, you made the switch on that. It's tribalism. It's nepotism. Nepotism. Tribalism. So those words are stressed on the first syllable. And then this word, what we used to watch movie, we call it what? Television. What if I told you, when you check the transcription of that word in Oxford Dictionary, it is stressed on the first syllable. And so the correct pronunciation of that word is television. 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 So there are many of those words that again we mispronounce in this part of the world. But then it is my duty to make sure that we continually pronounce these words correctly. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I would like to share with us that moving forward, all of these words, all of these sentences, I would believe that moving forward, we should be able to represent Nigeria well and represent, permit me to say, the gods or the ancestors of English correctly. So as a form of bonus, I could even give us some additional words that we mispronounce in this part of the world. I've told us one before, it's not expatiate, expatiate. And you ask somebody to explain further. You don't say, can you please expatiate? It's expatiate. So, example, we have simple words. There are some simple words we're going to mispronounce. INSIDE is not inside. It's not outside. You don't say she's inside. She's outside. The stress is on the second syllable. Inside. Outside. You say she is inside. She is outside. Can you take the trash outside? Can you put it inside? Those words are stressed on the second syllable. And then it is very important that we now even keep in mind that there are some words that can be both first syllable and second syllable. So for example, we have this word PRODUCE. How would you pronounce that word? Now, again, as a noun, it will be what? Produce. As an agricultural produce. But as a verb, the word will be what? Produce. And there are many such words like that. There are many such words. So we have words like refuse and refuse. The same word, the same spelling, but then different pronunciations. Produce, produce. refuse, refuse. We have subject, subject, object, object. Many such words like that. Record, record. These words fall under a special category. As a noun, they will be stressed on the first syllable. As a verb, they will be stressed on the second syllable. But then we have another special category of some of these words like this. That whether as a noun or as a verb, they are always stressed on the first syllable. For example, I like this word, access. How do we pronounce that word? So, can somebody try to use that word as a verb? Can you try to use that word as a verb? Hey, English scholars are not in the house. That word, use it as a verb. access. Yes, in a sentence. Use it as a verb in a sentence.
I am access.
That's a noun. As a verb, an action. I want to access. That's exactly my point. You see that you are, when you pronounce that word as a verb, you stress it on the second syllable. Have you been able to access the computer? You are using it as a verb in those cases. And that is actually wrong. That word as a noun and as a verb is stressed on the first syllable. So as a noun, access, access bank. As a verb, it is still access. Have you been able to access, not access? Have you been able to access your phone? Have you been able to access this, access that? There are many more words under that category. There are many more words under that category that they are stressed on the first syllable, but we pronounce them on the second syllable in Nigeria. So, for example, we have the word comment. How would we pronounce that word? comment. Can somebody use it as a verb in a sentence?
Can we comment for this music?
Not mence, ment.
Okay,
As a verb, I want to comment. You are stressing it on the second syllable. Absolutely wrong. Comment. Yes, I want to comment. You come. you comment on something. You comment. Honestly, she is supposed to be ostracized. Ostracized. You should be purged. I'm thinking of even more vocabularies I can use for you. But there are some vocabulary that are going to be too strong for the media. No, for the media. So it is comment. You comment on something. You don't comment. You comment on something. Can I have your comment? I am going to comment, not comment on something. There are many more words like that. And then even this word frequent. Many do not know that that word can be used as both a noun and an adjective. Yes, it can be used as both a noun and as an adjective. So, for example, we can have as a verb or as an adjective, which is the most common one. You can have frequent. Do you come? No, as an adverb is frequently. As a verb, frequent. As an adjective, frequent. Are you frequent? Will you be frequent? Stress on the first syllable. But as a verb, many can't even use that word as a verb. As a verb, the word will be stressed on the second syllable. So that is frequent. Frequent. So frequent as in, you can have an example such as, do you frequent the hospital? As a verb, it means to go somewhere often. So again, every now and then, it is very, very important. Very, very important that we are able to use a variety of words to express ourselves, to make sure that we are achieving clarity, achieving eloquence, clear pronunciation, and just as the focus of this speech has been, the right stress and intonation in our communication. All of these are very, very important. So it's very important that we keep all of this in mind even as we continue speaking to the word. Remember, we are not just talking on a global level. We are talking and speaking on an international level. And as such, our words, our language, our expression must now reflect all of these. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can all agree that from the speech we have learnt something very important, something very vital, and I believe we can say truly, moving forward, there are some words, there are some pronunciations that henceforth when you want to pronounce them, you are going to remember that Dr. T said it is like this or it is like that. There are some words like that that you must be able to say that you now know the correct pronunciation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One of such words is that it's not shawarma, it is shawarma. Yes, we've already said that several times. It is shawarma. I believe even after the attempt, when you want to buy it, you say, bros, I want to buy shawarma. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much excited, delighted, and pleased, as many of us already are for obvious reasons, that as we believe we have marked a historic point in this quest, I would now like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, how many of us know the footballer by the name Asisat Oshoala?
Yes.
What's the meaning of that? Someone is looking at me.
The biggest footballer.
Okay, Agba is big. Okay, all right. I used to do some work for DHL. I used to do a lot of work with their sales team year on year, centered around performance. I think I had that program with them for about 4 years back to back. We started with from good to great. And after we did from good to great, no, we started with build to last. After we did build to last, we went to going from good to great. And after good to great, because they were so high performing in nature, boy, those guys at DHL were something else. They could get the results. Whatever goals, targets that they had set for them, they were so driven, so motivated, so focused that year on year they delivered results. And then the third session I had with them was titled, because by then they had reached the top of their performance. Just like you use the Agbabola. They have become Agbabolas in that space, in that field. No one could match them. So the third year, They asked me to come and talk to them again. What do you say to people who have already heeded your first two instructions to get to a certain peak? And that year when I showed up to ask them one question. And that question, that theme that year was titled, After Everest, What Next? Which was to say, we are at the top of our game. After this, what next? And I remember someone jokingly making a statement that, look, okay, now you finished delivering all the parcels everywhere. Where next? Are you going to go to the moon? DHL to the moon to deliver parcels. And in one of my sessions with them, I shared the concepts that I believe is so important and is relevant to what we're doing on this quest. I shared the concept of the detractors discount. That in a world like ours, and how many of you know that we live in an unfair world? I hope you know. There's no perfection. You cannot have maximum fairness. In a space such as this, only overwhelming performance guarantees outcomes. Only overwhelming performance guarantees outcomes. And so in 2016, they were voting for the prize of the African Female Footballer of the Year. Typically, you have what? Pundits, coaches, experts in the business of football cast their ballots from country to country. So maybe in Nigeria, we could have 10 officials vote for your top 5 or top 10 players. And when the results came out, they discovered that year, please, can you check who won African Female Footballer of the Year 2016? Please confirm, check your devices. The African Female Footballer of the Year 2016, 10 years ago. Assistant Oshona. Usually after the votes and the announcement, they release the voting pattern. That year, a good number of the Nigerians who were eligible to vote, guess what? Guess, did not vote for her. Think about it. They did not vote for her. Yet, she won. Now, don't get me wrong. Everyone is free. Every expert was free to vote, whichever way they deemed fit. But naturally, you probably have expected that charity must what? Begin at home. But she won. It was a source of controversy back then. Many persons were labeled as being unpatriotic. I do not think that that was fair on them, because everyone, every expert, every pundit has a right to analyze and say, this is how or whom I think should be number 1, number 2, number 3. And out of the Nigerian bloc, she didn't get a lot of votes. But guess what? She still won. Why? It is learning that in life is not fair. life will be unfair to you from time to time. Why? Because it's not a perfect world. There are no perfect systems. The only person that will ever be fair, because it is in his nature, it is part of his essence, is who? 100%. But in an imperfect world, if you truly want to get anything done, it is important that you factor in what I call the detractors discount. Earlier on, I introduced my mentor party to one of my mentors. I also have another mentor by the name Sam Ohaboa, Mazi Sam Ohaboa. Mazi Sam Ohaboa retired as the chief executive of Nemeth. How many of you know Nemeth Pharmaceuticals here? Have you heard of Nemeth? Or you've heard of Pfizer? Nemeth in Nigeria used to be Pfizer. So many years ago, well over 20 years ago, I had an interview with him. It was successful achievement driven. Tell me, sir, how were you able to navigate all of the challenges to get to where you are today? And he said, Ubong, as a young salesman, whenever I was given a target to bring in 10, I always worked to ensure that I delivered 15. I needed to hedge against fate. Fate here meaning F-A-T-E, not faith. Grammarian, I hope I got that correct. But fate. Don't worry, I used to come first in English. I was probably the very best student back in secondary school, then in English. But then when you come back into Nigeria fully and everyone is speaking it and mixing it up, you will definitely catch some of that cold in terms of language. And he said, I always delivered 15 instead of the 10 because I knew that my head of sales would say, no, Mazi, I asked you to deliver 10, you deliver 10. That 10 can't be all yours because 2 out of the places you went to were my contacts. I gave them to you. And that reduces to what? 8. Can you see what happens? And by the time you score him, he would end up under delivering or underperforming. And instantly I picked up that principle to always hedge against faith. Always run up the scores, run up your scores, because life is brutal, business is brutal, the operating spaces in which we find ourselves will not always go the way you plan, will not always go according to what you have estimated or what you have put in place. And so it is on the basis of that, because what I've come to do essentially, and I'll be very brief, at least ensure that within 10 minutes, I hope I've done up to 5 minutes already, is to essentially ring in the clock. Ring in the clock, and for us to mark this moment in this very place and to recognize it for what it is. We know that the current Guinness World Record for the speech marathon for team is what? 127 hours, yes? How many minutes?
31 minutes.
31 minutes and how many seconds? 43 seconds. So we are what? 7-8 minutes away. And so once we get to that point, whoever, somebody has to be our watchman, you let me know. I can barely see the timer from here. I want us to acknowledge it for what it means and to draw inspiration from it for what it has to become. So the principle of the detractors discount, title of my speech, so you can put it down. The principle of the detractors discount dash run up your numbers. In anything you set your mind to do, understand that there are factors that you will never be able to control. They will be there. You can call it the X factor, the H factor, whatever it is. You must factor it into your plans, call it contingency, what have you. They will be there. You must then give yourself enough room, enough space, enough latitude to ensure that when the dust settles, your performance will not be underwhelming. Because of our A students, what are we to do? Students. You know what you've got to learn is that no lecturer is willing to you've answered nicely, perfectly, and best can all of the questions. Me, even as a teacher, who teaches speaking, no matter how you perform, I'm still going to pick some holes. Think about it. Always a discount. It belongs to the detractor. You must be at discount. I want you to know that there's always a discount to every effort, every investment of effort, every investment of time, every investment of resources. There will always be a discount in your quest. Another quest by we're talking now applicational techniques. Surviving for thriving. That discount belongs to the detractor. So you must learn to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and you must learn to render unto the detractor what belongs to the detractor. Rather than complaining. You know, in Nigeria we have a very formal pidgin expression. We talk bad words. Bad belly people. It's a pidgin for people or individuals or circumstances that we cry against for not either meaning well or not enabling or working against us. That's part of life. That's part of life. So before you set out, ensure you make ample provision for the detractors' discount. D squared. It must be in your equation. If it's a power situation, you must make ample provision for the detractors' discount. I mean, the owners of the power could show up tomorrow and they take down the cables. We don't know. The fuel could become scarce tomorrow morning to power generators. We don't know. The sun or the weather may become overcast tomorrow when we would have needed to rely on solar. We don't know. So you've got to ask yourself, have I factored in my detractors discount? And please take note, it is not being negative, because there are people who live in this lullaby of a world of idealism. No, it's not being negative. I want us to understand this clearly. It's being intentional. So let's look at what we have in this hall right now. It's 11 p.m. Many of our peers and colleagues and friends are asleep. When we started the partnership with the NYSC, we had over 150 core members. I remember so many people telling me, that's too many, it's going to be chaotic. How will you cope? I said, no, I must factor in the detractors discount. I must guarantee the detractors discount, and this is Nigeria. I know my people, especially this younger generation. It's too many. We're going to have what, 3 sessions? I said, no problem. What over 150? I ask you, how many core members do we have as the last one standing? Are you up to 20? So you can imagine the huge discount. You know, when they give you a discount, you ask for a discount, they say 5% discount, 10% discount. At best, has anyone ever given you a 70% discount? If they give you a 70% discount on an item, even when they are doing clearance sales, will you not raise questions? You will not. Because it's no longer a discount. It's a countdown, eh? Okay, you're doing countdown. It's no longer a discount. The detractors discount is usually very huge. I want you to understand that. And significant. So out of the over 150, take a look at our witnesses. Out of the over what? 1,000 that we reach out to, we managed to get. How many do we have on the WhatsApp group? 73. How many have showed up? Not up to 20. And we've got to give it up for our witnesses here. Please, let's applaud them because they've done a yeoman's job. So when you hear many are called, few are chosen. The detractors discount. Are we doing a countdown? Okay. So, we can effectively say that as things stand now, right here at the School of Eloquence in Ikoyi, Lagos, that from efforts we have put in place so far, we are now past the current Guinness World Record because it's still current until ours is announced. But here's the point I'm making. Coming to speak at this seminal moment to ring or to bring in this clock is not necessarily for us to celebrate. The concept and the philosophy of the detractor discount. Because tomorrow they could say that Dr. T, you did linguistics, you were doing shawarma, and you did it 2 times. The one that you did for 2, shawarma, the one that you did for... So the one that you did for 2 hours, we are reducing it. Where will it take us to? Talk to me.
126.
It drops us. They could say... Please, what's his name again? The man in blue. Portuguese, my Portuguese teacher. Who told you to spend 3.5 hours? What can you even say himself? No, that's it. What is happening? The detractor has come and it must collect his discounts. So the best way to live, they could look and say, Dean, what is it? What is it you are even saying? Your topics are not clear. The tractor, remove that one he did for 2 hours. Can you see what's happening? It's like you're on a treadmill. You're not going further. You just keep moving. You're trying to move further ahead. The force is taking you back. This is life. I've not been around for too long, but in over 2.5 decades I've been involved with life as an entrepreneur, as a professional, as a solution provider, private, public sectors, corporate work, individual work, I have come to understand that you pay a toll for success. You pay a toll for any accomplishment. And so the only solution to the detractors discount is to run up your numbers. Is to run up your numbers. So if you are thinking I was coming for us to acknowledge and ring in the accomplishment, no. I've only come to say we are just about to start. We're just about to start. And this is a philosophy that has guided me all throughout the years. And that's why I believe that there's always a healthy dose of paranoia in the minds of very high achievers. There has to be. What could possibly go wrong? How prepared am I? It could go wrong. Am I ready to orient and adjust? Anyone who challenges you, who says by way of a motivational speech that come on, go at it, do it, all is well, you're going to get there, and does not ground you the realities of functional execution, doesn't serve you well. Yes, we are motivated, we are charged, but we are also level-headed and clear-cut in our minds, because we know there is always likely going to be a detractor, and they come for a discount, and that discount is not cheap. That discount is not small. It is usually huge, significant. In fact, let me interest some of you. I told you I studied biology education. I told you I graduated with a third class. Now, in my final year, or in my second year, we took a course called Chemistry 101. Chemistry 101. It was not what you call, you have electives. What are the categories of courses you have? I've forgotten all those things. It was not a core course for someone who was studying education as a major with biology, but you have to do Chemistry 101. So, all of us from my department, biology education, went for the course, and 80% of us failed at 100 level. So we had to carry it over. 200 level, those of us that carried it over, we took it again, and practically everybody failed. And you needed that course to graduate, and it was a second semester course. You know what it means? A second semester course you fail is tantamount to what? Extra year, not even extra semester. So after that, I just switched off. I just abandoned it, to be very honest, because I wasn't cut out for it. I always tell people, the only reason I roughed it out, toughed it out for those 4 years, then add the ASU strike of 1 year, 5 years at the University of Illinois, was very simple. My parents, because I knew that if I did not go through school and graduate, it would break their hearts. It could even kill them. I knew my parents. They were very fragile. It meant the world to them. So that was my motivation. Do whatever you can. Do your stuff on campus, but show up for your tests. Show up for your exams. Score your 40s. I was just pragmatic. I had other dreams I was pursuing. I've always been a dreamer. I like to dream big dreams, as you can see. Everyone has said, this is crazy. Why would you do this? Today, all the guests that came in, I'm like, look, but you know this is insane. And I said, well, sometimes I think that way. When we got to my final year, and they were collating the results, thankfully, NYSC had released the list, the posting, and I saw my name. Wow, there was excitement. People were happy for me. I was posted to Lagos, so we're just getting ready to come back. And I went to the office. My results were not complete. Inside me, I knew. You know that feeling. You will know where your bones are buried. So they went round, got the rest of the results, and then one result was missing, the final piece, chemistry 101. It was judgment time. I knew. You know, when you are guilty as charged, you stand before that judge, you know that except mercy speaks on your behalf, you shall be sentenced. My HOD, I remember him, Dr. Daramola, then said to me, all right, we have all your results. It's still chemistry 101, so you got to, from Faculty of Education, I had to do what, a 15-minute trek, University of Ilorin then, to science department. And then the school had closed then, students were not there, we had only come back for our results. So I took that long walk. I don't know whether to call it a long walk to freedom, but it was a long walk. Not knowing my feet, but I knew what had befallen me. So I got to the chemistry department, the whole place was quiet, like a graveyard. But on getting to the HOD's office, the lights were on. So I knocked. An elderly gentleman opened the door. It was my professor. It was the chemistry, the HOD of chemistry, Professor Meshubi. I remember his name. And when he opened the door, he said, young man, what do you want? I said, sir, I'm a final year student. I've just been called up, but my results are not complete. This course is outstanding. I'm from Faculty of Education. My program is biology education. So he got up, you know how profs can be, especially when they are elderly, with their glasses, grey hair, and began to lift files, one after the other, until he found the file and flipped through. What's your department again? Checked. What's your matric number? Checked. When he saw it, he got to a point, AC and Ubon, you took this course in 100 level. You scored 27, and you carried it over again, and that's he was telling me the story. You failed it again, year 2. But here's the point I'm making. And he looked at me and said, you failed it, you scored 35. And this 35 was after the chemistry department decided to let you all go by giving you guys 25 marks. I want you to understand. Do you get the picture I'm painting? I still scored 35. So he brought out his red pen, signed the letter, 35, and sealed my fate. Instantly, I was staring at an extra year. It was a second semester course, every other course. For me, that's why it's so important. One of my next speeches is going to be about the education system in Nigeria. I had no business studying chemistry in the university. I had no business studying engineering in the university. In fact, I had no business doing sciences from my SS1, but I was a science student. I did physics, chemistry, biology. I had no business. I should have been doing what? History, commerce, literature. But you see, the educational system missed me when it mattered most. So imagine the thousands, if not millions of others that were missed. It was somebody's job to say, no way, you're not doing, no matter how brilliant you think you are, this is where you're going. This is where your strengths align. So I found myself struggling. At a point I wasn't too interested. So he signed in red and gave me the envelope. He said, you may take this, sealed it very well. No hanky-panky. He said, please take this back to Dr. Daramola, your HOD. This is your result. See, naturally I'm someone, I don't like to beg. I don't know how to beg people. I don't know how to plead. I'm just that kind of person. You can see all that we're doing here. I'm not someone who likes to go out of my way to say, look, we're doing this. It's just not my style. I just believe that if I want to do anything, whatever the obligation is, if I'm ordering for a meal, if I've ordered for a project, I've got to find a way to pay for it first. Now, that doesn't mean that I can't call for backup. But first things first, I've always, as a young entrepreneur, always bootstrapped things. From my NYC allowance, 1,600, finding creative ways to use it to start a publishing business. There has got to be a way. I've always had that mentality, and it's what I tell you young ones to understand, to imbibe, so that you're not overly reliant or banking on somebody who is banking on somebody. Start with what you have. Do the most you can right where you are, and God has a way of opening up the resources, of making that little in your hand to serve a higher purpose. Handed it over to me, I could not, in fact, I was like a lamb led to the slaughter. I could not even say a word. I received the letter and turned to open the door to leave. As I opened the door to step out, I heard the voice of that same old man. He said, young man, hold on. And he said, let your HOD know, if this is the only course remaining for you to graduate, and it's not a core course, let them write officially and we will upgrade it. So I took another long walk, 15-minute walk, whether it was to freedom or to the unknown, I had no clue. Back to my faculty, the education department, University of Ilorin, and I handed the envelope over to my HOD. He opened it with his team around because we were trying to compute to give me a letter to say you can leave for your NYSC. He opened it, 35. Brought out his red pen to fill it into the master sheets. It was about to I said, sir, hold on. Baba, hold on. Professor Mishibi says, if this is the only course remaining for me to graduate, that it doesn't make sense a second semester course. It is not a core course that you should write for an official upgrade. He said, was that what he said? I said, yes, sir, that's what he said. They called the secretary. All right, do the letter. Let's see. They did the letter. They gave it back to me. But this time it was a long walk to freedom. In fact, it was a short walk, a short run to freedom. You know, when you see your salvation in front of you, the energy, I was racing like everything in my life depended on it. 5 minutes I was there, sweating. Because I said, let me not wait, and the man has closed for the day. What happens? I got there, he opened the letter, brought out his blue pen, approved. See, when you talk about let my people go, I am let my people go. I am an embodiment. My case was that of let my people go. It was by a mighty hand. And that's why I tell people that I'm just a product of God's grace, because in the first instance, I wasn't supposed to be studying those courses. I had no business at all. I I was a journalist, a media practitioner for 3 of my 4 years at the University of Ilorin, speaking to people, inspiring people, writing articles. By day, yes, by day, because I hardly went for my lectures. That's the truth. Because it didn't make sense to me. My only mission was, can I score my 40s? Can I score my 40s? I think that God has given me the grace enough to photocopy the notes. When it's time for the tests and exams, I can write enough to get my 40s. And that's just what I did. And interestingly, if I had applied myself a little bit more, I probably would have come out with a 2, because I was just like maybe 0.2 degrees away from a second class lower. But it didn't matter. It has not defined me. That's the point I'm making. But you see, today I speak to PhD holders. I mean, there's no audience I cannot address. There's no group I cannot communicate to, engage with, based on my field of expertise. It doesn't mean you stop learning. I mean, at some point I went to the University of Lagos to do a postgraduate diploma program in mass comm to fulfill all righteousness. And that's why you see, it's always important to know which track you want to follow. When I came out of university, I just followed a certification track. And that's why I have the highest held certification in professional speaking in the whole of West and Central Africa. It's work. It took 6 years of work. And over 20 years, it's exactly 20 years since I joined the global body. You have to choose your track. But what is most important is the lesson from this. In anything you do, remember this. Do not take faith or life for granted. Ensure that you budget sufficient amount of time, of energy, of resources, of focus, of attention to pay or to offset the detractors' discounts, to guarantee you safe passage to whatever goals or aspirations you seek. It's a very important principle. And so as we now commence the actual speaking marathon, because we're just starting, what we've done for the past 5 days is just warming up. We now understand the terrain. We understand what it takes. We understand the cycles of night and day, how to adjust ourselves. We now understand how to expand our speeches, how to enrich our messages. We now have a feel for the entire experience. And in the daytime, we'll have, like we did today, a lot of the VIPs coming to speak for us to learn and grow. And at night, we show up, speech after speech, thought after thought. If you need water, you take a sip. Do what it takes to stay awake. Ensure we have not less than 10. And you can see the application of the detractors discount. Can't you see it on the wall there? Can you see it on the wall? I saw that Mrs. Ngozi Ochuba, who came in to speak in the morning, was so paranoid about 12. I was laughing. When I got up, I knew that we had about 10 people left. She was pulling me back. No, you can't get up. Can't you see it's 12? I smiled. I just sat down. I said, this woman must not know what we are up against. Always make accommodation for your detractors. They have a right to speak against you. They have a right to vote against you. It is their choice. Don't take things personal. Asisat Oshola did not take it personal. She played her football so well that year that the Egyptians came and voted for her en masse. The Tanzanians came and voted for her en masse. The Ivorians voted for her en masse. All over the African map, she was overperforming. The typical Nigerian would have said, at least my people, I know my home roots. Oh sure, you know what I'm talking about? Oh sure, you sure? She said, I am not taking any chances because I also know what my people are capable of. Let me spread my performance. Let me expand my input. Let me run up the numbers. I want to guarantee the outcome because we live in an unfair world. We live in an unstable environment where we don't have all of the controls. We don't. Let's do all that we can do, all that we should do. Position ourselves appropriately. Position ourselves accordingly. Run up the numbers. So we said, microphone, button exchange, silence will be for how many seconds? 10 seconds. So what were we doing? We provided a detractor's discount of how many seconds? 20 seconds. Think about it, just to get to the part of success. He said, okay, all speeches should average a minimum of how many minutes? 20 minutes. Imagine if we were just doing the 5 minutes. Imagine if we had started by announcing 5 minutes. And look at our numbers. You're doing 5 minutes. And it takes a 4-hour cycle before you can reappear. Have you not seen our faith from day one? So imagine when we started, the way we started, we didn't start on time. We were here already by 8 a.m., 9 a.m. We didn't start until 3:30. All of those challenges, we navigated it. We were able to figure it out. And here we are. From Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we're still standing. It's because we have ensured that we respect the detractor. Yes, the detracting circumstances, and guarantee that the budget for their discounts is available to pay them. We never know. We could finish all this and they could keep on discounting whatever it is. Let them, if they want to even discount 10 days. You know what I'm talking about? We're still standing. Not that will happen, but you know what? Let's not bet on it. So I want to charge you all. I first of all must thank you for the courage you've shown, for the resilience you've shown. Every one of you here has demonstrated that you are up for the fight. And I consider myself very privileged to be leading you into this. Yes, I really consider myself very privileged to be leading you into this, despite the many ups and downs from last year's training to the rehearsal sessions. And look where we are. Look at what we can become together. Together. Look at what we can become. Earlier in the afternoon, I started signing off on we call it the Certificate of Historic Participation, which every one of us here will have at the end of this exercise. And it served as a seminal moment of inspiration for me in particular. And it's to encourage all of us. Let's roll up our sleeves because we have only just begun. We've tested the field. We've practiced enough. Do your research. Expand the quality of your material. Share ideas whenever you're together. Bounce some ideas from one another or on one another. And then let's take this thing to the next level. To the next level. I know that from tomorrow there will be some noise in the media of a possible new Guinness World Record attempt. We will take that. Every publicity is good publicity. Tomorrow we'll have a meeting with the adjudicators who are tracking and probably hearing my speech. I hope they will use the message of detractors discount to start looking for what they can detract, or subtract. But for us is to challenge ourselves to now formally, fully tell ourselves that we are starting. We've only just begun. So now that we are beginning, because all we have been doing so far has been to practice our way to this level. It's now my honor, who is our next speaker, to hand this over. Take this and know that this is a fresh chapter. We are just beginning. And you have the privilege to restart in a manner of speaking. For us, it is a restart. For Guinness World Record, our speeches are continuing because we said 20 days. And that's how far we need to go. And when we are done, I'm sure the world will know that a small group of unknown faces, unknown voices from Nigeria served as the core to deliver a new Guinness World Record for the longest public speaking marathon.
Good morning, everybody. I equally want to consider myself privileged to be to be the first person after we've broken the record to continue from where we have stopped. I consider it a very great privilege. And if you didn't take anything at all from what Dean just said, I want you to take away just that phrase. Is it a phrase now? Our English teacher will correct us if it's not a phrase. That detractors discount. Very important. I think we should always calculate for that. So widely, I think sometimes why many of us fail in life is because we didn't calculate that distractors discount. I believe if we've duly calculated everything to some extent, by the time they will take away whatever they need to take away, either by right or by force or by some illegal means, I think we should still have been able to catch up. So henceforth, what we need to prepare individually is what he has called the distractors discount. So this morning I'm talking on the very important topic, the sick child in the dying world. That's my topic. The sick child in the dying world. Now, I didn't say a sick child in a dying world. I said the sick child, which means it's particular, it's definite. The sick child in the dying world. The world there also, it's equally a definite word, which means there's a particular world that I'm talking about. So I'm talking about the sick child in the dying world. Now, before I start at all, I want to say that my first degree was on children. I studied early childhood education. That's my first degree. So I think to some extent, I am qualified to say anything about children that I think should be used. Now, when we talk about a sick child in the dying world, there is something here that is very important for us to look at. Number one is the child that is sick. And number two, the child that is sick is in the world that is dying. It's like two dead bodies trying to enter one coffin. A child is sick, is living in a world that is dying. Which means even if we heal the child, and the world whereby the child is living is not healed, he is still jeopardy. So we are living in a world whereby the children are dying, and the world in which the children are living, the world is sick. And if at all we believe anything, we believe that the environment of someone, including children, has a long way to interfere whatever it is they are doing. And imagine you raising up a child in the world that the child is dying. Then how can the child cope? If he can cope, how can he continue? If he can continue, how can you guarantee where the child will end? The sick child in the dying world. And sometimes we come to believe that why do we have sick children in the world today? And I want you to know that the problem is not the problem. The children are not the problem, or the child is not the problem. The problem is the problem. When we are able to separate the child from the problem, we can now understand where the problem is coming from and how we can actually tackle the problem, solve the problem, so we can have a world where we have things that we can be proud of. And in every generation, we have always believed something. People believe that every problem in a generation is either accidental or isolated, or the problem is exaggerated. Every nation or every generation or every dispensation believe that. They believe that the problem currently we are facing in this generation, you see that the problem is isolated, you see that the problem is accidental, or you see that some people believe that those problems are just exaggerated. Maybe sometimes we say the media just want to say something about it. Maybe sometimes we believe that the media just want to use that singular problem probably to create a narrative so that they can be able to narrate something and give it to the rest of us. But one thing we must understand is that it's not accidental. It's not in isolation. Neither is it exaggerated. But dispensationally, by dispensation, values have been eroded. From this dispensation that has gone before us, values have been eroded. And because values have been eroded, little by little, some values were being edited out, while some new values, which are not values per se, were actually given. And that is one of the things that we are working with in the world that we are living today. Now, the pattern is this: there are some things that were missing in this generation, which this generation is not the beginning where those things are actually got missing. And one thing there is that it's actually a chain. It's a chain of reaction. And we are living today with the result of that chain of reaction. What are those chain of reaction? Number one, we have the loss of innocence. We have the innocence lost. We have the authority lost. We also have the love lost. We have the joy lost. We have the hope lost. And then we have the morality and also the stability lost. Now, I will take them generation by generation, starting from 1950 up until 2020. And I need you to work with me there. Probably if you are a teacher, I know everyone here, we may not all have children, but I believe at some point you will want to have children. And if you are listening, or if you'll be listening later, you may not have children now, but you will want to have children at some point in time. And one thing that keeps me awaking at night is I wouldn't want to call it fear, but at the same time I can't really place it if I've chosen not to call it fear. Or is the thought that by the time you and I will start giving birth to children, one thing is that what type of world are we going to give those children? Like, what type of world, or what kind of world are we going to birth those children into? What type of world are we going to birth those children into? Because the type of world we'll birth them into has a lot of things to do about their lives. With the state of our country now, and then with the state of everything happening around us, one thing we need to understand is that whatsoever it is that is happening today did not just start today, and is not going to end today. Our ability is that we must be ready, and we must be willing to learn how to deal with them, to learn how to challenge them, to learn how to get by, and to learn how to, in our dean's phrase, prepare for the distractors' discount. Because even on the lives of children, a time will come, a distractor will come seeking for his discount. And at that point in time, if you don't have anything to pay, what they will take away from you is not just the death of children. If it is the death, the pain can just come and leave. But you will see a child living and you are wishing that this child is actually dead. Because you are not happy that this child is not exhibiting what I've invested inside him or her. Now, in 1950s, that was when innocence was traded for independence. In 1950s, 51 to 1959, that was when innocence was traded for independence. At this point in time, kids were without formation. because the Second World War had just ended, and as a result of that Second World War, there was a boom in prosperity, which means everybody was busy. Everybody was busy because of the boom that came with the economy. So kids were left without formation because cars were now giving people freedom where you can't travel to because of the war. You can easily travel to that place. And there is something about freedom. Freedom without discipline is vice. Sometimes we see people that will say, I just want to be free. I just want to be free. When I was serving a few years back, I saw a guy there. I met a guy. Okay, let me call him a friend. I met him then. So the first time I saw him, he was without dread. Our next CDS, when he was coming, he came with dread. Okay, was it dread? Okay, yes. I think yes, he came with dread. Now, my problem is not the dread. My problem wasn't with the dread. My problem was, why the dread? So I asked him, I said, guy, wow, why do you choose to go dread? My problem, remember, it's not the dread. My problem was the reason why the dread. And here was what he said. He said, I now have freedom to do what I can do with my life. Because when I was with my parents, I was not free. Now, as simple as that thing could be, we can say, okay, no problem, wow. We can just gyrate within that, wow. But anyway, of course, you are now free. But the problem there is, when he was with his parents, he felt he was under a particular bondage, under a particular, maybe spell, that he couldn't do what he wants to do. But now that he's free, he can do whatever it is he wants to do with his life, because at the end of the day, his life is his life. But then, that is not enough reason to do dread. Because freedom without discipline, without boundary, is vice. The most freest person in life, if there's any word like that, the freest person in life is a madman. Because he's free and he doesn't have boundary. He can pull his clothes at any point in time. He can do whatever he wants to do with his body at any point in time. No shame. That is freedom without vice. But if of a truth you are free, there is true freedom comes with discipline. It comes with its own boundary. But in the year 1950s, when this boom came after the World War, after the end of the Second World War, there were a lot of freedom. The adults were free to move out. The children were free to move out. The teenagers were free to move out. So people were moving out into places, doing things. Money was everywhere. Children were left without formation. That was a time of independence. But the independence came and took away the innocence of the children. Now when I say innocence, it's not a gender-based innocence. Probably a girl's virginity, not that innocence. But innocence that is attached to someone's value, attached to discipline, attached to someone to be committed to something, attached to someone to be able to say no when he wants to say no, and to say yes when he wants to say yes, to his own personal conviction and value. The innocence of the children were taken away from them, and parental influence became weak. The parent is free to smoke, the child is free to smoke. Both of them are smoking. Now, okay, if we are both smoking, then how dare you tell me my smoking is bad, yours is not bad? Which means parental influence was weakened. As a result of the weakness in the parental influence, children became wayward. Remember, all through these years, as a result of the war, they've been inside. By the time true freedom will come, they were wild outside there. They were looking for independence. They want to be free. And the freedom came and took away their innocence. Also, music during that time started shaping identity. People who were singing, the purpose of the music was just to shape identity. Because everybody really wants to know what it looks like out there. How is your own country feeling? How many people were born over there? People were now shaping identity. Somebody was speaking at the other time, and then she mentioned a particular record label in Nigeria, YBNL label, a fantastic label in Nigeria. But I want you to know that if you're in a generation, the moment a word is created, habit is created, character is created, and some people are expected to act those things out. YBNL means Yahoo Boy No Laptop. Now, if that is what that means, if you have listened to the song he sang earlier when he was still coming out, you know where he mentioned that YBNL, whatever. Now, if that is the true meaning, and you keep on singing songs like that, there was a particular song of his where he mentioned that if you followed Olamide for a very long time, I used to listen to his song, so if you follow him for some time, you hear where he used those lines. Now, using those lines, he may not be a Yahoo boy, but because that singular line rhymes with what he was doing then, when a child hears it, one thing will be like, okay, since Yahoo boy no laptop, which means I don't really need laptop to do Yahoo. That is the simplest, the literal meaning of that thing. So even though he doesn't have laptop, the seed to do it is already planted, waiting for the day you will have access to laptop or any phone, so he can start his own online business, in quotes, because it's now online business. But now, where am I going to? As at the 1950s, music was shaping identity, and part of the words that were used in the music were shaping people's character. It was giving people a different identity. It was giving people a different orientation about life, about school, about morality, about sex, about boys, about girls, about guns, about drugs, and about what they say on a daily basis. Because somebody just woke up one morning, look at the sky, how blue the sky is, look at the backside of a lady, both the backside of a lady and the sky, put everything together, go to the studio, take one rap of whatever they want to take, and then the sound came out, forgetting that that song is shaping the identity of a child somewhere. Now that child, after 18 years, gave birth. What value is he going to give to that child? It's what he has learned. So the problem is not something that started today. The problem is not something that started today. It has been, and to some extent it will continue to be until we stand up to change the narrative. So the next time you listen to a song, understand that the song you are listening to, not just song you are listening to, any line that is common with you, you have the tendency of acting it out, either subconsciously, either in your thoughts, either in your head, either in your mind at some point. That is why sometimes when you have somebody who is a bad example, but out of that bad example, he made a right quote. When you are quoting it among adults, you can quote it. Adults can sieve, like they can sieve in between the line. But if you're among children, among kids, just say it. Don't mention names, because children will go and look for it. And whatever they see in that person, because uncle has quoted it, because my mom mentioned that thing, they will they believe that, okay, you two, you are listening to this person. That person is your role model, and on the long run become our own role model. In 1950s, all these things were what were happening then. My dad was not born in 1950, he was born in 1957, so which means I wasn't even born as at this time. But then we have to sit down to look back into history, what has happened. The world we have today that we are complaining, is today the first time the world is being altered? Is today the first time the world's reality is being altered? Of course not, but then it has been. Now coming to the year 1960s, that was when authority was questioned, but nothing could replace it. Authority of parents, authority of institution, it was questioned, but nothing could replace it. Now in the year 1950s, the parent authority was weakened. In the year 1960, because it's already weakened, they could question it. Authority of parents were weakened. It was so weak. Authority of the parents, authority of institution, authority of mention it was weakened. And because it was weakened, people, children most especially, began to question it. And that was when this thing came up, civil rights movement. Everybody now have rights. I've got rights. Children has rights. Youth has rights. Adults has rights. And of course they do have rights. And also, there was now anti-war protest because of what has happened. Anti-war protest. Okay, now the war has ended. Who are those who committed some war crime? Let's look into it. Anti-war protest was also on. Remember, the parent influence institution, school is already weakened, which means a child can leave home because he's going to go and protest, and the parents will say sit, and he will not even hear anything because the parent influence and authority is already weak. Now look at when you see a child who is rebellious today, you will think, I don't know, maybe he's following new friends. It's not just now, it has been from 1960. Not just from 1960, from 1950, when parents, because of the boom in the economy, money came, and then their children were free. Also, there was now question of power, morality, and people's responsibility. But the first thing that happened in 1960 was the fact that the parent authority was losing, like they were questioned. See, sometimes I believe it is better to doubt something than to destructively question it. When you doubt something, you still have some 50-50 faith in it. For example, my dad said he's going to come to my birthday party. Last year he came. No, last 2 years he came. Last year he didn't come. This year I'm doubting. There's possibility he will come or he may not come. Now, when it comes to questioning him, it means that I said, my dad, he will never come. That sentence is very assertive. It's not asking question. But that sentence, even though it's not having a question mark, but then I have placed a question on the responsibility and the integrity of my dad to show up, which means he will never show up. So sometimes I say that it's better to doubt something than to question it destructively. You ask some constructive questions to get the right answer. But when those questions are now destructive, you start having something else. So it was during this time, parents were questioned, and the question came on morality. Remember, music was part of the influence in the 1950s. Now in 1960, it has now become so gross that even parent influence is now questioned, and morality is now out of the window. We now have a generation whereby children has learned more about sex than more about life. If you are a teacher, you understand better. Children have learned more about some styles you don't know. Those children know it. They have learned more about sex than more about life, because love to them is now transactional. You bring your food to school in the morning, we eat yours together, and then how do you pay back? You pay back with his body. Just touch the front. Maybe nothing is even there, with the hope that something will come there tomorrow. You touch the front of the chest, and then everybody goes home. Because we have a generation that a lot has happened to them, and we feel it's just happening today, not knowing that the seed has been planted so many years ago, and there is no way we can actually try to redeem them from their future. All in the name of something happened. A prosperity came that we couldn't control. You see, sometimes the next level of someone's stupidity is embedded in their wealth tomorrow. They cannot act stupid now because they are poor. But by the time that money comes, the first thing they will do is the stupidity and the foolishness that is locked down in them. That is locked down in them. Let me give you a good example. If you are somebody, sorry for this, if you are somebody that watch porn and you have 5 MB now, you can't really use it. Number one, aside from the fact that it's not enough, you could also do some messages on WhatsApp. But should I say God now? But let God bless you or blesses you with 50 gig. Prosperity has come. You will lose your mind, and that's where you are going to. Sometimes that your father doesn't have 2 wives, it's because he's not rich enough. If God has blessed him, by tomorrow morning, you already have a stepmother. You already have a stepmother. Why you cannot look at your friends eyeball to eyeball and ask them some kind of foolish question is because you've not changed that phone in your hand. The day you change that phone in your hand, you start asking them some kind of stupid questions. So this same prosperity that is making some of us lose our head today. We are not just the first person. It happened to our forefathers in 1950s. Prosperity came. They didn't just lose their integrity, they lost their children, which means they lost our parents. The parent that gave birth to our parents. Imagine now, my dad was born in 1957. He died in 2015. 2015. No, I think, is it November or December? November also. Which means that he was part of the first generation that I'm talking about. When money came, their fathers forgot them. Which means they were brought out without anything to, like, without any care or anything nurturing them. And these are the people that will now stand up today to blame that where was he when his mates were doing all these things. His mates were facing the same problem he faced then. See, to some large extent, this world is messed up. It is now our responsibility to now prepare enough for, in this world, distractors discounts, so that we will have enough to augment for them. Another thing that happened there is that parents, institution, and tradition were now questioned, which means that authority is now found wanting. Imagine in 1960, authority is already what? In question. Nobody cares about anything. And now come to 1970s. This was when self was replaced. If you studied educational psychology, you know when Sigmund Freud came around with this love, that love, self-love, self-actualization. All those things were very beautiful. But remember I said earlier that when you form a word, you've formed a behavior, you formed character, good and bad. For example, the first time that word racial was used or was allowed to be used in that parliament, then what was created? Segregation was created. It was first of all a thought in someone's mind that these people are black, we are white. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? They said, no, don't worry, God created everybody. So he said, okay, no problem. But he nursed it so long enough, he came up with a word for it. And the same day that word came, segregation was bettered. And up until now, there is no way they are going to cancel it until Jesus comes. Because one word was formed. The time, that thing, self-actualization, self-esteem, self-awareness, those things are beautiful. But the day those things were created, the opposite was also created. Because those psychologists feel that, okay, since people are acting this way, let us teach them how to understand themselves. Which means when you now misunderstand yourself, there's also a name for it, which is the opposite of the name which was already created. So there was self-image, self-esteem, self-actualization, self-expression. People were becoming more bold to express themselves. But one thing was that we now shifted from self-actualization, from selfishness to now center on self. Everybody was now on their own because I didn't want to express myself. I didn't want to come out to show people to know. I didn't want to be able to stand before people to speak. To what end? To the end that people can know that you can speak. To the end that the child can know that, okay, I really want to let my classmate know that I can really speak. Even sometime in our prayers, we pray something like, God, give me one. No, God, bless me. To the end that the people can know that there's a God in this life. Self-expression, self-awareness, self-actualization. And it was during this time, like I said earlier, that attention now shifted from love to now sex. So we now come to the year 1970. And during this 1970, what happened there was hope began to fade. Hope began to fade. Hope began to fade because there was now nuclear anxiety. There was now political tension and there was now economic uncertainty. So people refused to plan. Everybody just wants to get something and then they get by. People refuse to plan in big time. Nobody really have time to plan anymore, because why plan for something when tomorrow is not sure? There was now constant fear of death. There was now constant fear of the fear of the unknown, because nobody really wants to die. And people started investigating tomorrow instead of investing tomorrow. How sure is tomorrow? How bright is the future? If we sow today, can we really reap tomorrow? If we sow today, even if we are sure of reaping tomorrow, can we live so long enough to reap tomorrow? okay, if that is the case, then why plan? Let us just live today, tomorrow we die, and then that will be the end of it. Because hope faded. And there's something about life. When we become hopeless, we become cynical, and it is just 1 inch away from paralysis. When we become hopeless, we become cynical, and it is 1 step away from paralysis. I said earlier before in one of my previous speeches that, see, when somebody, that a hope is not part of the factors of production. I said it. But then it's like a grease that aids production. We have land, labor, capital, and then entrepreneur. But then hope is not part of it. But when you are having land, you will have labor, or you have any of those 4 capitals, they hope that the feeling that thing will yield tomorrow is the hope. Now, when you have now lost that hope, that person is now becoming cynical, and being cynical is 1 step away or 1 inch away from paralysis. And at this point in time, we now have a generation whereby people were born into a world of hopelessness because there was anxiety. There's now cold war everywhere. Rumors were now coming up. People were now looking for how just to fight battles. Remember, if you are in Nigeria, okay, those who are in Nigeria at this time, this was just in few years before this time, was done during that civil war, which means the tension of that war is still at hand at this point in time. People were now acting based on the experience from that war. Children were born at this time, and those children will be told the tale of the dread and the fear of the previous years. So people started investigating tomorrow instead of investing tomorrow. In 1990s, when wisdom was replaced by opinion. In 1990, wisdom was replaced by opinion. People now become self-opinionated. Everybody has opinion. Everybody really have something to say about things. It doesn't matter if they are wise or if they are foolish or if they are learned, or everybody just wants to say something. So when wisdom was replaced by opinion was in the year 1990s, and that was when the rise of mass media and the early digital influence. You really want to have something to say, just write a letter. They will help you publish it in the radio or on the television. Tomorrow morning is already out, and people will know how good you are. At this time, even though authority now is in the hands of some few individuals, yet those few individuals have access because they are learned, but they forgot that being educated could still mean that somebody is educated yet illiterate, but they have voice. Their voice were the loudest, and anything they put in the radio is what is how they are going. So at this time, there is now moral clarity become blur. That sense of morality. Remember, in the previous generation, it was already being questioned. Now it's now becoming blurry. The gap between morality and the moral is not clear anymore. People don't really know if this is good or bad. People don't really, because people who were not having the opportunity to air their foolishness before now have access to television and radio. So they can't just go there and just start talking, convincing the people who were even struggling to stand before. And children were part of this generation that were affected. And truth became subjective. When truth becomes subjective, it's a very dangerous line to tread. When truth becomes subjective, which means that everybody now has their individual truth. To you, they will say, okay, by our culture, is right. By my own standard, nothing bad with it. By their own, it is cool. But if truth to everybody is subjective, then we are in a deep hell. When truth becomes subjective, because to me I can be standing and I tell you I'm kneeling down, because to me kneeling down means standing means kneeling down, because we've subjected truth. Sometimes people does not care if anyhow they can bend truth, as long as it serves their own opinion. They can twist it and bend it anywhere as long as it serves their opinion. And for people who are not able to think, for children who are not able to actually see through and not with their eye, they fall that trap. What does it even really mean to see with the eye, or to see through the eye? There are two ways to see things. You can see with your eyes, you can see through your eyes. What does it mean to see with the eye? When you see things this way, of course, everybody here is seeing. You are seeing me, I'm seeing you. I'm seeing with man, you are seeing me. But to really be able to know that beyond this man's smile, there's a narrative behind it. That's why I'm now saying through your eye. You can see through the eye gate to know that with the way this whole thing is going, in the next 50 years, this and this can happen in the world. You are seeing through your eyes, not with just your eye anymore. So in the year 1990s, all these things happened to the children that were born then. And imagine people born in the 1990s. They were born with all these things. Also at this time, right and wrong became negotiable. Right and wrong became negotiable. A child will now do something. For them to correct, it will now be a game of a carrot and stick. If you don't do it anymore, I'm going to give you this. But if you do it again, I won't give it to you. That's not correction. If you don't do it anymore, I won't give it to you. If you do it again, it means you subjected truth to what you feel it should be. To what you feel it should be. See, sometimes anything we don't cure, anything we did not cure in children, they will grow tomorrow to multiply, no matter how small they are. And by the time they multiply, they will not just haunt you as a parent, they will haunt the rest of their generation. For example, when it comes to greed, I didn't know my father was curing greed when we were young. But this was how we did it. Whenever we are eating a swallow, because he has 3 boys and there are 2 girls, all the boys will use 1 plate. All the 2 girls, they will use 1 plate. But whenever it is maybe something like rice, spag, all those things, everybody will have their plates. Now, swallow is not a very good day to eat because my elder brother that spoke yesterday, Abraham, is the eldest. So we really want to share the fish or the meat. And intentionally they will put 2 meat so that we will have to share. Now, there is more in the pot. Why not just make this thing 3 so that everybody will just choose and then there will be nothing to worry about. But they will put 2. Sometimes they put 1 big one so that sharing will be there. Now, in sharing, Abraham, what he will do is that once he shares, he will be the first person to pick. If he doesn't pick, you cannot pick. Once he picks, I followed him. I will pick, and then whatever it is, the remaining one is for the 3rd boy. And then, of course, since he has made that rule that if I share, that I must share, and as the eldest, I will pick first. You know what that means? There's a way he will share, and then he will pick whatever remains is between me and the other one. So he has been doing that thing. He will just share. His own is the biggest, and then he will pick. So one day we were just there. So I said, today, not today. So while I was just targeting, I checked behind me. That road was free. It's okay. Immediately he finished sharing, because once he finished sharing, he wants us to say, okay, everybody see what is in the plate. So he will now pack his own. Immediately he's like, he stopped sharing, and he was about to ask us the usual question. I just take my hand, go to his front, pack the one there. I took off. But God so good, my father was not around, so we can play around. But as I was running out, my father was coming inside. That rest is history. But then my dad has to change the rule that say whosoever shares the meat or the fish will be the last person to pack. After that, the equality came to the house. He will now share that meat equally. So you are good at this thing before. Now, when it now comes to we eating maybe rice, beans, or any of those things, we use spoon, where everybody will have individual plates. This is the rule in our house. As long as once our mom starts sharing it, everybody will stay. Wherever you are standing, that food that is in your front is the one you will take. You don't take your hand over to pick the one there. No. Wherever you are standing, that one, it doesn't matter how old you are and how small that food is, that one in your front is the one you will pick. Now, once my mom starts sharing and my dad is not around, we just go out. So while you are coming back, you will know which one. You just sight from distance. You now go and pass the other room, enter, enter, and just come outside. Say, "Mommy, see where I'm standing." You see, and you will pick. But most time, my dad is around, so we can't really have that time to do it. But most of the time, whenever he's serving food, that one in your front is what you will pick. When you pick it, you go and eat. If you've now eaten, if it's not enough, you can come back for it. But at the time of that first picking, that one in your front is what you will pick. You see that maybe they are doing it on the floor or on the table, in the kitchen, anywhere. As you are coming, the one in your front is the one you will pick. At that point in time, it was looking so rigorous. It was looking too regimented. But on the long run, I realized that growing up, me being greedy was actually reduced. When people have stuff that I don't have, I wish to have it, but I'm not feeling bad that I don't have it. When I have stuff, when I have money to buy food in school, sometimes, and then maybe I have 15 naira to buy the food, and my friends who has 150 to buy, the food will be too different. 15 naira food and 150 food, you can't compare. I don't feel bad that the one with me is small and his own is bigger than my own. I'm just contented with what I bought for myself at that point in time. There is no day my father sat us down to actually say, whenever you don't have enough, make sure what you buy is enough for you. He didn't teach it, maybe by words, but with the way we were brought up, that if you are eating, if you are coming to pick food, and the one in your front is small or big, pick it. If it is big, pick it with courage. Even though the one in the front of your other brother is smaller, that one in your front is yours. Pick it with courage and leave. If he comes to beg, don't give it to him. Now, through those little lessons, seems to be somehow regimented. Greed was being cured. I don't really feel bad if somebody has something and I don't have it yet. It wasn't taught forcefully. But then there is a way the atmosphere was arranged to caution some excesses that normally children should do. Yes, there are days we can have our way, mostly when the traveler is not around. If it's just we and mommy, we can play any game we want to play just to make sure we have our way, and we'll have it. But that does not rub away the consciousness that this is how this thing must be done. And as at when we left home, it was that part of greed was already solved. So that's why I say that. See, any little thing you don't treat in a child, cure, handle, speak about it over and over again in that child, when the child grows up, he will manifest it. You will be affected, the society will be affected, the church you go to, because as African parents, they don't want shame to catch them in church. That church will know, and everybody will know that you have mishandled this child at a very young age. So also, there was also tragedy of disbelieving God. See, when somebody disbelieves God, it's not just that the person will not believe anything anymore. No, when somebody disbelieves God, the consequence is much worse. It's much worse because they can believe any other thing after that time. Because life abhors vacuum. When you take away truth for a season, that place will not remain empty. Something must come there. The opposite of what you have removed will come there to fill it up. So they say life abhors vacuum. That vacuum is space. No place is empty. Even this place above us that seems to be empty, of course, there are oxygens there. Air, flying, organisms we cannot even see. And oxygen too is there. We cannot see them. But it doesn't mean that they are empty. So, people started disbelieving God at that point in time, which means they were now beginning to embrace some other thing entirely. Where does it start from? Just from people having to have morality becoming so blur to them. And then in the year 2000, when knowledge grew, but morality shrunk eventually. Knowledge began to grow and morality began to shrunk. Because the new millennium promised enlightenment through tech, information and access to a lot of things. That gave us a lot of things because the internet was booming, education was booming, tech was growing, science too was expanding, and we became more capable, but not necessarily better. We became more capable to handle things. We became more capable to see things better, to see things clearly, to see things in a more dynamic and more strategic way. But then we do not get better. We still continue life the way it has been with us over the years. And it is also in that year 2000 that a lot of, because it's actually it is the beginning of a new millennium. And that is where the Gen Z started. Because the old millennium, the year 1990 to 1999, it was the end of a particular millennium. So this is now the beginning of another one. And it was even at this time that people were saying that Jesus is going to come at the close of that millennium. And up till now, Jesus refused to come. So which means we have to look for a way to balance that, to balance the light that was light then. Last year, September 23rd or 24th, Jesus was coming. Maybe Jesus Christ missed his flight again. But the idea is that when people miss out on something, or when a particular prediction was made and then it did not happen, people look for how to use light to cover up so that they can adjust the shame that should have come. So in the year 2000, a lot of promises were made, but then we were more capable, but not necessarily better. And in the year 2010, that was when simulation replaced joy. Simulation replaced joy. Because as at this time, tech has already grown bigger and more wider and wider. Now, this is what simulation there means. In those days, when somebody is talking publicly like this, the person is talking to, maybe addressing people like this. It's a common thing. But then offline was the front end, while online was the back end. Let me say it again. In those days, 2010, then online was the back end, while offline physically was the front end. But today it has changed. Online is now the front end. Because people see you first online before they now trace your office address or your house address to come and see you. So if that's why sometimes people's online should be more beautiful than their home. Because that is now the front, that's now the front line. While your home or your office is now the back end. Now, the problem there is that somebody in 2010, because it was so wide and so open that you can even be behind this wall, for example, and you are online there, alone yourself, but the whole world is seeing you. That is the implication. You don't have to be happy, you don't have to be sad, but anything you do there, good or bad, the whole world is seeing it. While parents of children lock their doors in their room, praying and fasting, the child or the children also lock their own door in their room, on IG Live, on Facebook Live, and the whole world was watching, except the parent who was there fasting and praying. Because the promise in 2000 has now become so manifested that it's now booming, that there's now social media and instant gratification because of endless content. I said before that in the previous speech, that if you are to live for 100 years, you don't have up to 1 million hours. And if you are to even use that 100 years to be watching pornography, you can't finish it all through your lifetime. Content were so many. If you are to be watching reels on Facebook from now till the day the person will die non-stop, you can't finish all the reels on Facebook. You can't even finish the one on TikTok, the one on Instagram. You can't finish. Just pick one social medium. You can't finish all the reels on it. Aside from the other videos that are there, you can't finish all. There are just so many of them. Now, the invention of likes, share, and comment, and how algorithm dictate it, give people instant gratification. The level at which dopamine was secreting in them was so high, and there's a level dopamine will secrete, it can over secrete, that if you stop supplying it at that level, you have problem. So people have now amassed a lot of followers, and they've given them a lot of, and they've helped them to secrete a lot of dopamine that after some time, if it starts going down, they will start getting sick. This one started in the year 2010, because of social media was everywhere, instant gratification, endless content. So we now have a generation that feels everything, but yet still feel empty. Everybody feel everything, but even though we feel everything, we still feel empty. Now come to 2020s. That was when the foundation was now exposed, because children were now locked in the house, in their homes, with their parents, who unconsciously in time past never wanted anything to do with them. That was when they were now seeing the flaws of their children seeing the flaws of their parents. Little dislike was coming in, little misbehavior that the parent does not know that the child is having, and some misbehavior from the parent that even the children do not even know that their parent has. Because everybody is now together. They are locked down for almost a whole year. Everybody was stuck, so nobody have to go anywhere. People are now seeing the error that they have been building in their children all this while, because family were forced in close proximity. People were seeing things. Shame that your 9 to 5 work has covered for you. You're now beginning to have them on a daily basis. And also kids were now unanchored in identity. So because of that, what the parents do, they just call the children, of course, order phone from Jumia. Anyhow they are able to bring it, buy data on it, send the children to their room. Whatever they do there is their business. And we have some parents who came out of lockdown, like one of the speakers will say, with a bundle of joy. Just that this time around is from their children, not from them anymore, from their children. If you are converted online, then you see a parent who are coming out to cry that she doesn't know why his son is always going to his daughter's room. And I'm like, okay, why are you even coming online to say it in the first place? Why do you say you don't know? I mean, why do you say you don't even know? If you've been irresponsible, maybe I wouldn't want to speak from the point of privilege, because sometimes we speak from the point of privilege because we don't have children yet. So we feel we know how they should have handled it better. I'm not speaking from that standpoint because I don't have yet. And I wouldn't want life to try me with one stubborn child. I don't want it. I want a good and obedient one, a godly one to be precise. But what I'm saying is that at that time, people were saying a lot of things. We even have cases whereby, just like I said, as the lockdown was ending, people were having bundles of joy, not from them, but from their children, either the child and the nanny, or either the child and the house help, or brothers and sisters. It happened. We have the stories, because they were locked in. Nobody wants to see each other. Yes, they were biologically ready for those children or prepared for them, but responsibility-wise, nobody was willing to take that responsibility, because everybody believes that everybody was now blaming the lockdown in the first place. Okay, why do we even have the lockdown in the first place? Because at some point, it became so very easy to teach an autistic child, a non-verbal one, that God in heaven, okay, let me say it again. It was easy, much easier to teach a non-verbal autistic child further mathematics than to teach a normal child that his father at home, that God in heaven is his heavenly father, because the first father he met at home has depicted horror and terror. So it was now so easy to teach a non-verbal autistic child further mathematics than to teach a normal child that God in heaven is his father, because the one at home has depicted horror and terror. So that now leads me to bring out some problems here as a result of that, and I'll be using Jacob and Jezebel and Athaliah as a case study. Every child we have today is not an object. They are seed that must be watered. And children are not neutral. When we don't grow them, something else will grow them. When we refuse to grow children, something else will grow them. When I was doing my teaching practice, there was a girl in my class, I think her name was, is it Endurance or Marvelous? I still have a picture on my phone up to today. his parents were pastors. There was a way she was coming to school, just teaching practice then, because I studied education, early childhood to be precise. So there was a way she was coming to school, and normally she's a very jovial person, extrovert. But that day when she was coming, her face were tightened. Her parents were pastors. Her face was tightened. She wasn't smiling. She was pulling forcefully her younger sister, and she was in my class. So I called her that what happened. She answered me roughly. I left her. I said no problem. She went. She sat down. Now, while the class was going on, she was not paying attention. She was just wiping one small tears from her. So I left her to have her. So during the break, I called her. At that age, she doesn't know how to say it. That my dad was beating my dad this morning. Because it was a common knowledge that her parents were pastors, men and women of God. I mean, man and woman of God. So it was kind of difficult for her to say that my dad was beating my mom this morning. And because she also wanted to say something, so she had to collect from the dad. Now, even her own pain she was not even feeling pain for herself. But then how are they going to hear that my dad, who is a popular pastor in that town, is beating my mom? What to process that was not coming forth. But she just have to find a way to say it. And I totally understand where she's coming from. So even the fact that she answered me roughly, my mind was not even there. My mind was not, because I know there was a problem. I mean, there's a problem, and we have to solve it. Such child has learned something. And when children are unchecked, that passion will expand. When they are undisciplined, that passion will expand. And the question is not whether they are becoming something. They will definitely become something, but what will they become? Every child, if they don't die, becomes something. But the question is, what will they become? Is this something we are proud of? If people have once asked if you can allow yourself to be raised to raise your own children the way you are raised. I was raised properly. I was raised, so I can say that I can still raise my children the same way I was raised. I was just in 1 or 2, but I think 90% of time I can raise, because majority of the fault, they were not my parents. I know the evil that is logged in my heart, and I know what I can perpetuate. So sometimes, whenever my dad is having issue with me, to the neighbors, I'm being maltreated. But my dad has said, this one, no, now. Me, I know. Because of all the kids, I was the most gentle. So to neighbors, it's like, I don't think this man liked that particular, but because he's the most gentle, so I know what I'm capable of. So likely I can say that majority of the faults were from me. They did all they could do with all they have. So if there is any deformation somewhere, probably it's from me. There might be maybe 1 or 2 that they couldn't, but I know I contributed to most of it. What I'm saying is that when it comes to discipline, we have to check children. They could be younger than us, they could be older than us, they could be less fragile or more fragile. Whatever it is, we have to check them. Because at the end of the day, they will become something. Either we check them or we do not check them. But what will they become? Now come to the area of Jacob. Jacob was a child of destiny, but without discipline. Imagine, your twin brother is going to hunt to go and work, and your mother allow you are not younger brother, same age mate, your mother allow you to sit down. The Bible called him a clement. There was a particular version of the Bible that called him a clement child. Clement is when somebody is wise and then is easygoing. So while he was a child of destiny, but because of that, the destiny was misinterpreted in the first place. According to the Jewish culture says that whenever you have children, if you have children, as a father, half of what you have belong to the first child. The remaining one, the rest will share it. The rest male will share it. Let's say I have 3 kids, for example. and I'm a Jewish. Not nowadays Jewish, like the then Jews. My first male child will have half of my possession. The rest of them will share the remaining one. Which means automatically Esau, being the first child, already has half of his father's possession. And it is whatever he chooses to give to Jacob that Jacob will have. The blessing that was promised, the way it was said that the young is going to serve the elder, is not in the physical material possession. The love that was declared, okay, this one I like, this one I hate. Jesus Christ cannot come from two persons. It has to come from one person. And because he's one person, he has chosen, okay, I'm coming through Jacob, not this one. But because of the lack of understanding from the parent, the vision was misinterpreted to be that this one will be the one to possess all the father's wealth, while this other one will be the one to serve this one. Then the destiny of those children started conflicting each other. While the father favors Esau because of his strength, he be responsible, taking charge of the house, going out there, being forthright. The mother was now falling in love with the younger one, with the supposed younger one, because of his being gentle and because of the promise she saw or the vision she was told about the younger child, which she has refused to interpret. I even doubt if she told that dream to the father of those children, because the father will have been able to interpret the vision better to them. Which means Jacob was raised by favoritism, not fatherhood, because the mother favored him. So he was raised by favoritism, while the other one was also raised by favoritism from the father and a little sprinkle of hatred from the mother. The same thing happened to both of them. So while Jacob was at home, he was learning manipulation. He was learning manipulation at his speed. Have you ever thought about it? How did he understudied his brother, that whenever he comes back from hunting, he's always hungry, and whenever he's hungry, he can eat anything. So that day, he might have prepared his meal, that once he comes back today, he's not escaping it. We'll push it to him. He has studied, remember, he was called Clement, wise, before. He has understudied his brother, and to know what to give him at any point in time. He sold it to him. And that one too, because he has been studied, he bought it. And from that place, a lot of things begin to go down. The point is, when you have children, they should not be raised by favoritism. Even if you have favorite and you can't control yourself, discipline yourself enough to put it in your head. You are responsible for the future of children. Discipline yourself enough to bury the idea of that vision in your head and learn how to hold yourself. So favoritism reigning. So a man that was destined for a particular destiny now has to wrestle for that destiny. It was a destiny that was promised him. He now have to wrestle for that destiny because of what he has been told. Children brain, like we say, they are empty, like they are empty slate. It is what we feed them. It is what we feed on the slate that will stay. So what are we feeding the brain, the slate of the children? Because it's going to go a long way to tell who they become and to know how they are going to be formed later in life. So when father was silent, Jacob understood that he was raised in silence. When it was time for him to raise his own children, he repeated the same thing. That brings me to pattern. You see, pattern is a very dangerous thing in life. If you don't study pattern, there are some patterns you act out unconsciously. There are some, take for example, like I'm keeping the very, not a very full hair now, but to some extent, I'm keeping the full hair. When my dad was at this age, from his picture, he was keeping the full hair too. Just that his is maybe bigger or taller or than mine. But when he was at this age, he was keeping a full hair. Now, we have this flair for dressing corporate in the family. Where do we learn it from? When our father was young, or was younger, he was dressing corporate. So whenever I want to buy clothes for us, he buy you what you can tuck in, shoe that you can tuck in. Almost all my childhood picture, I was in corporate, because that was the way he was dressing. So he dressed his children the way he was dressing. It's either you are wearing suit or a long sleeve that you can tuck in. Even if you wear polo, you buy a bigger one that you can tuck in, that you will not be tempted to tuck it out or tuck it in. That was it. Now, aside from that, when you now come to some attitude, some how to act in some time, just the way I'm gesticulating now, it's the same thing he did when he was alive. There was no day I sat down to study how he was doing it. I just took the pattern unconsciously from him. Aside from that, there's also when he studied that pattern from his own sibling, and there's another pattern he studied that he was careful about. He knew that one. That was that he doesn't have a good relationship with his sibling because he was not raised with them. He was raised elsewhere. So it was kind of, they don't really know him most time. It was only whenever he came home to his mom or to his father, then they will see it, and then but they know that that was one of, because I think my grandfather has about 3 wives or so. So he was, is he the last wife? I've forgotten. But then it happened that he didn't have a very smooth relationship with his siblings. He knew that. He tried to see how to repair it. He couldn't, even until the day of his death. But that is background. Now, coming to his own children, because of the problem he was having with his own siblings, sometimes we the children, most especially with the boys, we tend to be keeping like a diplomatic malice with each other. Maybe something happened, and then you stop talking to your brother. He noticed that, because that was how he started with him, with his own siblings. Something would just happen, and then for days, for years, they won't talk to each other. Now his children too are beginning to go the same direction. He called us, he talked to us, we didn't hear. You know how you solve the problem? Whenever you keep malice with your brother, it's like a war crime. The kind of beating you will receive, both the person keeping the malice and the malicee, two of you will collect beating. So anything that will make you and your brother, like two of you can have problem with each other. You can fight at home. Like if you are at home, you can fight. Two of you can settle scores. But when you are outside, you don't settle score outside. You bring the score home to settle. So when he saw the pattern of brothers having problem with each other, he started to solve the problem right from childhood. Maybe we went to farm and then something happened. Two of you are coming. Nobody's talking to each other. Your brother called you. You answer him roughly. No. Right there, we'll drop whatever load you are carrying. You collect sharp. We'll start going again. See, what he was fighting against was that he didn't want a particular pattern which he saw or witnessed with his brother to be planted unconsciously in his own household. He saw the pattern. Maybe the pattern did not even start from him. Maybe from his own grandfathers or so, which they could not caution or contain, and grew to become something brutal later. He was now seeing the same thing in his own children, and he stood up to fight it, and it was conquered. So today, you and your brother can have problem, but then that problem should not last. A day, two of you must settle. If you can't settle it, come to the family group chat, announce it there. We'll put mouth, and then that will be all. In the life of Jacob was raised in silence. When it was now his own turn to raise children, he repeated the same thing. Take for example, his father was silent towards him. When Reuben, his first son, slept with his wife, was Jacob aware? He was aware. What did he do? Nothing. He kept quiet. When his firstborn, Judah slept with his daughter-in-law, was Jacob aware? He was aware. What did he do? Nothing. He was quiet. When his only daughter, who he should have sat down like a proud father, for them to come and pay him dowry, to make demand That daughter went out. Of course, it was a mistake on her part. She went out. She made a mistake. She went out. She was disflowered, disvirgined, roughly handled, assaulted. Was Jacob aware? He was aware. What did he do? He did nothing. Now, as at the time when the brothers of Dinah, the girl, discovered that our sister has been disflowered, mishandled, they went back to that city to kill all the male children, even adults. They killed all of them. What did he do? He didn't do anything. He only told them to run away, and they ran away. He was aware of all this succession of evil that was happening in his family. He didn't do anything. After so many years later, when he was about to die, he now brought forward or brought back all the sins the children have been committing. Started from the life of Reuben. You slept with my wife, and he laid the curse on that boy. And for the next 430 years, the boy was battling with that curse. Couldn't break it. Those two who destroyed a whole city, he brought them again, cursed them again. Those ones were also suffering from that curse for the next 430 years. Couldn't do anything. You now realize that what was actually the problem? The problem to him, he was just being a father. But then, he was raising those children in silence. He lied to his own father to get blessings. His children too lied to him. What he sowed was what he reaped. And imagine he had to mourn a child that never died for 13 years. He was mourning a child that never died, because he was sowing what he reaped. Yes, we'll say, of course, it's the will of God for the boy to go there and this and that. Fine. But beyond that was a man who was grieving for 13 years for a boy that never died, because he lied to his father. Now, when it was now time for him to be lied to, they lied to him in a grand style, and he wept for 13 years. In fact, he was sick. He almost died. Imagine, you now die, you get to heaven, thinking you will see that child. He's not here. He's where you're coming from. How do you? As at that time, you won't be able to come back to come and see him anymore. That was just the error he buried into his children as a result of silence. The evil he sowed, he reaped it. The silence he sowed, he reaped it. Everything he sown when he was alive, he reaped them in 100-fold while he was still living. And because of that, his families were scattered. Generations were just put in here and there. By the time he will come before Pharaoh, when Pharaoh saw him coming, imagine you are seeing the father of your prime minister. When Pharaoh saw him coming, he didn't greet him good morning. The first question he asked was, how old are you that you are looking like this? Because all his life has been filled with trouble, sorrow here and there, calamity here, calamity there. That was what all his life was all about. And part of his problem was, when he will have raised sons, he raised something else. When he will have raised children, he raised something else. Now, there's now a generational echo. We say that what you ignore in your children today will multiply tomorrow. The greed you ignore will multiply tomorrow. The stubbornness you ignore will multiply tomorrow. You are talking to a child, and then you see the way the child is breathing up and down, and you're asking the child, okay, what will you do? You want to beat me? That should not be the first question that should come to your mind as a parent. Will he? Of course, he cannot beat you. But if you begin to breathe like that and is growing, one day he will land you a good slap. And what will you do the next thing? African parents, they will lay a curse. See, what we ignore in children today will multiply tomorrow. The disobedience we ignore will multiply tomorrow. The stubbornness, the stealing that we call preferring. Sometimes we say a child that is stealing meat at home is because meat is scarce in that family. It's a lie. It is a big lie. You should be able to tell your children, don't go near that pot, and then they don't go near it. Not because there's a punishment attached to it, but because they know mommy has spoken. And if I go there without her permission, it is called stealing. and then you now change a narrative to say if children are stealing meat in the house, it's because meat is scarce in the house. Oh, tomorrow they will be the one to lie to us that snake has swallowed 36 million in INEC office. That's where it's starting from. So the consequence was Reuben in his house lost his heritage. Dinah was defiled, and his sons were scattered abroad. Because what you refuse to confront in your children today will confront the society we live in tomorrow. Now, coming to Jezebel and the Athaliah, the extreme outcome. Jezebel was not born a witch. She was born by a parent. She was born by a king. But when her passion and strength were unguarded, something else took over. The society took over. Every child we see today has passion. They have zeal. They have heart. They have the mind to go for something they love. But when that passion is not guarded, they begin to misbehave. Maybe this is Africa. Maybe you have a child who is a boy and is behaving girlish kind of. And you are like, he's still small. He's still small. Don't worry. Is he not aged? Time will happen. The child will grow. You will know why she's not too small. Because what we see today have the tendency of multiplying tomorrow. You have to guide a child's passion. And this thing that we need to leave children for them to grow so that they will be able to choose for themselves. And they tell you that it's scientific. That same science told you that these children's brain are like empty slate. It is what we plant there that will grow. That same science is now coming to tell you that, okay, leave those children, let them grow. When they grow, they will now choose for themselves. Which data are they choosing from? Who is feeding them with the data they are choosing from? We have them to be growing. In which world? With whose content? With which information? With whose upbringing? And they will grow tomorrow. And while they are growing, something else is happening. The mirror. If we now bring all these things today, this is not history, but it is happening right now. All I've been saying is happening before us right now. Take it or leave it. And on a daily basis, children's lives are being disorganized, are being scattered, are being mishandled, are being misinformed, are being disengaged. And parents should provide necessary correction. And success should be handled in such a way that children will know that my life is not just hanging on just this one alone. So, what raising children now really means, it means that we raise them in value. We raise them conscientiously. We raise them with discipline. Sometimes, what they can have legitimately, you can even tell them not to have it. And they will understand with you. Sometimes the abundance which should have blessed people is now like a curse which is now hanging upon their lives. The abundance that comes for a child's training, the abundance that was given so that a child could be handled properly, is now the same thing that is now bringing back those children. And the conversation is that, what are you ignoring in your child? Maybe in your child, even in your little siblings. Maybe there is one long age gap between you and your next sibling. See that thing you are ignoring, and then the mother allows it. There is this in Africa that says that most time, first firstborn rather, they are used for. Sometimes people say they are used for experiments. People just experiment. Let's train this one this way. We can get it right. Then second one is for trial by error. Now we've done this way, the first one. It's like it did not really work. Let's train this one this way. By now third born, they have tried both left and right. They now try to combine both in them. Maybe they now have fourth born. They now handle that one differently. But it should not be. Every parent should have a set of rule, a set of discipline. I'm not saying discipline in a negative way, but a set of training and commitment that their children should be committed to, that they must pass through. So that thing you are laughing at, that thing you are ignoring, and that thing you are leaving to time will take care. If you leave anything to time will take care of it. But just that most time, it is in a way that you may not like it. So you have to raise your children before things get out of hand. So finally, I'll talk about the perceived solution that I feel parents should do today is to restore truth as objective and not personal. Truth is objective and not personal. If you as a parent is believing that you have subjected truth, which means your children too have the ability to subject your own truth. Also, we need to rebuild family as a formation center for discipline and for love. See, family is the smallest unit of a society. It is the smallest unit of any society, and how we handle it will determine how things is going to flow. So, if everything is wrong with the family, everything as well is wrong with the children we are going to give birth to. And let us introduce moral and spiritual structure. Moral and spiritual structure. A sense of morality. If a child should not go out at this time, please let them not go out. If they should be home by this time, let them be home at that time. And if they are not home, whenever they come back, they should be able to explain logically why they are not home yet at that time. If there are days where they can make calls, let them make calls. Okay, mom, I'm supposed to be home now, but I will not be home. All those things will keep them accountable to something, accountable to growth, accountable to desire for something, to even remain in that family, and will give them a structure of how they themselves can remain in that family. How about spiritual growth? Time for prayers, very important. Time for the word, very important. For knowledge as well, let them be in family whereby there is even book reviews. For example, they do book review at home, and then maybe every month, every child comes out to review the book he has read. The best person go with a gift. By that time, the culture of reading, and you can even curate the kind of reading they will be doing. Books program in your family. Also, how about we redefine success beyond material gain? That is one major problem we have today. Success is now taken beyond what is personal. For example, some people's success is just to have kids. They are doing well, they are feeding well, but they just want to have kids. To them, it is success. To a father, for example, his success is just let me have 3 graduates, maybe because he has 3 children. His success to him is defined as me having my son, 3 graduates, I'm okay. To some people, success to them is let me be able to take care of my children, and then my wife, we live together at old age. When all the children are gone to maybe their various homes and whatever, we will be together as it has been before. To them, that is success. Success could be personal to everybody, but when we have now redefined success to be, if you don't make this money, what do you gain? Then there will be a problem, because people will now redefine a race to something that is outside their reach, and by doing that, they can go all the way to get whatever it is they want to get. So let us cultivate depth in the age of distraction. Everybody is distracted on a daily basis. This reel pops up there, that reel pops up there. Everybody wants to watch, and everybody wants to see how it is being done. Maybe the next challenge now is coming up in 2 weeks' time. People are just waiting for them to allow this one go down before they blow it up again. But in the era of distraction, we should still teach our children to have depth. But the problem is that if you as a parent or a potential one doesn't even have depth, you don't know what is true, you don't know how to define truth, you don't know how to think deductively, you don't know how to deduce facts, you don't know how to bring out things from nothing, you don't know how to see clearly, you don't know how to help people or children make decisions. If you are someone like that, you will not be able to help your children think deductively and how to help them to get depth in the time of distraction. So, gentlemen and ladies, having said this, I strongly believe that while we raise our own children, we will be able to do better than what our parents have done. And with that being said, I want to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Are you sure? Okay, so today I'll be speaking on why small businesses struggle to scale. Why small businesses struggle to scale. How many of us have maybe a side business, or maybe you once had a side business? Anybody? You have? Or what's the business about?
Gadgets. Gadgets.
Gadgets. Okay, you sell gadgets. Okay. Wow. Any other person? Any other person? I have a business, or you used to have a side business or a business. Okay, so I said why small businesses struggle to scale. According to a research by this small and medium businesses, and even aside that, it is generally said that if 2 of every 5 businesses that start together last up to 5 years. In fact, it is even said that 80% of small businesses do not reach up to 5 years. 80% in looking like the Nigerian this thing now. Let's put it into context in Nigeria. That 80% of Nigerian businesses do not go past 5 years. Some of those businesses, by the time they get to 3 years, they collapse. What happened? What are we doing wrong? What caused this? And how can we work around it? And there are a lot of reasons that can cause this. And one major reason is that many of these businesses were built to survive and not to scale. Most of these businesses were built to survive and not to scale. Most of these businesses were built not to even surpass the founder. Most of these businesses, and another thing about small businesses is, and which we are going to even also explain deeper as we go into the session, is that many businesses started, should I say accidentally. What do I mean is that most people do not really know. Maybe somebody lost a job, maybe somebody needed a side hustle so they just stumble on the idea of that business. So that was from one thing or the other. They've started the business. So most time, so they really do not have the knowledge to really make the business to scale, and as a result of that, before the 5th year, the business would collapse. But it seems you are speaking big English. Or let me ask, I said why small businesses struggle to scale. What do we understand by scaling in business? Any economic student here, or aside that, scaling, when we say a business scales, what's the meaning? Okay.
I'm not an economist.
All right.
The basic, as a layman, I would define business scaling as business prospering. You understand?
Okay.
Business surviving the original.
So okay. Business prospering and business surviving the original what? Intent. Okay. To make profit. Thank you very much. Any other person? What do we mean by scaling? Yes. This. Okay. Sustaining. The business becoming sustainable. All right. Sustainable. Thank you. Now, starting a business is different from scaling a business. Now, if we want to talk about scaling, I will talk about it in 3 different stages. When your business have moved from starting means you get the idea, whether accidentally, whether intentionally, you've already started a business. You decided that maybe, oh, I can, like, maybe one of my sisters said, okay, she wants to start selling. She's a fashion designer, and so she said, I think I can start making 2-piece and then start selling. Starting, that's having idea. Now if she's able to sew her first, let's say 5 pieces of clothing now, and she sells it to her first customer, that's still starting. What that means is that the starting means, okay, you've decided to start this business, and this business what is making money, start to make revenue. Then another stage is growing. Growing means your revenue is what is now increasing. So somebody that is making, starting, you made your, I'm just starting, let me just make 5 up and down and just sell, starting. So growing means from 5, they sold before 1 week, you've already sold the 5 pieces, and you were getting a lot of what, a lot of orders. From 5, you are now making 15 per week, you are making 20 per week. You are already growing as a business. But that's not the end of the game. Unfortunately, many businesses stop at growing. They do not move past growing to that scaling. That scaling is then growing without your effort. Now, that growing now is, you are still the one. You have, what is it called? You have 20 orders per week. You are making it. I can. You are quickly, it's eating into your work, into your time, but you are still able to deliver it. Now, if a business is going to move from the growing stage to the scaling stage, because when you get to the scaling stage now, it can mean that instead of 20 orders per week, now you are getting 100 orders per week. So you being able to meet up with others like that is okay without your either personal effort, and sometimes without you necessarily sorry, thank you, without you necessarily increasing your what, your cost, you are still able to what, to deliver. That means your business is on the way to what, to scaling. You're already scaling that business. So scaling a business, it means that you have the structure in place, and as a result of that, you do not necessarily, that's another thing, your business is growing without what, without you. You are building, you are working in the system, on the system rather, and not in the system, scaling. So if I use the example of that fashion designer, now one, you are getting 50 orders per week. There's no how you can deliver that on your own. Not possible. If you want to try, that's what will lead to, okay, you are getting order, you are not fulfilling the order. But what will the person do? Okay, I can sew on my own, I'm able to sew 20, I'm able to deliver what, 20 orders per week. So that means if I get an extra hand with myself, 2 of us, we can be able to what, to deliver, to fulfill that 50 orders per week. But even if you get 1 person with you, you are still not even on the line of the scaling. The way you will get on the line of that scaling means, instead of you joining them, what will happen is that get 2 people. You've already used yourself to know this is how it works. I was able to fulfill 20 orders per week. So if I get 2 people, yes, they should be able to fulfill 50 orders per week. The structure. So scaling a business means you are putting the structure and the system in place to make the business run without you. To make the business run without you. I know this is very important because some people may just think, okay, let me just go and relax, let me, I'm a CEO. They just want to this title of this thing, but not necessarily. It's not really like that. It's not really like that. Even if you look at that word, CEO, what's the full meaning of CEO again? Chief Executive Officer. Exactly. Chief. So there are other what officers there, that you are just, when somebody is an executive, just like the highest. So it's not a title, it is what, it is your work. You are doing some work at the background, ready to put the system and the structure in place to make sure that that business is moving, that business is increasing in revenue without you necessarily increasing your input physically. So that is when you say, okay, you are scaling your business. That business is growing without your work, without necessarily you increasing your effort. If you still have to say, I want to fulfill that 50 orders, so that means, okay, before I used to finish the 20 orders, let's say maximum of 1 week, and instead of that, I can just say that only me, I want to do that 50 orders. I can say, okay, don't worry, I will do it in 2 weeks. If you decide to fulfill that 50 orders in 2 weeks, eventually you still deliver the results. You are not, it's still not the scaling you are talking about, despite the fact that you deliver the product. So it is very, very important. It is very, very important. So I want to ask this question with this understanding of the little I have said about scaling a business and starting a business. So it's only one person that talked about him having a business. So let's go back to you. Okay, I should ask again. So maybe they will answer now. So how many of us have a business, or we used to have a business? Okay. Do you think, all right, do you think your business is on the scaling? Do you think your business is scaling? You've scaled that business? No. Why do you think so? That's still the middleman. All right. Okay. Thank you for your contribution. Now, we need to then ask. It's not about saying. Remember the questioning. The topic is why businesses struggle to scale. Why small businesses struggle to scale. And I will not just highlight the reasons alone. I will also tell us the way we can move from just building business or starting business to scaling our business. What's the reason? What are the reasons? I'm going to talk about 6 reasons. The first one is built to survive and not to scale. Now, the intent of the intent of an action is very, very important. So there is a saying that if the purpose of a thing is not known, who can complete that statement? Thank you. Abuse is inevitable, and that is it. So many businesses, many business owners, many small business owners stumbled on the idea. It's either it's your passion, or they just felt, most business owners, not even passion, they just feel, okay, what is that thing that can bring money now? They said if you are doing pre-order, people are doing pre-order now, let me start pre-order. They said it is China importation that is in vogue now, people are doing, let me do China importation. They said it's selling food stuff to people in diaspora, that's the one in vogue now, let me do that. And then you started little by little, you are making 50,000 naira per day, you are increasing your revenue. So, and what that means is that many people start business just to survive. Most people started business to survive. So it's just to make money. That was their intention. They just wanted to make money. And so they did not want to They did not want to scale that business or grow the business at all. And as a result of that, their vision was not to even grow the business to a certain degree. In as much as I can make money that we cater for my bill, I'm okay. And that's one of the reasons why many of them, they struggle with scaling their business, because the vision is small already. The vision is already small. They do not see themselves as, I can build this thing to this level. No, they already see that, no, let me just get the money. As much as I can get money to buy this for myself, pay secretary, it's okay. So the intent So many people started business in crisis, but it shouldn't be. We've seen so many businesses that started unexpectedly, yet the owners still find they still made up their mind to scale that business. There's this I don't know whether we know this drink, lemonade, that has like a square bottle like this. There's this drink, lemonade, Wilson lemonade, that's the name of the drink. If you read the story about the guys that started that, they were actually in the UK and they came back to, they were doing something else before. It was just in the process in Songota there that they discovered lemon, and they discovered that okay, we can actually start selling these. So in fact, as a matter of fact, look at it, we said the intention to survive, right? These people, they started selling it in cups. That was how they started the what? That was how they started selling that lemonade. But as I was researching, they said because it was unable they were unable to track revenue, because cup, anything can happen to cup now. It can pour away and say okay, whether they sell it, anything can happen. They now decided to what? To start selling it in bottle. In fact, they didn't design their bottle originally. They were just using some bottles before they themselves now designed the bottle that they now use till today. Although the intention, they just stumbled on the idea rather, but then they had the intention that we could make this a structured business. So it is very, very important that the essence of starting a business is important. So when we start a business just because we want to make money now, if a business is started just because you are just responding to crisis, maybe somebody loses his job now. There are people that was how they started their business. Somebody loses his or her job, and then the person decide, okay, what else can I do? You just stumble on the idea, I can start this, and from there you started, and that is it. So it is very, very important that even if you do not start, and that's any big idea, do not start everybody starts small. There's a book called Start Small and Think Big. Exactly, that is it. You start small and you think big. That thinking big is the scaling we are talking about. We are not saying that the system and the structure you are going to have the system and structure at the same time by the time you started. No, you are not going to have it at once. That's the thing. You won't have it at once. The structure is not going to be there at the beginning, because I was going to talk about the structure that you can put in place, but there is no how you can. Most times when you read the books about these business people, you yourself, you will see how they started. Most times when some of them started, they were the founder, the only employee, they were the accountant, they were the receptionist. Just one person was doing the same thing. But one thing that made them different from others is that they decided that okay, I will build this into a more structured business. When I was researching on this topic, I also came across, we all know piggy vest, right? Piggy vest. I'm using piggy vest here. Raise your hand. We don't know piggy vest. Okay, but you don't use it. Why? I'm not there because I'm not the advocate, but yes, we should talk about that. We are speaking, Nigeria speaks to the world, right? Yes, that's one of our companies in Nigeria, right? So this piggy vest, the co-founders, it was a tweet that caught their attention. Somebody saying, okay, I kept money in a physical, piggy bank. The meaning of piggy bank in Yoruba, kolo. Yeah, that's the idea of piggy vest. I know that inside that piggy vest app, there is piggy bank, there is piggy flex, exactly. So there is even that piggy bank. So it was that tweet that caught their attention. They said, we could actually do something and save millions of Nigeria through this. But when they started without the idea, they may not necessarily have the whole world, the whole vision, the whole system, the whole structure of the scaling. No, but the vision is there. The vision is there, because if they just started with that mindset, immediately they make their first million naira, they will just relax. What are we still looking for? What are we done? We have already arrived. We are here already. So that's what happened to many small businesses, and that is why they do not scale, because the intention of the founder is just to survive. And by the time they break that survival and they start making some money, they relax. There's nothing else I'm looking for. There's nothing else I'm looking for. In fact, some people still go as far as saying, okay, what am I looking for? Will I stay in two? I cannot sleep in 2 rooms, you know, especially but we have this idea. The thing is that scaling your business, it does not really mean that you love money, because if we look around it's not just about you alone. Imagine somebody, that fashion designer that we use as it, bring myself out of the system. I don't even want to be you just have a job. You just happen to have a job that you own. You do not have a business. You have a job, but you are the owner of the job, but not a business. One that still perform those technical activities. So if that person says, no, let me put structure in place. Let me get at least, to be on the safer side, 4 fashion designers. Let me get 1 person for admin. Let me get 1 accountant. You can see. Now, is this person or somebody saying, what are you still looking for? You know, with that 4 fashion designers now, if only how was fulfilling 20 orders per week, approximately, they can be fulfilling how many orders per week with 4 fashion designers now? 80 to 100. But some people say, what am I looking for? Is it not money? It's not really about money. It's not really money. Now look at those 4 people that we've employed now. Is that not employment opportunity for them? That is it. And then you yourself, you've brought yourself out of the system, and you can start thinking about if this thing can work here, and you have so much put that thing in place that you removed yourself from the system. Everything is working. Everybody knows, okay, if somebody will sew, if some size 10, you've put a structure in place to the extent that if you have an order of size 10, your fashion designers know the number of material they must cut, and there's somebody there that will confirm how many material are you using. Is it 5 yards? Okay, that's what we are talking about. So you don't have to be thinking, what if I put there? We are still going to get to that reason why many people do not scale their business. And what if I put people and they are doing the way they like? That is still why the structure and the system is not strong enough. One of the women that spoke this afternoon, but she was speaking from the angle of women and women in entrepreneurship, how women can balance life. But the point I want to bring out is that she talked about structure. She talked about system. If your structure is strong enough, it shouldn't break at the face of any crisis. If something is still happening within your structure, it means it's not strong enough. You as the CEO should work on it. So there shouldn't be an issue of your employee, instead of using 5 yards, the person in charge of giving material gave the fashion designer 5 yards. At the end of the day, the fashion designer used 4 yards. There shouldn't be something like that. There should be somebody that will check that the 5 yards given to the fashion designer is the 5 yards that is what used. So it is important that you can start small, but don't forget to think big. Don't forget to think beyond survival. Don't forget to think beyond survival. If we look at the businesses that we have in this country today, look at banks, look at them all together, or everywhere. You know, when some people with small business owners, when they are saying things like, if I have another branch now with this business and with the same time, no, maybe their customer is coming from one angle, from one aspect of the town to another, from one part of the town another part. How will I be there? I cannot be there every time. Most times I wonder whether they don't look around them and see. Look at UBA. Is it Mr. Tony Elumelu that is all the UBAs in Nigeria? No. In fact, this who knows that there is this Zenith Bank, they just opened their branch in is it not Manchester, maybe 2 weeks ago. Who knows? Who saw that thing? They just did that. So is it Mr. Jim Ovia that will be running that bank? No. That's what we are talking about. Somebody will say, what are they looking for? No, it's not about what are they looking for. It is not. The system is already in place. The system is already in place. And that's the kind of mindset that we should also embrace if we want to build, if we really want to say, okay, this country that we are aspiring is the kind of country we want to build. These are the things. We youth, we need to start thinking long term. Long term. It is very, very important. So our mindset is key. Why did you start a business? Even if it's to survive at first, don't let it end at what? At survival. Do not let it end at survival. So that is the first reason why many small businesses struggle to what? To scale. The mindset, because they start to survive. Now, the second one I will talk about is the founder is the business. The second reason is the founder is the business. What do we mean? Without the founder, if the founder is not around, there's no business. So that is another thing. No system, no structure. Look at the fashion designer that we used as an example. If she's the only one fulfilling the order, the day she is sick, what happened to the order for that week? A week or two, maybe she's sick, she couldn't she couldn't sew. The order that week is what? Is gone. Founder travels, no business. Founder burns out, no business. So when the founder is the business, it's the struggle to what? To scale. How many of us have read Cash Flow Quadrant? The Cash Flow Quadrant by who? Okay, but I guess maybe we can remember, maybe some of us can remember his other popular book. How many of us know Rich Dad Poor Dad? Exactly. So is this author of Robert Kiyosaki? Yes, Robert Kiyosaki. Thank you. And in that 4 cash flow quadrants, he talked about 4 quadrants. Can you remember? Okay. I think he talked about, in the left we have the employee, we have the self-employed. At the right we have the business owner, and we have the investor. So he was proposing that we should mostly be at the right at the right hand. Because you might be wondering, what's the difference between a self-employed and a business owner? But a self-employed owns a business. Anybody? What do you think is the difference between a self-employed person and a business owner? Now, if somebody now, and even according to that book, one of the common examples that is used is maybe somebody, and this is even common. Let's say we have a medical doctor now. You know, sometimes some medical doctors, they can be working in maybe a teaching hospital, and they will have a clinic. You know, exactly. So people are coming to that clinic. Dr. Elizabeth is the owner. They know they are coming to that clinic. Why? Because Dr. Elizabeth is the owner of the clinic. She's self-employed. That's what he means by that. So a self-employed, you have according to him, he said, not building a business, but you own a business. You just think. Because most times, most of those people have visited an hospital like that. You have to have make registration, so they will not give you the time that the doctor will be around, because sometimes the doctor would have gone to his other business, which is a good thing. But the idea is not to be a self-employed person. It's not that you just have something, you are not working under. Many people and that's the thing. Maybe in my other speech I can come and talk about this other. It's not necessary that these days now, everybody, I think it's one of the topics that is in the platform. Everybody wants to be this. I want to be my own boss syndrome. My own boss syndrome, and it's really something that is common among the youth. Every one of us wants to just own something, which we want to be That's why you see somebody on Instagram, CEO, this, and CEO just like, I mean, you're CEO anyways. But the point is this: it's not just really about saying you own a business. Is there a structure and is there a system? So when we have the employee, you have a job. When you are a self-employed, you own a job. A self-employed person own a job. What that means that you don't own a business per se. It is a job. That job just happens to be that you are the owner. I don't know whether you understand that explanation. A self-employed, like that example of the doctor that we gave, it's not a business. It is still a job, because if you are not there for some certain hours in a day, something is going to feel it. We are going to feel it in that business. It's still a job. Just like when you are employed in a place now, you just have to be there. You've been given employment. You just have to be there from the time they ask you to be there. So it is very, very important. It is very, very important. So what happened is that we said the founder is the business. So many people just want to be at the forefront of that business. They want to be the one doing what? Doing everything. And as a result of that, there is a term that we call founder trap. So this founder now fall under the founder trap. That is, they are so much attached, and two things can cause the founder trap. The first one is identity. You know, there are some people that they are so attached to that business that even if they employ somebody to come and do, let's say that fashion designer employs somebody to come and assist, if that fashion designer is in that founder trap, according to her, she will believe that nobody can sew as perfect as she does. That's what she will believe. And if you have that mindset, it's already an embargo for you. Scaling that business, it will be hard, because you do not have to believe that you are the only one that can do it perfectly. No, there are people. That's the thing. As somebody that maybe wants to build, that's the mindset. Be open-minded. You do not know all. The least that you are our school system celebrate us for perfect mark. When you are the perfect, when you are the best, you feel this sense of fulfillment. You are the best in the class. That's why they say first, second, third, gold, silver, bronze. There's that thing. But you need to be careful so that you do not have that mindset ingrained in you. You have to believe that if you can do something at 80% level, know that outside there are a lot of people that can do that thing better than you. It's important. Better than you. So many people say it. In fact, some customers, they will even be putting the idea in you. It is you. And that thing really happens. Sometimes I know these things, and sometimes I myself, I act opposite it, and some of us act opposite it. Let me ask this question: how many of us, maybe ladies now, how many of us have gone to a place to make her hair, and you know that maybe the person is the owner of the shop, and you are maybe the person that you know before, and then the person now says, oh, let one of my stylists make your hair, but we decide that no, madam, it's you. It's yes or no. Can we relate to that? It is you. I want you to make the hair. I don't want one of your stylists. That's it. The woman is trying to say no, she can do it, but even me, I'm guilty. I will say no, ma, it's you that will make the hair. And she, the owner, she's doing the right thing. She is doing the right thing, as much as she gets somebody that is as good or even more better at that thing than her. So it's important. It's important. So trust issues, and we cannot blame people founders that want to be the face of their business. We can't blame them. Many people have trust issues. They've employed people before. They've trained people. One of our guests or our VIP speakers today, the woman that talks about them having a business at Surulere and they train, she mentioned something about training. She mentioned something about training. You know, you just have to train. So many people many founders that are guilty of this founders trap, they have experienced burns before. They have been burnt by their act of kindness. Maybe they've trained some employees, and at the end they've shown them this is how to do things, and at the end of the day they stab them in the back. So it is important to move away from this founder trap. Another thing is that can cause this is identity issue. Many of these founders have attached their identities to the business, and they believe that separating themselves, if you are telling them move away, just don't be the face alone of the business, don't just be the only one that they know for this business. It's like you are telling them to strip themselves of their identity. So it is important for you to, and the way you can do this as a founder, as somebody that is looking towards building a business and not just surviving, as somebody that is looking towards scaling a business, is that try. This is one thing you can use to note whether you are not guilty of founder trap. Step away from your business for 30 days and check whether that business will survive without you. Will revenue still continue coming in? Aside revenue, will customer satisfaction be on the same level or increase or decrease? Will operations be running? Operations is talking about the happenings in a business, day-to-day activities. That's the operation. That's why we have somebody called chief operation officer. So they know this is what you have to do. Everybody, when somebody comes to the work, we know it's already there. Everybody knows this is what to do, and the person that is checking is everybody doing it. So if you are not there, will all these things still be going on? So, but if not, that means that business is still on the survivor stage and not on the scaling stage. So scaling is you working on the business. Take note, scaling means working on the business and not working in the business. There are two different things. Working on the business, not in the business. Working to put structure in place, working to put strategy, working to put system in place, and not you being everything. If they want to sign, if they want to collect money, approve this thing, you are the one. So that's what we are talking about, that it shouldn't be. The third reason why small businesses do not survive or do not scale: money management. This is very important. Money management. And we are going to talk about different things under this money management. And the first one is not separating personal finance from your business finance. The thing is that many people think, if you watch some people, yes, I think it was the dean that was talking about when he wanted to start this business, or I think maybe I read right that she said the very first, when he got the idea, he reached out to his lawyer, register this business, yes or no. That's the thing. Register this name, just get this name ready, register this name, from there put something, okay, maybe register this name, put in open our bank account, because if you have registered, that means you're already treating it as a business. But the thing is that, like we said, many people started the business just in response to crisis. Many of them do not know. But if you look at some people, even if it's in response to crisis, it is important for you to put some things in place from the very beginning. Don't say that we are going to wait till when we grow big. You think small. You start small and you think big. You grow big. Don't wait till it is when we grow big. That's when you start putting system in place. It is that system that will actually make you grow big. It's those systems that will aid your growing. So one of it is that mixing your what personal money in with business. Many people is the private account, your business, your private account is where the money for your business is entering. Yeah, I've actually seen somebody, it's even common. And one thing where I learned this, in my last speech I talked about some women that I follow on and there was there was a speaker that was talking about how you can build your algorithm, your social media space, and it will be an edutaining platform for you. I think I have. If I enter Facebook today, I know the post of people that will show. If it's not Mrs. Roberta Edu, it should be Mrs. Choma Ifeanyi Eze, it should be Nelly, it should be that's the thing. It will just be coming. And one of those women is Mrs. Choma Ifeanyi Eze. Oh my goodness. I have that woman. We are selling Nigeria to the world. Go and follow that woman on Facebook. She is more active on Facebook. Choma Ifeanyi Eze teaches people how to add value, and then people can pay you for your value, for that value. She was the one that she stresses that business account a lot. In fact, she has this mindset, she has this belief that if she wants to buy something from somebody and the person sends a personal account, she will not buy something from that person. She will not go ahead with that transaction. You send your personal account for her to pay, she will not. Because the thing is that another thing, you cannot, if anything happens, you cannot claim that the money you sent is for 5 duvet or is for 2 pieces of whatever that you bought. You cannot now. If you want to contest that somebody now, maybe you bought something, the person did not deliver, they will say you paid so amount of money, so I should buy millions of naira worth of goods, so I should pay into Akomwade Labu account. No. She said no. So she was always stressing. As a matter of fact, the little thing that, don't let me call it little, what I do on social media as public speaking coach, I went to open a business account for that thing. She was the one, because later on I decided to take, because the woman has this course, data entry course, and it's not just about data entry. They teach you how to maybe put a little structure, a lot of things in that course. So even before I registered for her course, right, in 2020, in 2025, as at then I had not even opened that account, the corporate account for what I do on social media. I was just putting, but what I did personally was to put receiving the money in my OPay account. So then I decided that no other personal money will enter that private account. And one thing I did is that I saw an invoice app on App Store. I downloaded it. I was now using it to record my expenses and income. Because everything I read on a page, I will make sure I apply the one that applied to me. So, and that thing is made me see that, okay, this is the money entry. So by the time I now registered it under CAC, and I was now able to create an account here, and I registered the course, she now taught us one particular software that we can use that to record your bookkeeping. For bookkeeping record, it will give you invoice, it will give you receipts, it will give you a lot of things. So in this 2026, that's what I've been using. There was a day because I had not have time, it was around 2 weeks ago, I just sat down. Today I want to finish this, and I sat down, I cross-checked from my app, I cross-check it with the bank statements that my bank sent to me. I was able to fill everything into that software to say, okay, this is it. One thing, so what am I saying? Separating your personal money from your what? From your business money. Now, many small business owners, they will say, they need fund, they need this thing. If you want to ask for fund, you are not going to show them your personal account, because they want to know, somebody that want to invest or people that want to give you grants, they want to know how much have you really made yourself in this business. How much revenue? You said you started 5 years ago. Within that 5 years, how much revenue have you generated? with the little fund that you have. So that woman will now say that, so you are going to be showing them a shawarma 2.5, it was you bought a bone straight wig 150,000 from business account, from when you are already mixing everything. No. That's one of the reasons why many people, when you put everything together, you don't even know the one that is your money, you don't know the one that is not your money, everything is just together. Have an experience with somebody like that who has been running the business for more than 5 years, close to 10 years, but still personal account, and the justification is that that's not what customers are paying for. Is it, or that's not the result? I mean, it's not just about the corporate account. After all, we are delivering the value. Two truths can coexist, yes or no? You can have your corporate account and still be delivering value. Nobody says that it is a corporate account that will bring customer, that will bring more money. It is just the structure that we are talking about. It is the structure that we are talking about. So you just make everything to be what? To be aligned. So money management is one of the ways many businesses, one of the reasons when many businesses struggle to scale. Another one under money management is confusing revenue with profit. Your revenue is not the same as your profit. Your revenue, okay, who can tell me? Anybody? What's the difference between revenue and profit? Revenue and profit. Or is your revenue the same as profit? Anybody? Revenue is talking about the total money that enters, that you make per month or per year, depending on how you want to calculate it. That's your revenue. So your profit is now after you've already removed every expenses, cost of goods, salaries, and all of that. The main thing that now remains is now your what? Is now your profit. It's now your profit. You know, one of the things that I learned from that woman is this, from Mrs. Choma, is this, that as a business owner, pay yourself salary. Pay yourself a salary. Many people think, and there's this thing that I watched some years ago, it's not even up to this. If you go to YouTube, it's there. It's called Lion's Den. I don't know why. When I used to watch that, I thought, these are the kind of thing that should really go viral, because that program is very, very good. There are a group of investors. This Mr. Paul Nwanibe, the owner of Landmark, this woman that owns Rough and Tumble, yes, she's also part of the panel, about 2 or 3 other people as well. So people will come, young entrepreneurs will come, and they will pitch their business. So that will now say, okay, so I am inviting the Lions to invest so amount of money as 15% stake in my business. And so they will just talk and they will deliberate, and at the end of the day reach consensus if it's something that, so you just have to have one person to invest. It's not everybody that was all of the panel that will invest in your business. Some, they are lucky to get 2 people, some are lucky to get 3, some are lucky to get 1. Now, one of the things that I also noticed there is that some of this, because you know, sometimes as small business owners, we are always quick to say, I am building for passion, I am passionate about this. So some of the questions they do ask them is that, how much is your salary? Some of them will say that they are not paying themselves salary, and they will tell you, you are not being, how will I say, you are not being passionate by not paying yourself a salary. You are not being, okay, we should clap for you because you are not paying yourself a salary. No, pay yourself a salary. I mean, you are investing your time in what? In your business. So your salary should be able to cater. Because at the end of the day, and one thing I've noticed, and I have even seen practically somewhere, is that if you say you want to be that overly passionate by not paying yourself salary, and you are now dipping your hands into the pocket of your business money, if you are sincere with yourself, at the end of the month, calculate the money you are taking in there. Because, okay, how will you feed? If you are not paying yourself, you will still eat, you will pay rent, but you are using that to take something from the money, but you are not just calling it salary. At the end of the day, the money you are picking from that business will even be more than you saying I want to pay myself maybe 250,000 naira salary. You can see. So those are the things, because before you know it, you are already mismanaging the fund because it is not outlined. So pay yourself salary, separate your personal account from your business account. So that woman, Madam Choba, you see that pay yourself salary or a huge bonus. Don't just be dipping hands into the money coming into your business. And remember, this, we are not talking about big business per se. Of course, you are a small business. Of course, you are just making 20,000 naira per month. And that's the thing. You just have to define what the salary that you want to give yourself. And the thing is that it may not even be the same this month and the same next month. But just know that there is, and like I said, any of the things that woman posts that is in line with what I do, I apply it. So the salary, I decided to do it as well. So the thing is that, well, when you have that structure, it will show. If you read your bank statement, so my bank statement, if you read, there is, because I will put what is it called there, I will put narration. So there is Elizabeth's salary. If I read it for maybe Elizabeth month of this salary, that's the thing. So, but there's something you are training yourself for. It will not just be about, hey, will this money be enough? But if somebody now, you just want to show your, okay, oh, this is what I've been doing for the period of 2 years or for the period of 1 year, they want to be able to read that statement and it should make sense to them. Make sense to them. So money management is very, very important. Another one is poor cash flow management. Poor cash flow management. What do we mean by this poor cash flow management? They are not managing the revenue itself. Money is not coming. They are not getting money. And this can actually happen due to different ways. And many things, I mean, the major things that small businesses are guilty of that affect their cash flow. Cash flow in business means money that is entering into a business. Some, they underprice. And if you are listening to me, underpricing is not a good strategy. Underpricing is not a good strategy. We are not saying you should overprice. We are not saying you should underprice. Price your goods in a way that it's commensurate with your work, with your cost of production. Your cost of production should not be 500 naira, and you are saying because you want people to buy and you are now selling it for 300 naira. You should not even sell for 800 naira in a real sense. That's the thing. Your cost of production is 500 naira. So it's very, very important, because you cannot scale on a thin margin. You cannot scale on a thin margin. Your margin between your cost of production and your profit, it will still have to be very well. Because remember this, if you are going to decide your sales price, you know that it's not only your what is it called, and many of, why would I put it, many people, maybe artisans, you see artisans, or maybe people like fashion designers, they are guilty of this thing. They will just look at the cost of the material they use. How many yards did I use? Did I buy lining? Did I buy zip? Did I buy this? They will not even factor the time that they use to work, because that's one thing, you need to factor that in before you price your goods. The time. Value your time. Okay, maybe my time is worth 5,000 or 10,000. Add it to your cost of production. So if everything equals 50,000, you shouldn't be selling for 20,000. Yeah, because you have to what? You have to also make your profit. It's very, very important. So underpricing is something that can also affect a business from growing and from making enough profit. Then another reason, we've talked about 3, I said I will talk about 6 reasons why many small businesses do not scale. I've talked about being built to survive, I've talked about the founder is the business, and I've talked about money management. The fourth one is 3 in 1. No market, wrong market, lost market. What do I mean by no market? Many people and many budding entrepreneur, passionate entrepreneur entrepreneurs are guilty of this. You have idea. I want to, what will I say it? I want to build a software that can, they can just think of one thing. Of course, that thing can be something what? Something good. But the question is, are people ready to pay for it? So, no market is, you have a business idea. It's good, but people are not ready to pay for it. People are not ready to pay for it. And that means you do not have a business. And some people, they will still go ahead to continue with that kind of business. It's my passion now. It's my passion. It was somebody that said that. Do you think Dangote is passionate about making sugar? So he just like to make sugar. He just wants to make. They will not ask, what's your passion? I just love to make sugar, to produce sugar. So many people, you have to understand that sometimes I think it was somebody that was telling us about it because of this program, about your hobby may not be your passion, something like that. Thinking as a business, so you have to think as a businessman, as a business person. So having a good business means that you have a product or service that people are willing to pay for. The next one is wrong market. Wrong market means that you have a product, you are just selling the product for the wrong people. Can somebody give me an example? Can you give me an example of something that may not, let's use Nigeria, may be useful for people outside the country, but then cannot really sell in our country? Anybody? I think I know this, another one that is coming to mind. Imagine in Nigeria now, somebody say, I want to install heater. Outside the country, in their house, they install heater, especially when to get to that cold season. Yes or no? Imagine somebody say, somebody travel outside and say, you saw the way that maybe some people, they are making money installing heater in houses. The person now come to Nigeria, say, I want to come and install heater. That's the business I want to be doing, to install heater. Do you get? What will happen to the person? Why do you think that cannot be? Why do you think the person is selling that product to the wrong audience in Nigeria, to the wrong market? Why? There's no use for the heater now. In fact, we rather want something that, if there's something that can be more colder than air condition, come and install it. If there's something else, but you are coming to Nigeria where it is more of heat, you want to be installing heater. So it's not a good, so it's a good idea, a business idea, but this market is the wrong market for the business. And there are some people that they don't mind though. They will start, they will pump money, they will invest, they will do everything. That's why they said 80% of small businesses, it's a study by Sweden, 80% of small businesses in Nigeria failed before their 5th anniversary. They will just think, is this Nigeria? This Nigeria. Sometimes it's not. These are just some issues. These are just some issues. You are selling to the wrong market. You have a good idea, but you are just in the wrong market. Or you think that idea, and I can't remember an example. I want to use an example. You think that idea is a good thing, but your market is not they are not ready for that. Now, however, I think I remember something I should say, because I have read this biography of this man, Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is who? Who is Steve Jobs? Who is Steve Jobs? Apple, thank you. That's the owner of Apple, the company that does iPhone, iPad, and all those things. And he's dead, since was it not 2011 or so. So, according to him, he believes that people don't know what they want. That's what he believes, and it might be true to an extent. You know that most products, most business ideas that disrupt the world, they are not even the product that people think they need. Like iPhone now. When we started iPhone, did people know that? We did not know that we needed an iPhone. That's the thing. In fact, don't let us even go far. We did not even know that we need a phone that we can be using our hands to swipe. But they brought it and they sold it to us. So that's another thing. So somebody will say, what if but you just have to make sure that it is something, and your persuasive skill has to be very high if you want them to see that it is something that will be useful. Because that man, that Steve Jobs, he is marketing. If you watch his documentary, anytime they produce another iPhone or maybe MacBook and this thing, they will do an unveil and they will start storytelling, explaining what comes to this, what did they do to get this and all that. Sell it to people, let them know that okay, if you do not have this, you are missing out. He had that way. He used that FOMO method, fear of missing out, a lot in building that one, in building that his brand. He made people see that without iPhone, that exclusivity was even there with iPhone. That if you are not using the iPhone, it's like you are in the world, in the another part of the world. That was the way you did it. So that is also something to put in mind. However, a small business owner has to be careful. So it's not every market idea or every business idea that works in country A that can work in country B. No, don't just say this one. And there are, as much as it is not every, there are a lot of businesses that you see and then you come and incorporate in your country and then it moves. So the next one is lost market. I said no market, wrong market, and lost market. And this is the most painful one. How? Because you once had the market, you once had those customers. Unfortunately for you, you were not able to satisfy the customers. That's the lost market. You once had them, but you lost them. They stopped buying due to customer insatisfaction, due to what I ordered versus what I got. So they stopped buying. No loyalty program, no follow up, no fulfillment strategy. You collected money. You, like the example that I cited yesterday of somebody that paid, a woman that paid for maternity shoot to a photographer 650,000 naira thereabouts. At the end of the day, delivered out of 8 pictures, so just one that's just okay, a little bit. That person has lost that client, and many other clients that can come from that person. The question is not why did he charge this thing. Did the customer agree to pay or not? Yes. Did she pay in full or not? Yes. What now stops you from fulfilling that order? And if that person should continue like that to customer, now this other person now may not know all his clients, but if you should just do for 5 to 10 people like that, in the next 2 years we may not hear of that brand again. So lost market. So that is it. It can be no market, wrong market, or lost market. The next one is people problem. Another reason is people problem, and it's on different way. You cannot scale your business in isolation. That's important, because like we said, scaling a business is about putting structure and putting system in place and building. Laptop, it's not the structure we are talking about. Most time it's still the people, because even if you are going to even do a structure of what's it called, SOP or so, standard operation procedure of your business, is it not people that will come together that say, okay, what are the things that we should be standard in this business? So my point is that you need people. So the major reason why many small businesses struggle to survive and scale is that they have people problem, which stem from one, wrong hire. Many people hire wrongly. They put their emotion in place. There is this thing that, especially hiring family members. Do you think, I want to ask this question, do you think hiring family members in your business a bad or a good idea?
Bad idea.
It's not really a bad idea, but it is a bad idea. Because you have to, if you want to hire, and it's due to a lot of experience of a lot of people, there are people now that they can never put their family member. They would rather refer them to another company, or they would rather say, okay, let me give you some money, go and start something, than bringing them to their And the thing is, another thing is that you can hire, if you hire a family member, be ready to know that your standard operation is your standard operation. That is it. Your standard operation is your standard operation. Your cousin is late, or your cousin does something, let HR query. It's none of your business. That's the thing. When you already have structure in place, if something happen, if maybe you have employed your cousin now does something that is not, he shouldn't come to your table. You know that there is HR that will look into that. So it's when you yourself, you do not have your self-discipline, that you want to put emotion into things. And when you put emotion into things, people will do your things anyhow, and then they will just leave and move to another. You are the one that will be left with with other things that remain. So it's very, very important. It's not necessarily wrong to hire your family members. Just know that put things in place to checkmate everybody. Let everybody be equal. Let everybody be equal. And then another problem that causes people problem for a lot of companies or businesses is what is called no training. One of our VIP speakers that talked yesterday talked about training their employees. She even talked about doing some CSR, some community development, that they will train some people, that although those people will go after maybe 3 months program, but she said something that what that thing does is that at least it gives them a plan B, that anytime they have shortage of hands, they can quickly call this thing, come and help us, this person come and help us. So it is very, very important. Many people, even their core employees, they do not train them, and you just have to train them, let them know how things are done. Train them, let them know how things are done. The culture of the business, it has to be communicated in clear terms. Let everybody know that if you do this, you are doing it right. If you do this, this is the consequence. So it is very, very important. No training, no culture. Somebody says that culture is strategy for breakfast. You need to have a culture. Culture is the total way of life. But they say this is what we do here, this is how we do this here. That is it. And it must be communicated. It's not that everybody is just doing what they want, everybody is just, and that is why when there is no culture, that this is it, we resume this time, everybody is only when you are on break that you must do this. When there is no culture, when you are not there, people will just be doing whatever they like, because there is no culture. There is no way that things are done. It is very, very important. And then the next one is environment. The environment tax, we have to put that into consideration as well. Some additional costs can overburden a small business. Additional cost, the normal tax they are supposed to pay in a Nigerian setting, which is the context of this speech. Additional cost could go as far as electricity cost. In a country like ours, you cannot just depend 100% on electricity, like the government this thing. No, it's either you have plan B generator, plan C solar. Those are the things too. Those are the additional cost on your business. Those are the things you have to put in place. Multiple taxation depending on the kind of business that you run, especially people that do manufacturing. There's this one of the women that I said I follow on Facebook, Mrs. Roberta Edu, the owner of Muppets. Because she's into manufacturing, they produce that peanut butter and many other baby food. That's what they produce, baby food. So there are a lot of certification that the agency, they have to certify them, whether if they want to produce any other new products, they have to. So those are the things. So there are many small businesses that may not have the money. So for some manufacturing business, especially food now that is there, you have to get certified before you produce. So those are the things that can take a toll on a business. Currency instability. These are the things that can cause small businesses to fail. But the question is this: even with all these reasons, we still see businesses in Nigeria that started small and they have scaled. The like of Paystack, right? We know Paystack. We know Paystack now. It was for yes, that it was sold for billions worth for huge amounts of money. So businesses like Money Point, Piggyvest, they started small, but look at them today. Piggyvest, Money Point. There's this woman, House of Tara. Yeah. In fact, that is this House of Tara, Mrs. Tara Durotoye, or maybe we know her now, or we know her husband, Fela Durotoye. Yeah, House of Tara makeup company. So recently, that was middle of last year, the woman is just, I don't think she's even up to 50, because her husband just celebrated 50, maybe 53 or so. So I don't think the woman is even up to 50 years old, but she has stepped down from her business. In fact, she said before she made it public in 2025. Yes, 2025. That's when she made that post about it. And the woman that's the current CEO now has been in the business for, I think, 2 years. Before, she had already been doing the CEO job. So that's the scaling we are talking about. She has scaled the business because she has already even take herself away from the business. That's the thing. But did it happen immediately? No. Was she working towards that? Yes. That's the word. That's the mindset. So what are now having talked about the reasons, let's quickly talk about the path to scale as I begin to round off my speech. The first thing is that the first path to scale a small business is that you solve a real problem at a defined scale. Solve a real problem. Don't solve business. It's about your customer. It's not you. It's not only about what you need. It's about what your customer needs. You know, this woman, this Madam Chioma Ifeanyi, she on her page, she's always highlighting business ideas. Look at her around. Anytime she sees somebody selling just one single product and is making big money, she will come and use that example as a reference point. And she puts it in practice. Last year, in the middle of last year, because she does what she's an accountant. She used to work at many company. There was a time she was the head of this thing for Jumia, other international multinational company, before she resigned and she started Accounting Hub. So that Accounting Hub is an accounting firm. So they used to do accounting for businesses. Then later on now, so what she does majorly now is to train. So she has an online course that has trained over 20,000 people on digital skills, on data entry and digital skills. So in the middle of last year, she and her husband, they started a family business. What do they sell? Eggs. That's what they sell. And she was able to open, oh God, the way they were packing orders. In fact, it's as if you ask yourself that is it more than egg that they are selling. But she was able, that's one thing I love about the woman. Before she said they were starting, when they started that egg, that's one of the things that she's always saying, that there are a lot of businesses around. Every one of us, we just want to do package thing. Look around for what people need. You can ever go broke by selling what people need. Maybe you want to develop software. How many software? When maybe if you package maybe around you in your village, Gari is the best product. You know that this Gari that they do in my village, there's nowhere we do something like that in the whole of Nigeria. What happened to you packaging that Gari and bringing it? So those are the things that she always would share. And so it was as if she used that egg business to tell us that you can see, and we actually saw that yes, this thing works. Now she has moved to, because before when she started, they normally get the eggs from farmers. Now they are already building their poultry. They have their poultry, and I think they are raising about 40,000 chickens now to lay eggs. So somebody will ask that, and the thing is, it is true. Is there a single day that somebody will not eat egg in this life or in this country? It's not possible. Not even only in Nigeria. So solving real problem, Sometimes it's not something deep. It's not like, okay, you want to find cure for whatever, you want to this. It's not something, just looking around you and solving that real problem at a different scale, and just having what? And just having the vision. And talking about training, she said that before they open their, I think they opened the business in around August. They have already opened for the employee around June. For the first 2 months, they were not selling to customers. They were just training their what? Training their employees. And they paid the salary. Not that, but we are not making money yet. But immediately they started like this, everything just aligned. Everybody knows whatever. We know how to collect money, how to do this, and that is it. And then another thing is that part to scale, they build system before they need them. You don't have to wait till you need them before you build that system. So for that woman now, in fact, she always said there's one thing about the egg business. There's one thing that it's like, if I'm quoting her, I really love the woman a lot. So she always says something that I believe in starting small, but I don't believe in starting anyhow. Yes, because many times when she posts, people will say that sometimes you just have to start the way you are. She said yes, start small, but she even used herself as an example that she has never started a business anyhow. Right from the beginning, she always put some necessary step, and it's as simple as she has never given a client a private account to pay. Those are the things that she said. Or maybe not to send a proposal. Write a proposal from your proposal, your invoice, from invoice to payment, from payment to receipt. Follow that thing, and your bookkeeping and record. So the system has already been there from day one. You can, even before you need it, because by the time you start getting people to come and join you, it is the system that they meet, that they themselves, it is the system, the culture and the structure that they will meet, that they will help you to multiply. It's very, very important. Structure, it will even protect you. You know, like I said, that one of the things that she does is this accounting. So she helps businesses to set up this accounting structure. There was a time she used to sell this Eloquence accounting software. So, but aside that, there was a time she shared an experience that she went to do accounting for a particular bar. Is a lounge. They now discover that in the lounge, it's like they are recording. It's that when let's say for example now, it showed that we make 24,000 naira, and that 24,000 naira is supposed to be equal, let's say 10 bottles of beer, right? So let's not say, of course, the 24,000 naira is showing, and it's supposed to show that 10 bottles of beer, and maybe you have 15 bottles of what? 15 bottles of beer. So if you have sold 10, is it not supposed to remain 5? Now, they now say that what they discover in that business, in that person's business, is that instead of remaining 5, the beer will now remain 10. Yet the money is showing that we have 24,000 naira, and in the book it is showing that we've sold 10. Where is the remaining 5 coming from? Not knowing that some of the employees were playing tricks on the owner of the bar. Normally, it is when they are going home, they check the bag of those people, but they don't check their bag when they are coming back. So what they normally do is that when those guys the employees were coming, they will bring their own drink from outside. They will come and sell the drink. And you know that if there is now a leftover, because they are going to check their bag as they are leaving, there was no way they could carry the leftover drink home again. They will not join it with the inventory that is already there. So, and that was how, it's because in that, it's not just about checking. Sometimes CCTV can do another thing. There's the woman that talked about women balancing, mention CCTV. Yes, that's another way of structure. But sometimes too, anything can happen to CCTV. There are some things that need to who is the person giving the drinks? or is it a system? Better still, system input how many? So there should be a system that will show that after you've already sold 5, it must remain 10, and yes, it remains 10. System before they ever need it. Part to scale. Another thing is that they separate money without with discipline from day one. Don't say, is it not my money? Am I not the owner of it? Nobody is saying you are not the owner of the business. Nobody is saying they want to control how you spend your money. No, it's just discipline. Because even when if investors ever want to invest in your business, that is one of the things they will check. That you have that structure even with this. Yes, that's what they will check. Because how do you want to tell them that in 5 years you've made 5 million naira as revenue, when it is the same account that you are collecting money from clients, it's the same account that your parent is sending another money to you, it's the same account that your sister send money for, let me buy this thing at Oshodi market, that same account. How do you now want to justify that this money 5 million naira is truly business for business? Discipline, separating. And they build what? They build culture for themselves, for the company. You build a culture, let them know what is the right thing to do. What are we doing here? What is acceptable here? It is very, very important. It is very, very important. And they get to the right environment, which is good. You cannot do it alone. Seek mentors, seek communities. If you are somebody that you have it in mind to grow a business, seek mentors, seek communities. There are, like, was it not last week now, Tony Elumelu Foundation announced the entrepreneurs that they gave their grants, and what is it? Yeah, that is it. Some of those people, it's not just even about the money alone, it's about the what? It's about the knowledge they are going to share. And we've seen people that have been taking for this, like this woman, Nelly Abogo, the owner of Niger Branch Chic, the woman that does this trade fair every year, all around this trade fair. You know, that Mrs. Nelly and Chioma, they are best friends, Now that Nelly now, she was one a beneficiary of Tony Elumelu Foundation, that entrepreneurship grant. So, you know, that thing, exposure, those are the things. Not that you may be operating on the level that you are normally. So if you know that it is a business that you want to do this and you want to scale this, be ready to be open to mentors, be ready to read books, be ready to listen to people that have gone ahead of you. So as I am rounding off, small businesses struggle to scale. Why? Because the reason for starting may not be well defined. It may be as a response to crisis. It may be that the structure is not there. But I think we have established that you may not have to get your structure right. Your starting may be rough, but your journey can be smooth. Little by little, if you put some things into place. Because why is a speech like this important? It is very important because in a country like this, there's any country that has developed, I think for every time that I've been here, I have referenced Men Who Built America. And if you are listening to me, you are somebody that really loves what's it called, documentary. You can watch it on YouTube. I think it should be on YouTube. So Men Who Built America, because it tells the story of people like Rockefeller, Thomas Edison, Cornelius Vanderbilt, a lot of them like that built that country. So why is it relevant? In our country, in our nation today, we should not believe that the government cannot do everything. Because most developed nations in the world today, in fact, little of government most times. But just that, okay, if we are paying this tax to government, I hope you are doing your responsibility. So, but those people, individuals, they were able to do what? They were able to contribute largely in the country. Imagine we have thousands, 2,000, 5,000, or millions of Dangotes, or millions of Jimovia, or millions of Tony Elumelu, or millions of people like the founder of Piggyvest, the founder of Money Point. Imagine we have people like that. Imagine our small businesses, that your fashion designer that sew cloth for you at Surulere, or that your hairstylist. Imagine the person is thinking, because this thing is not that it's for some special people. That your fashion designer in Egbeda can also grow our own fashion house as big as the UBAs of this world, of this country. It is possible. It is possible. So imagine a situation where everybody understand that if it is that line you want to go, you want to build a business, you believe that I don't just want to build business for survival. I do not just want to build business just because I don't want to work under people, because that's another thing. Many people, the reason why they chose entrepreneurship is because I don't want to work under somebody, which is a wrong mindset at the first place. So when you believe that the reason why you are here is to create value, then create that value on a big scale. Create the value on a big scale. It's not about the money. It's not about what are you still looking for. It's not about, do you want to carry the money to heaven. No, that's not what we are talking about. That's not what we are talking about. As you are employing people, you are also building your country. You are also building your country. And so this is a call to action for everybody. That business idea, you know that you can scale it, and you should scale it. That's the thing. You should scale it. It's not something that maybe I can do or I will do. It is something that you must do. If we really want a country that we truly desire, we should understand that it takes the work of everybody in this country. Thank you very much for listening to me, and now I will be passing the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you so much for that wonderful speech. I learned a lot from it. It just reminded me of why my mom's business packed up. I guess she didn't follow these principles. Thank you so much. Okay, it's so good to be here once again. It's so good to be here once again. And for the record, we've crossed over, and just like the dean has instructed us and given us a charge that we can do more. It's like a startup for us. Today I'll be speaking about behavioral therapy. Behavioral therapy. I don't know if you've heard of that before, but as we go into the details of what behavioral therapy is, then we will get to understand it by and by. You would agree with me that every one of us exhibits characters, exhibits behaviors that may or may not be favorable to the next person. Okay, so this is going to be a very, very interactive class, because I would ask questions, and let's see how far we can go from here. So what do we understand by behavior? Before I bring in the two together, behavioral therapy, what do we understand by behavior? Behavior is an action or the reaction of an individual which can be influenced by internal or external factor. I would say it again. Behavior is the action or the reaction of an individual which can be influenced by internal or external factor. Now, bringing it to behavioral therapy, what does behavioral therapy mean? Behavioral therapy is a structured, evidence-based approach that focuses on a learner. Behavioral therapy is a structured, evidence-based, and for evidence-based approach, we mean, or it means, that this approach has been used again and again. It has been used for periods of time, and it has yielded good results. So behavioral therapy is used, or it means, an evidence-based approach that has been used to observe learners and yield good results. Why we act the way we do? You've heard of that book, raise up your hands. Why we act the way we do, or why you act the way you do. You've heard of that book before. Raise up your hand, please. Let's see. Let me see. Thank you very much. That book focuses on temperament. And for temperament, we get to understand that temperament in general is talking about the thoughts, the behavior, how people feel, and how they act. But I'm here to explain the factor that when we talk about behavior, in quote, on a scale, we have the purpose of behavior, regardless of the temperament you have, regardless of either you being a sanguine or a phlegmatic or a melancholy, or because there are times where a person can have two temperaments. However the case, for behavior, regardless of your temperament, regardless of what you exhibit or how you feel or your thought process, there is purpose for behavior. Behavior does not just happen just like that. There is purpose for behavior. Behavior, if you check as we go on, if you check the purpose of behavior, you would see that a character, why a person acts the way they do, why they behave the way they behave, is because of a purpose, is because of a particular purpose. And yes, we have 4 purposes of behavior. The first one, we have the sensory. The second, we have the escape. The third, we have the attention. The fourth, we have the tangible. I'll go over it again. I hope we're not sleeping, because here I've asked questions. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. So yes, I said we have 4 purposes of behavior. The first, we have the sensory. The second, we have the escape. The third, we have the attention. And the fourth, we have the tangible. S-E-A-T. Thank you very much. Now, if I change it to T-E-A-S, what would that be? T's. So who can tell me what T would be? Okay, tangible. Thank you very much. What would E be? Escape. What would A be? Attention. What would S be? Sensory. So I'll say it again. T-E-A-S. T's. T would be tangible. E would be escape. A would be attention. And S would be sensory. What if I change it to S-A-T-E? What would that be? S would be what? S would be sensory. Yes. A would be what? T would be what? E would be what? Okay, what if I change it to E-A-T-S? What would that be? E would be what? A would be what? T would be what? And S would be what? S would be what? Sensory. Thank you. Okay, what if I change it to S-T-E-A? What would that be? Okay, S would be what? T would be what? E would be what? Yes, that's correct. A would be what? Attention. Thank you very much. Now, I said for behaviors, they all serve their purposes. If you can remember correctly, a speaker came here and gave an analogy of what she used to do when she was growing up, when she was much younger. And I'll give that analogy and many more as we progress. She said now it was difficult for her to wash the dishes when it was time for her to wash the dishes when she was growing up. And she said for some weird reasons, it is either she's having headache or stomach pain or something is happening to her, and when that thing comes, she would not wash the dish. Now, for the purpose of behavior, I've said sensory, I said escape, yes, I said attention, and I said tangible. What do you think that particular attitude that I've just explained, that scenario, what would it be? Where would you put it? You're getting it, you're getting it correctly, yes? It's escape. And why we would choose escape is because they are, yes, you are trying to avoid a particular thing, so you would come up with different reasons to run away from that activity. Now another example about the escape. This is aimed at you running away from a thing, you avoiding a thing. Now my learner, I'm a music teacher too, aside from my early years tutoring. I teach music to both the neurodivergent and the neurotypical children. Now my learner, I've observed something in him. At first when I started the class, but I think we're just 2 months into the class, but I observed something, that there is a particular trait. He's so strong-willed and self-willed that when he has made up his mind to do a particular thing, he would not do it. No matter the coercing, no matter the come do this, come down and do this, come down and, so long he has zeroed his mind that he doesn't want to do it, he will not do it, no matter what you say to him. And when a teacher comes into the setting, you're not meant to give a feedback just yet without observing. That's not what therapy is all about, or that's not what teaching is all about for me. I tend to observe the learner, observe their pattern, observe their thoughts, even engage them as often as I can, so that I can understand their thinking process, understand how they relate to things, even without getting 1 or 2 feedback from the parents. Now it is what I have observed over time that gives me the courage to meet the parents and say, okay, this is what I have observed and observed and observed. Can you clarify if this is truly happening? I confronted the mom that I think your son escapes activities, and she said no, it's just that he gets cranky when he sleeps and wakes up. And I said, okay, no problem. When she said that, I personally made up my mind to keep observing this boy until I can get a perfect diagnosis for myself. Because when I observe it and I've gotten a perfect diagnosis for myself, it would help the class progress. Imagine one of the days I went to the house to teach him. The class is just for 1 hour, and he was crying. He was not just crying, he was rolling on the floor. He was rolling on the floor, and the pitch of his voice was extremely high. There are some children that when they start crying, you can't hold them. You can't hold them because they are so strong. Their muscles get tightened, their nerves get tightened. You can't hold them. Now he was crying and roaming on the floor. It was just, if you go to meet him, he will stand up and take you round. And I know in my heart of hearts that he's doing this thing intentionally. And he wants to wear me out so that the mom can say, oh, Miss Abigail, I feel this boy will not be able to have the class today, and then please, if it's possible, let's have the class another time. And that is what he wants. She did it the first time, she did it the second time, and I'm like, if this boy keeps doing this thing, I will get paid, good and fine. But it's not in my nature, it's not in my pattern, especially in my teaching ethics, that I go to a parent's house and the purpose of me going there, my learning objective for that day, is not achieved. At least there is a prestige at the end of the month that when I get my salary, I can boldly beat my chest and say, oh yes, I worked for this money, and I would eat it with all pride and joy, than going to their house and not doing anything. Like I said, I will get my salary, but at the same time, my conscience would not be entirely free. So I started observing the patterns. The mom no longer came downstairs to watch what she was doing because she felt that I should be able to handle the situation. And why she felt I should be able to handle the situation is because I was referred by another parent. I got a referral. I didn't know this woman from anywhere, but it was the class I was having before that referred the woman to me. The class I was having before, I will tell you the pattern of that child. That child was 3 years old when we started the music class. And because she was 3 years old, it is okay for 3 years old to want to run around, and sometimes they don't feel the energy to want to learn. When I go to their house, and she's crying. The little girl will be crying and just doing all the things she needs to do. The mom would call me by the side and say, Miss Abigail, I think you would have to like go. Then maybe some other time I'll be like, Ma, don't worry, just leave this one to me. I should be able to do something. At least let me stay around for the 1 hour. Because I know that if I start that pattern, and one thing with children, either the neurodivergent or the neurotypical, is that when you start a routine with them, they get familiar with that routine and get so comfortable with it that for every time they act, especially when they see you, they begin to act that certain way, so that you get to follow on with that pattern, and then nothing is achieved. Now, the girl will be running up around with the toy, and I'll sit down, then I'll join her for a while. Do you know that for the whole of the first 30 minutes, we would not do anything, but she will be seeing that me, I am here, and she is looking at me. Then for a while, she will bring the toys and say, oh, this is PJ Masks, this is Paw Patrol, this and this, and I'll be like, oh, talk to me about it. When I see that we're getting deep into the conversation, and she's enjoying my company, and I'm also enjoying her company, then I will introduce the lesson for today. So at the end of the class, the mom will be like, Miss Abigail, I was thinking this class would not hold, but this class, it held. Wow. So because of that pattern I have consistently worked on with this particular child, the girl child, I got referred to this other woman. Like I said, the class is still quite new, and the boy is already used to the patterns. I'm not the only one experiencing this, but for every other teacher that comes to the house, he acts that way. Why? Because of escape. And this brings me again to the purpose of behavior. Why do children, or why do adults act the way they do? Now let's go over it. The first one, we said escape. That they want to escape from that tax, or that they want to escape from that premises. That is why they act the way they do. A practical example. A speaker said something about the teacher, that when the maths teacher comes into the class, or before the maths teacher comes into the class, the child or the student would run to the toilet, and the toilet is not even favorable. It's not a place that one can stay for a long time, but because the child wants to escape the maths class, they would go to the toilet just to stay there till the period is over. Sometimes we should look at it that it is not the fault of the teacher for not breaking down the topic. Sometimes some children don't want to leave their comfort zone. They would rather stick to what they know, their comfort zone, than being pushed out of their comfort zone. That is why the escape comes into play. A similar example, or a practical example. A teacher comes into the class and says, this is the homework for today. This is what you will do in page this and this and this. Go home, do the assignment, come back, we will review it. For the ones you do not understand, we will talk about it. And the ones you understand, good and fine, you will get a reward for it. Because the child doesn't want that assignment, or doesn't want to do the assignment, they will tear the book, or they will tear that page of the book, or they will water it down just to escape that tax. Purpose of behavior. When a child acts a certain way, ask, is this child really escaping from this behavior? Why is this child acting this way? If it is escape, then we will talk about the strategy to use. Now we have attention. Attention. A child or an adult. Attention. I remember growing up, while I was in secondary school, there was this, I'm not meant to use crush, but I don't know the right word to use, because the English personnel that came on board today said we should not use crush. Yesterday rather, that crush is for somebody that is not happy with the words of the person that has said a thing to them. So I had this person I liked in secondary school. And he was in the same class as myself, rather. So what would happen is, for every time he comes to class, I will stand up from my seat and walk 20 times in the classroom. Because secondary school. I just, not because there was really a particular feeling attached to it. The way he talks, is attentive in class, and okay, sometimes I'll be like, I wish I can be like this person. And it was really neat. His socks was white, his uniform was well ironed. So these are qualities that you're just looking at and you're like, oh, like it just softens the heart. So yeah, I was doing that particular thing just to get attention, not for anything, just the attention it brings. And you'll be like, Abigail. When he says Abigail, I'm like, yes. I'll be so happy because I've gotten what I wanted, just the attention. Practical example with children. When they need a particular thing, even when you're calling or you're talking on the phone, you see them, they come around you just to get the attention, or they cry just to get the attention. They do things just to get the attention. Or if you observe in your place of work, there is always somebody that is always wanting to put input in every conversation. After the boss has finished admonishing everybody and will ask, is there anybody that wants to say anything? There is a particular person that must say something. That behavior is attention. So when people act in certain ways, ask, is this person doing this thing because of attention? Or is this person acting this way because they need to escape or they need to avoid this particular thing? Then we have tangible. The goal is to get something. There is always something attached to it. That person coming close to you needs something from you. It's either the person needs your friendship, or needs your time, or needs your attention, or they just need a particular thing from you. That's tangible. The goal is to get something from you. Understand that yes, we're not supposed to be suspicious about people's behavior and all that, but at the same time, they say if we know better, we will do better. And if we do better, it helps everyone around us. Now, what do I mean by tangible? A child crying just to get the mobile phone. Crying and crying and crying and crying non-stop. You know, there are some tears I will start by sucking first. Mommy, I need this thing. Mommy, I need this thing. Mommy, I need the phone. Give me the phone. And you're not looking at it that direction. The tears begins to increase again and again and again. Then just for you to stop that tears, you're like, okay, take this phone. That is tangible. They are crying because they just need that particular thing. And once you've given them that particular thing, whether biscuit or cookie or the phone or they need screen time, whatever the case may be, they have won it. And once they've gotten it, that is tangible. I would ask again, when we say E, what does E mean? Or what does it start from? Escape. Thank you. T, tangible. A, attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we go to the last one, which is S. We're still talking about the purpose of behavior. The purpose of behavior. The S is the sensory. Now this happens not because they really want it to happen, or it is not external, it is internal. And I'll make a practical example. If there is dirt on the floor close to you and it stinks, okay, let's use PSP, lawman, for example. If lawman comes down this road to pick up the trash in the street, the smell, is it pleasant? Yes or no? Is the smell pleasant? No, it is not pleasant. And then the easiest thing for you to do, or the quickest thing for you to do, is to leave that environment. This is not influenced, it is influenced by internal. It's because your internal, you cannot take it from within. That is why you are acting the way you are acting. When a person, I remember boarding a bus, and I was sitting down close to the window, thankfully, and the man, somebody sat down close to me, then other passengers, and the man brought out his phone because it was ringing, and the driver, that coincidence, said, okay, passengers, pay the transport. I brought out my bag and gave him my money. As I was about giving him my money, this man's phone was ringing close to me, and as he opened his mouth, immediately I had to, like, conductor, take your money, because it was an unpleasant smell. It may not be his fault, or it may be his fault, but then it was not something I really wanted to be associated with. So when children act the way they are acting, sometimes it is not because, especially when it comes to the sensory, it is not because they are intentionally doing it. It is because they don't like it. They are either having a meltdown, and a meltdown is sensory. It is instigated by the nerves. They are not just, it's either the nursery or the sensory. There's a sensory overload. Yes, that's the right word for it. There's a sensory overload, and a sensory overload could be noise, loud noise, the noise hitting again and again and again and again, the noise banging from everywhere, and they don't like. I was teaching a child, is a neurodivergent child. The child is really brilliant, smart, autistic boy, really brilliant, very cool, calm boy. When the noise gets, when the volume of his piano gets so intensified, like the volume is so loud, we have to keep decreasing the volume again and again, because he has this sensory overload. He gets triggered by loud noise, and when he gets triggered by loud noise, he tends to close his ears, because he doesn't want to hear the noise. This is him having a meltdown. And when things like that happen, we quickly reduce everything that is close to him. So now when you see a child maybe acting the way they are acting, closing their ears, or you see some people, they are just human, and they are just having this, they are on their own and they are humming, not because they really want to make that kind of noise, it's because they might be having a sensory overload. Or you see some people playing with balls, they're just touching the balls or touching their hands just to calm their nerves. This is sensory. Purpose of the behavior is either escape, attention, sensory, or tangible. Then we go to ABC of behavior, foundation of behavior. But before we finally go to foundation of behavior, I would ask like 2 questions, and you will tell me what category these 2 examples fall under in purposes of behavior. The first one is a child that tears his book because he doesn't want to do the teacher's assignment. What category or what purpose of behavior does this fit under? Escape. Thank you very much. Okay, so for a child that cries just to get a particular thing, what category would that be? Tangible. Thank you very much. Okay, ABC of behavior. The ABC of behavior, the A is antecedent, B is the behavior, and C is the consequence. A is the antecedent, B is the behavior, and C is the consequence. Now we have after. Okay, we have before, we have the behavior, then we have after. Thank you. We have before, we have the behavior, then we have after. Now when we say antecedent, what happens before this behavior happens? What happens before this behavior happens? So I told you that I just got a new client because of the referral I had. When a teacher comes into the home of this particular child, my learner, to teach him, I think there was a particular time where when I come in, I would hear his voice from the door. He's shouting and playing and doing what he needs to do, very energetic. But once I come into the house, the voice begins to reduce. And once it's reduced, I would talk to him, okay, how was your day? Just to build conversation, teacher-student conversation, and to ease the calm. Have you eaten? What did you eat? You went to school? Did you enjoy school? Just to build that rapport. And when it is time to play the piano, this boy will fake sleep. And when I mean fake this sleep, his eyes will begin to close gradually. You will see the dreamy eyes, and if you don't hold him, he will sleep on the chair. Do you know that I will tell him to walk around? We will walk around just to clear the eyes. But once I say, okay, this is the last piece you're playing for me, the final attempt you're playing for me, that sleep disappears. And the voice that I heard when I was coming back increases. Miss Abigail, okay, you can go now. Lesson is over. The piano class is over. Miss Abigail, you can go now. As I'm going, in my mind, I'm like, wow. So this boy is really doing this thing on purpose. He's trying to escape. But then I will show him in every class that I know his tricks and I can work with his tricks just to favor me. Now the recent one that happened, I got to his house. Though I was told that the learner, the lesson teacher that came to his house had the experience with him. He had been crying even when the academic teacher was with him. He carried that cry into my class. And when he came downstairs, he was no longer crying. He was now rolling on the floor. Rolling on the floor and shouting and screaming. Now this is what I do in my class. I show two expressions that says the happy face and the stained face, the serious face. Now the happy face, I will say what I'm saying and I will say it lightly with a smiling face, and I'm like, okay, you can do this, you can do this. Then the serious face, I'm no longer smiling. The pitch of my voice is getting thick, though calm. At the same time, you would understand the switch. I've never used I've interchanged it one or two in the class, because I was thinking, okay, this is just a new learner. I'm trying to observe him. I've not made my full observation yet, so I can't really say what he's trying to do, what purpose of behavior should I put him, what category should I put him under. And that day, he was rolling on the floor and the nannies were consoling him. And you know, sometimes children, when you keep consoling them, they tend to be in charge. They be in charge that they don't want to listen to what you're saying. And I'm like, will I leave this class today without teaching this boy? And for piano or for learning a skill, it has to be consistent. It has to go again and again. You need to do it again and again. And he was crying. Then I told the nanny, leave there. Don't worry. Just stay aside. Let me and my learner do our magic today. He was rolling on the floor. The first thing I wanted to do was stop the tears. Because I know if the tears get stopped, every other thing would follow. He was still crying, and I met him. I carried him up. This boy was really strong. I don't know where the power came from, because I was already tired. That was my last class for the day. But I don't know where the power came from. I carried him and put him on a chair. And I said, you don't want to play, because he was shouting and saying he doesn't want to play the piano today. And I said, okay, you don't want to play the piano, right? No problem about that. I carried him. I put him on a chair. He would stretch and fall down. I carried him again. I put him on the chair. It will stretch and fall. Then I use my serious voice and I said, if you come down from the chair, you will play the piano. It didn't sink in the first time I said it, because it was trying to roll, and I kept saying it. If you come down from the chair, you will play the piano. I think it sunk. Then he sat down, but he didn't sit down well. One leg was, he wanted to still tell me that he was still in control. One leg was still down, and I said, sit down well. And he sat down, and I said, okay, you said you don't want to play the piano. And he nodded. I said, use your words. He used his words. And I said to him, do you want to play the piano? And he said no. And I said, okay, if you don't want to play the piano, clean your tears. And he cleaned his tears. And I said, okay, thank God, we're heading somewhere. We're heading somewhere now. Okay. Like I said, I don't leave my learner's house without at least achieving a learning objective for that day. And I was like, okay, what do I do? Now that we've stopped the tears, how do I get him to play the piano eventually? And luckily for me, the nanny brought Capriso, and I heard Capriso was his favorite drink, so I used that as a reinforcer. So at first he said he didn't want the Capriso, but I know he has sat still and he was no longer crying. And the nanny went to meet him and put the Capriso in his mouth. And once the Capriso was in his mouth, started drinking it, and she removed it. Then I made a deal with him. I struck a deal with him. And I said, if you do this skill for me, you will take the Capriso. Look at, and while I was making that deal, there was something I did. I was crafty enough to magnify the lesson. I said, if you do the task for me, you will play 5 times and I will give you the Capriso. But if you do not do the task for me, you will play 20 times and I will not give you the Capriso. Which one do you want? And he looked at me and he said he will take the 5. And I said, okay, stand up, let's go to the piano. I'm still talking about the ABC of behavior. The A, before the behavior happened. Before the behavior happened, he was crying and crying and crying. The behavior itself, and then the consequence. You know, there are times where you hear the math teacher is coming, and the first thing you want to do, I don't know if you've taught before in a school, the first thing you want to do is leave the class. You want to leave the class because the math teacher is coming. Now, you've seen it at the timetable that it is a period of maths. That is the antecedent before the behavior. The antecedent is the math teacher, the math class, the math section. The behavior is to leave the class. Then the consequence, because the behavior is for you to leave the class, then the consequence will not be the teacher saying, go out of the class. Now, a practical example, I've taught in schools before. That's for my previous boss. And there's a particular student, when I get into the class, what he will do is, he would start drumming the table. Drumming the table so loud. Then, if care is not taken, if I don't arrest that situation on time, the rest of his classmates will follow suit. So what we have to do is understand the behavior. But before understanding the behavior, we have to know what really causes this behavior, which is the antecedent. Then we move to the behavior itself. What kind of behavior comes up before this behavior? What attitude, or what is the thing, or what is the pattern, how the pattern runs? What is the pattern? What is the antecedent? Then we have the behavior. Then what is the consequence? Sometimes it is even the teachers that enforce this behavior, or reinforce this behavior rather. And we reinforce this behavior knowingly and unknowingly. That's directly and indirectly we reinforce this behavior. A practical example. Your mom will say, for doing this particular thing, I won't give you X and X and X. But because you've done something for her, because you've maybe swept the house, or you've been a good child all along, she won't follow suit with that consequence she has given you. Because she has break the pattern, then she has enforced that behavior knowingly, unknowingly rather. Then we have strategies for handling behavior therapy. What are the strategies? There are a lot of strategies. We have the prompting, we have the reinforcement, we have PECS. PECS is picture exchange communication strategy. We have social story, we have power cards, we have feeding, we have replacement behavior, and there are many more. But I will just talk about two. Where we have modeling. Modeling is part of the strategies for curbing behavior. Modeling means showing the child what to do. Show the child what to do. To model, you can say, if the child is having a problem sitting down, you can say, Eze, look at me. You bring him in front of the class, or you bring him close to you and say, Eze, look at me. This is what I want you to do. Come through the door rather, and sit on your chair. And you walk to the chair and you sit down. I am sitting on my chair. Modeling. Or you can say, Eze, I want you to write on the board for me. Write 1, 1, 1, 1. This is modeling. Eze sees what you have done and he replicates it. Because basically children learn by what they see and sometimes what they hear. Most of the times they learn by what they see. That is why modeling is a structure. Modeling is a strategy in handling behavioral therapy. Model what you need to do. Like I told you about my learner in one of the speech I took. She didn't tell me that, Miss Abigail, I am studying what you're doing. But she was taking cognizance of everything I do in class. That is modeling. I was indirectly teaching her what to do when she is like me. So in changing a particular behavior, a behavior that you do not like or you do not want to see in your children's day-to-day activity or day-to-day life, or your cousins or your family and friends, or somebody in your place of work, whatever the case may be, or whoever the case may be, you can just model that character or model that activity to them and show them how it is meant to be, show them how it is meant to be done, and they follow suit. Then we have replacement behavior. Replacement behavior, teach them better alternative. Instead of shouting and crying, tell them to raise their hands when they need to say something. At the end of the day, after I've given my learner, he has done the task for me, and I have given him his reward. That's the reinforcement. I told him in a stern voice and in a very serious voice, I said, on days when you are tired, come down nicely from the staircase, come down nicely and sit on that chair. The chair I told you I carried him on so that he can sit when he was crying and having his tantrum. I told him, come down from the staircase, come down nicely, sit on the chair and raise up your hand and tell me, Miss Abigail, please, can we have the class for shorter time today? Rather than crying and running about that people keep chasing you and petting you. And I asked him, are you not a big boy? He said, yes, I'm a big boy. I said, if you're a big boy, you're not meant to be crying and rolling on the floor. So then I've used replacement strategy. Teach replacement. Rather than crying, rather than shouting, rather than throwing tantrums, because tantrums mean intentional act just to avoid a particular task, or just to fulfill or just be in that category of the purpose of behaviors. Rather than throwing tantrum, this is what you can do. Raise up your hands, or you pick a card. The card can say, I am tired. Or the card can say, can I raise up my hands? Or the card can say, can I say something please? Whatever the card, if you're using pegs, if you're using cards, power cards, regardless, whatever the method or approach you're using to rectify or replace that behavior, you have to use it, else that character or that behavior will continue again and again, and sometimes it can escalate and you're asking yourself, where did I go wrong? You've gone wrong, it's just that you didn't notice it. It is when it became a spillover that you started noticing it. So when characters or behaviors are being exhibited by anyone around us or by children, first you need to do is observe the purpose of the behavior. If you can outline the purpose of the behavior, then you can now use the ABC method, the antecedent. What happens? What really causes this behavior? When Miss Abigail is coming, that is the antecedent. Then the behavior is crying or sleeping when you see her. Then the consequence will not be, oh, Miss Abigail, can you go home? That's to say, he has done or he has achieved his purpose of escape. It has been finalized for him. What are the step-by-step strategy? We have step-by-step strategy. The first is to identify the behavior. You have to be specific. And one thing in identification of behavior, we all have like different characters or different behavior we want to change in a child or in a person. Rather than saying, I don't like the way you eat, or I want you to change the way you're eating. Just remembered my learner telling his sister, I don't like the way you're eating like I don't want to use the word he used, you're eating like one of the animals, like that. And I said, if you really want to correct her, you don't use that word, you have to correct her nicely. But all I'm trying to say is, be specific about a behavior you want to change. You have to know the behavior, target the behavior. The child may not be writing well, the child may be having behavioral issues, the child may be crying at the same time, the child may be sitting nonchalantly, the child may not want to greet. Rather than saying, I want you to greet like this, I want you to eat like this, I want you to write like this, I want you to do this like this, just choose a particular behavior. Just be specific. Which one do I want to change? Which one do I want to correct? Which one do I want which one do I want him to unlearn and relearn? Be specific about the behavior. Once you've identified the behavior, then you would now say, okay, if it is the crying I want to change, how do I now go about it? Which brings me to the second one. Find the purpose of the behavior. And in finding the purpose, then we go back to the SEAT. Is it sensory? Is it because it's having a mental or a sensory overload? That's, it cannot take it internally. It's overwhelmed by what's going on. Or is it trying to avoid, is it trying to escape this particular task? Or is it looking for attention, or is she looking for attention? Then you ask, oh, is it tangible? He wants to get something from me, or she wants to get something from me. Is that why she's acting like this, or is that why he's acting like this? Find the purpose of the behavior. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? We have to know that. Then observe the ABC. Ask, what triggers this behavior? What triggers it? If it is escape, or if it is tangible, what triggers it? What triggers the escape? Is it when Miss Abigail comes? Is it when the math teacher comes in? Or is it when the boss walks in? Or is it when mommy walks in? Or daddy walks in? What triggers this behavior? When you know what triggers the behavior, then you ask, what is the behavior itself? What is the behavior? Then what is the consequence? Now you've known the ABC, you've observed the ABC, then you choose a strategy. And in choosing a strategy, that's to say, if it is attention, you have to ignore it and focus on good behavior that you can reinforce. If it is because this child wants attention, okay, in a classroom of 15 students, you will see one particular child walking up and down. That can be sensory overload. That's not even where I'm going to now. You can, okay, I remember teaching in a school, and there's a particular child. When I'm teaching the children and everybody's following, that child just wants to say something. She will just want to disrupt the class. Miss Abigail, Ife Chuku is chewing his pencil. Ife Chuku, stop chewing your pencil. Miss Abigail, she's opening her book. Please stop opening your book. Miss Abigail, this is doing this. She keeps reporting again and again. The first time I was like, what's really going on? What's really happening with this child? Why is this child always doing this and doing that? Then I got to understand that it is attention. She always seeks attention. She wants to be the starlight of the class. She wants to be noticed. She wants to get noticed in the class. So what do? I always ignore the behavior. For every time she sits still and she conducts herself after I told her what to do by raising up her hand rather than disrupting me or distracting me, when she sits still and she raises up her hands like following my instruction, then I reinforce her immediately and I tell all the class to clap for her. Then she gets excited because the attention she's looking for, I have been able to shift the attention from her distracting me to giving her the attention that she claims for, but in the appropriate way and manner. Then we have, if it is escape, do not remove the task, rather simplify it. If the child wants escape, okay, like I made an illustration about a child because of the assignment that has been given to him or her in class. The task can be lengthy or so much. When you say open to page this, do number 1 to number 10, then open to page 5, do number 6 to number 7, then open to page, the task can be so much and overwhelming, which is fine because sometimes when they get home they have other activities that they have to be involved in. So what you have to do is reduce the task. For that particular child, every other child in the classroom can get the equal assignment you've planned for that day. But for that child, you can call the child over and say, okay, I want you to do this and this. Just do this and this. So you've not removed the task, rather you've simplified the task. If it is tangible and the child really wants something, rather than crying or shouting or making a whole lot of noise or hitting the wall or throwing tantrums, what you have to do is teach the child how to ask appropriately. Ask appropriately. Miss Abigail, I want this. Miss Abigail, please can I sharpen my pencil? Miss Abigail, can I do this? Miss Abigail, can I use the restroom? Can I use... This is tangible. Teach the child how to ask appropriately. Now if it is sensory, that's the child is having overload, the sensory is having sensory overload, what you have to do is take the child out of that atmosphere. Take the child out of that atmosphere, or reduce the loud noise. Reduce the loud noise. That is you choosing a strategy. Number 5, teach replacement of behavior. Teach replacement of behavior. You've choose a strategy. If it is the tangible you want to use, or the sensory, or the escape, or the attention, whatever the case may be, after choosing a strategy, use a replacement behavior. With changing a behavior, you have to be consistent. It's just like learning a skill. You don't go to the computer site, or if you're learning a program to get a certification and whatnot, you don't start today and stop. You will not go 1 week, 2 weeks, and then you would go again. That's to say it is not consistent, and because it is not consistent, there is no change, and because there is no change, the behavior will carry on, and once the behavior carries on, it can escalate, and once it escalates, it's not good to the family, it's not good to anyone around. It becomes a problem eventually. So we have to be consistent in changing. You have to be consistent in changing that behavior. You have to be consistent. Number 7, monitor the progress. And in monitoring the progress, that's to say you have to be dynamic. You have to be dynamic in monitoring the progress. Be dynamic in the sense that you don't have to be stereotyped, especially when it comes to reinforcement. When a child knows that it's only capricious, you'll be giving that child again and again and again and again, and it gets tiring at some point. But you can interchange the reinforcement. Okay, I will give you capricious today. Then tomorrow you can say we would go outside to play your favorite sport, or you can choose a particular sport you want us to play on. Or okay, I would give you screen time for 5 minutes. Just be dynamic in monitoring the progress. Be dynamic. I will close with this. Every behavior is reinforced, and in reinforcement it can either be good or bad, directly or indirectly. But we should always note that behaviors can be changed. It can be learned, and because it has been learned, it can be unlearned, and a new behavior can be relearned. Though it may take time to unlearn it, you have to be patient and consistent, and that change you're looking for in your word will eventually come. Thank you. I will now be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. So this morning I'll be talking about rebuilding trust in our society. And before I go further into my speech, I know so many of us, we take public transportations. I don't think anyone trekked from wherever they were coming down to this place. And in boarding your bus or mounting your bike, whatever means of transportation you use to come over here, I don't think any of us, would have asked the driver for their certificate or their license rather, and say, okay, can I see your license to know if you are worthy enough for me to board your bike or worthy enough for me to enter your bus. I don't think anybody would have done that, right? You just trusted the person to board the bus, to board the bike, and go to wherever you're going to. So in as much as trust is rigid, is at the same time very fragile. It's something that we tend to lean to, and at the same time we lean out of. And this brings me to a question: how do we even rebuild trust in a society? How can we tell if this time around is a fair gamble for us to trust? If this time around is a fair gamble for us to do things differently, per se. The society is the bedrock of our culture, is how we have chosen to live our life and how we have chosen to balance ourselves out. And then in society, we're always trying to struggle to find a strong foot, or maybe a strong holding, which could be difficult. And this brings me to the story of I don't know if we know Balogu Shunobu, and if we don't know that, how many of us know FCMB? Yeah, FCMB is the first Nigerian indigenous bank that we have. And how did Balogun get to have the license for FCMB? During the Civil War, before 1970, when the war stopped, Alex Ekweme had to leave Lagos because, of course, some of the Igbos were being targeted, and Alex had to travel so he doesn't lose his life. And whilst he traveled, Mr. Balogun did something extraordinary for his neighbor, right? And what usually happens is when people travel during this period of the Civil War, they tout the omonile. I don't know what to call it in English. Well, the son of the soil. Okay, exactly. They come over to the person's house. They take that person's property as their own, right? And if you happen to come back from your exile, you would have no place to stay. So Mr. Balogun took over Mr. Alex Ekweme's property, repainted it, chased away the hoodlums and the vagabonds, chased them away. And this is what was fascinating about Mr. Balogun's character and disposition. He was taking rent for this property, for his neighbor's house. And every month he was keeping the rent he was taking. Every money that he was taking, he kept everything. And when Alex came back, he gave Alex the rent that he has collected for his house. He handed every dime to him. And further the line, when Mr. Balogun had to come down from London and wanted to secure a license for FCMB, guess who gave him the license? Yes, Ekweme was the one who gave him the license for him to have FCMB. And that's how we have FCMB as the first Nigerian indigenous bank that we have today. And it brings me to wonder, how selfless can a man be to keep rent for his neighbor who he barely knows? And as at that time they were living in Yaba. So Yaba, before as we know it, was an uptight street. So would you tell somebody like Mr. Alex that there is no trust in Nigeria? You wouldn't tell him so, because he has first-hand experienced one, and he has first-hand seen one. And up until both of them died, they maintained strong relationship, and they maintained strong narrative of how we don't even necessarily need to know each other. As long as we stay in the same space, we can be beneficial to each other. And that brings me to the trusting of our society. How much are we willing to gamble? How much are we willing to throw off to ensure that we trust our society? To ensure that, okay, we can bank on it. They say it takes a village to raise a child. But in raising your child even, how are you sure that your village is well enough or equipped enough to even raise your child? I could remember once I was younger, you can't really mess up, because there is somebody watching you. If you think that you can go scot-free, somebody is going to deal with you. So everybody has an eyes on you. Your mom could leave you in your neighbor's hand and she knows you're safe. They can go out and hustle and come back and they know that you're fine. But these days, the narrative seems to have tilted apart because our society, trust is dwindling. And I would not blame anybody for doing so. Because no mother wants to come home and hear the news that they cannot find their child. It's not a nice news. And what causes us to have a sane society, a society that we can trust? Number one is we have to maintain a motion of accountability. It is very, very important. We have to hold everyone accountable. We don't just have to do things the way we feel or the way we want to act. Everybody must be held accountable. It's a quality everybody should have. It's a quality everybody should have. If one isn't accountable, it has defeated the purpose entirely. So in society, we need people we can be accountable, people we can ask, where did you go to? They can tell you. People we can ask, how was this fund managed? And they can tell us, right? Imagine if we have leaders who are accountable, who will come forth and tell us, okay, this is the balance brought forward, this is a deficit, this is how much we have exhausted, this is how much we have deployed. It would make life easy, and it would even make it easier for us to trust people. It would make it easier for us to lean forward and be acceptable towards the people that is leading us. But if at the very core of us trying to trust our society and rebuilding trust with it, we cannot trust our leaders, not even very much trust ourselves, it has defeated the purpose of entirely being in a society. So, and again, we need to encourage whistleblowing. We need to encourage whistleblowing. Let me just say, we need to encourage Amebo. It needs to be encouraged, right? It needs to, because the reason why I want whistleblowing to be encouraged is because it exposes things that we do not know is there. But then again, there is the danger of it. So one has to be careful. But why not employ an anonymous model of having disputes drawn or having our displeasure sent out? It should be done, because I feel again that the reason why we don't even have this anonymity out there is because it shields the vulnerable and exposes the powerful. So that's why the powerful people would, tell you that there's freedom of speech, because they want to know who is giving the speech so that they can know who they are going to attack. Right? So that is why they sort of do not want that. But whistleblowing should be enabled, and the people who blow the whistle should be protected. There's a journalist in Ghana, I've forgotten his name. He's just like our musician Lagbaja. None of us has seen his face. So it's the same thing this journalist does in Ghana. He always wears this mask full of beads, and you can't see him. You can't see his face. You don't know what he looks like, and his name in public is withheld. And this is the advantage of being anonymous. It sort of protects you and sort of gives you a voice. It amplifies your voice, right? If Lagbaja had, not been so secret with his appearance, he would have woken up one day and see his child saying, "Oh, get ready with me, a day in the life with my grandfather Lagbaja," and would have seen his face, So this anonymity protects us and shields us, and I feel like in our society we need that. Not everybody can come up and talk ill of the government or talk about their displeasure or talk about how bad they feel. Not everybody has that mind, because you don't know who is looking after your back or your shoulder or who is about tracking you. So in as much as we advocate for safety, we also must be pronounced about our displeasures in the society, because if not, we'll continue to go down the drain. And also, responsibility needs to be shared amongst us. What is a society if we cannot share responsibility, if we cannot come hand in hand to drive home our point, to do things together? I don't know if it still happens in Lagos every last Saturday of the month, where there's environmental across the whole country or states where people come out, they clean together, they ensure the clothes is together. I don't know if that still happens in your street. Does that still happen? Does that still happen? So you can imagine. Because I know what I was growing up, I usually see that happen, and things like that foster the community. It makes us grow together. It makes you even know who is in your neighborhood. Because imagine having a neighbor that you've never seen. You've been 3 years in this building or in this estate or in this street, and then you don't even know your neighbor. You don't even know what they do or how they even, come to be. You can't even vouch for the person. In case of emergency, you know nothing. For example, in my clothes, every month, every last Saturday of the month, they delegate who is going to host the clothes. So, either you like it or not, even though you're dodging or you're running away, one of those months, you will definitely host someone. So either you like it or not, you must socialize. So this brings us to shared responsibility. Raising a society where all of us can bank on it and trust is a responsibility all of us needs to be shared, and nobody should be left out on any account. And I'm going to be talking about the core strategies of rebuilding the society. We need responsive public services such as healthcare and a proper educational system. If we have a proper educational system and the proper healthcare functions, it would make it easy for us to have a society we can trust, right? Because from a younger age, the younger ones are being educated, the older ones are being educated on what a society should look like. We have a healthcare that works and functions properly. It would make us have hope in the society, right? Imagine a woman having to give birth on a bed that is made of steel, or a hospital that they don't even have a mosquito net. They are struggling with powers and all those things. It's an eyesore and it's terrible. I remember when I had my operation, 9-hour operation. It wasn't in a local hospital. I was dealing with that for about like 2 to 3 years before I got it, surgically done. I'm proud to that time. I didn't even know what was wrong with me, but I just know I was feeling slight pain, and my bowels were always moving down. So I spoke to my friend about it and was like, I should talk to someone and we'll see how we're going to raise funds to get that treated. So I did. I went to meet a doctor, and now you see the reason why I'm telling this story is to tell us how trust works, how fragile and rigid it is, how you necessarily do not even need to know people, you just need to trust them. So this doctor is my dad's friend, right? And prior to this time, my dad was like, call Dr. Austin. It's 721 at Festac. So I called him, I told him about everything and went into the procedure, because initially I wanted to use another hospital, but I've not used them before. I don't feel comfortable. And trust me, they had the better equipment and whatnot, but because this person is my dad's doctor, I just had an incline to use him, right? Got into the theater and they had to call an expert to, cut out the hernia, get it sewn and everything. I was in the hospital for, I think, about 2 weeks, and I got back. That's just one of the benefits of having a good healthcare system. So imagine if this benefits is cut across everyone on board and makes it easy for everybody to have access to proper healthcare, regardless of their age, regardless of where they're coming from, regardless of what their pension or salary is. It would make people trust the society. If we segregate people, it makes it worse. I think augmenting is about it's more than 10,000 naira in our park, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So you can imagine how expensive that drug is, and this is a drug that people should just be able to afford. Augmentin was less than 1,000 naira about 2 to 3 years ago. Now a pack is 10,000 naira, and if you want to buy a plagiarin is almost 25,000 naira. So imagine people dealing with high blood pressure. How would they even face through life? It becomes difficult for them. So you have to be very, very wealthy. You must have enough bar, to be able to sustain your life, which I don't think should be so. It's disheartening what our society is doing, and to be able to have a society where we can trust and move forward, we must have a proper healthcare and a proper educational system, right? Kids should not have to stifle and be in discomfort to learn. Another thing that we need is a radical transparency. We need to have open government, right? I don't think things in government should be concealed. I think that all of us need to be inclusive in it. We need to be involved. I don't even know when last there's been a town hall meeting, right? Not the presidential one. Like, I mean a local town hall meeting in local constituencies. I don't even know how often that happens or how long that has happened. We're going to deteriorate. The grassroots will wither if they have no place to plunge access to. So it's like trying to say, I'm going to do better. You can't do better if there is no ground access to the grassroots people that you can easily hear and easily understand. There's no way you're going to make it work. I recently, got an opportunity to get some students access to have a free jam form, and I think jam form is about 20k now, if I'm not mistaken. How much is it? It's about 20k. Yeah, jam form, it's about 20k. Exactly. So now it's 20k, and we had to rally up students to sign up, bring their NIN to just get a free jam form, and it was a whole lot of students. And this was done by just a local chairman, just there. He's not even a councillor, he's not even a governor. And if someone like that could do that, are you telling me that people would not trust him, or people would not want to come out and help? It makes it easier, it makes it beneficial for everyone. So imagine if such persons become a governor, what they would have done and how they would have made things, better and open. So we need radical transparency and a system that is integrated. We need that. And also we need youth integration. It is important to include the youth. It's important to include the youth. I cannot overemphasize how important that is, because if we have a society where the old ones are just ruling everything and making the decisions by themselves, and the young ones are excluded, it makes it terribly worse, right? Because there's just so much the old person can do, and they require the strength of the young. So we need the youth included to have a better sane society. 7 in 10 persons globally, hesitate to trust their system because of how the system, affects us and everything. And I wouldn't blame people if they do that, because naturally people deflect on how much they trust because of other people's trust values, other people's belief, other people's sort of exposure. And this is why no matter what you do, sometimes some parents would never allow their child marry from another tribe. They don't even care what you do, no matter how good you are or how sound you are. And their daughter would never marry an Igbo man, and an Igbo man would not want their son to marry from Benin. It's a crazy slope and a dicey thing to be living in, where we don't find ourselves commonly balanced or even on the same ground to raise a proper society. So even if on the tribal level, if on the tribal level we don't trust ourselves, we don't even see ourselves as equal, you see, it makes things worse. Because if we are shuffling our, let's say, our love life or our love interest within our own state, we'll do the same thing politically and even on the global stage. And this is why some persons, it has to be their brother who they are going to vote for on the presidential seat. They don't care if the person is good or not, as long as it's their brother or their kin. That's when they are going to vote for them. But if it's not, they are not going to vote. And I think that's not good. It makes us more like a city of zombies. It's not important for us to segregate ourselves. And another important point is the reduction of corruption. Corruption cannot entirely be cropped out. It's like saying that you want a nation full of saints. I don't think that's possible. There'll always be the bad egg, but I think if we have fewer bad eggs, there's always a chance of us having a good one to eat, right? There'll always be the terrible ones, the ones who just naturally wants to look for trouble, just naturally wants to cause chaos and havoc and, cause problem, right? So if corruption is being reduced, it could give some people a shimmer of light and, a beam of hope. At least they would know that at least there's light at the end of the tunnel, per se. And I really hope that there is for Nigeria as we are drifting towards our cause and fighting together, technically. Trust is non-linear and it is slow. Like I mentioned in the first place, that you would not want to board a vehicle and begin to ask them for their license, their particulars, and you want to know if it's safe for you to enter the downfall. You'll be late for work. They won't even answer you. Is it the Yagbero that you want to ask that, where's your license? Let me know if you can take me to where I'm going to. Or when you board a plane, you ask the pilot, can I know your degree? To know if you're properly licensed to fly the plane. You're not going to do that. But even at this, the trust you took is risky, but over time you've learned to just go all in and trust the person who is leading or who is driving. So it's a one-way train we're taking, and we hope that whoever is driving drives us safely. And in driving us, we all have a part to play. We all have a part to play in driving. If you're in the vehicle, you're being told to use your seatbelt. So even as a Nigerian, and the economy is not good, it doesn't mean that you should do what is not good. Don't gamble away your life. Don't try to, because it's difficult to eat and then you go stealing. You need to know how dark it is that jungle justice is done before even the formal justice has been done. So you would not want to put yourself on that line, right? Because people are already hungry. They would rather want to do ill and vices to another man and then later think about it that, oh, we should have done it properly and taken it to the police. I fear those who justify jungle justice. I am I am terrified by those actions. But then again, it shows how we've been pushed to the edge and how people would react. If you chase a goat down to the wall, it's going to hit you, right? So trust is slow and it's not linear, and the moment we understand that, it helps us know how to trust our government and be more involved, right? Rooting for those who are doing better things for your community. Try to create more avenues for more closures with your institutions and everything. And also, institutions must be trustworthy, right? We need to have institutions that are constantly being out there, right? Your hospitals, your LOMA agencies, everything. We need institutions that are trustworthy, because sometimes, to a certain degree, I don't think the politicians are a problem if we want to look at it. Some politicians are not the problem. They're in fact doing well. But by the time you trace the chain of command, there's just one person who lets himself be influenced by the evil spirit to just dwindle everything, to just cause chaos. Just one person wants to disrupt everything. It's like, and let me break it home so that you see how some of us act like that. How many of us, you've carried a child, and then if his store will come and say, okay, take this 1,000 naira for this child, or take this 500 naira for this baby. Some of you will just siphon that money. That baby will never see that money till they grow old. But on the flip side, what if you indeed gave that child that money? That makes you trustworthy. That makes you dependable and reliable. But if you swindle it, you can easily say, oh well, it's just a child. The child doesn't have a need for money. Then let's upscale it. Funds are being released, to get, equipment for the hospitals. And then it passes down properly until it gets to the local chairman. And then he feels that malaria is not a big deal. At least we are Nigerians, will not really die. With Quartem, I think Quartem is about 3,500 currently. With that, at least the average Nigerian man should be able to work and afford that. So the money for mosquito nets, for mosquito repellents, for hospital beds are being siphoned because one person feels that it doesn't concern majority of other people. Because in his house, AC is always on. He rarely has typhoid. He rarely has malaria. At least, life is fairly good on his end. So you can see how, on the tiny scale, our actions matter on the global one. If we flip the script and then if all these things happens and the funds are being disbursed, it gets to the proper right end of it, imagine how many people it's going to help. Imagine as I got the opportunity for the jam form, because I had to get students and get them come over to First Act to register at Fifth Avenue. Imagine if I denied so many students that opportunity. How many of them would be able to cough out 20k to buy a jam form? Do you know how heartened your heart will have to be for you to do that to a child? And how someone would do that to their fellow countrymen. So trusting our society is a very big gamble. I'm not going to tell you that trust and tomorrow is going to be better. Nah. We're being realistic. It's a gamble we have to take. And it's a gamble we take, and as we take the gamble, we include ourselves in it. We ensure that we are part of it. That's the only way we can make it work. That's the only way we can make it happen. So the change we seek, the transparency we require, the trust in the society that we are all hoping to see starts with you and I. So, and I hope that as you get opportunities, as you find exposures, that you don't deny another man that opportunity. You don't rob them off of their time to shine, and you make it really worthwhile for everyone. Please don't make people feel like they don't have a glimmer of hope. It's not good. It's not good. I want to trust the society, and at the same time I want to trust my neighbor, that they'll be able to look after me as I'll be able to look after them, as I'll be able to protect them, as they would also be able to protect me, as they would also be able to grant me opportunities that would help, and as I'll be able to grant them opportunities that would also help. Life is not difficult. We should not make it one. So at this point, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Oshaja Modinot Omawumi. Firstly, I would like to tell us a story. I'll title the name of my story, Love is Not Enough. I have a couple named Tayo and Amaka. They are deeply in love with each other, and they are planning their wedding. Families and friends are happy, they are excited. Everything seems perfect until they went for church counseling, and they told them to go for a test. They went to the hospital to do the necessary tests like hepatitis, HIV, blood group, and genotype. At the end of the day, their result was out. HIV negative, hepatitis negative, genotype of Amarachi was AS. Her blood group was O positive. Genotype of Tayo was AS. His blood group was B positive. They went to give their counselor the results. Before that, the doctor actually advised them to call off the wedding. That medically they are not compatible. Because the both of them are AS. Their genotype is AS, so they are not compatible medically. They wept. They were like, our marriage is like just 1 month to this time. Why will you ask us to call off our wedding because of just genotype? No, we can't do that. They went ahead with the wedding. Thank God, after 10 months, the wife gave birth to a bouncing baby boy. Okay. 1 month after giving birth to the child, the baby fell ill seriously. They took him to the hospital. To cut the long story short, the doctor told them, I told you initially not to get married. You got married and you already affected your child because he is also AS. This child is a sickle cell. What do you want us to do? The wife was like, he's going to get better. I'll give him prayer water. He will be fine. Okay. They stabilized the boy. They went back home. Not more than 2 weeks again, the boy got ill again. They went to the hospital. Continuously, at the end of the day, both Tayo and Amarachi, their wedding got broken because they separated. Due to the fact that almost every week, this child is always having one crisis or the other. Which brings to my topic, your blood, your future. Why genotype and blood group matters. Yes. What do you understand by genotype? Genotype is the combination of genes you inherit from your parents. It helps determine certain traits. There are common genotypes that we know, which are AS, AA, AC, SS, SC. Although SC genotype is not always very common, yes, it is always very, very rare. Due to the fact that AC genotype also, it is always very rare. Which brings me back to my topic. There are some certain genotypes that they are not medically compatible. For somebody to be AS, the man should be AS and the woman should be AS. They are not medically compatible because at the end of the day, they have the probability of giving birth to a child that is AA, AS, and SS. So just tell me, they don't even know which child. Maybe their first child is going to be SS or AA or AS. You can't say. You don't have to risk it that let's just risk it, because love is not enough. In this type of situation, you can't say I love him, I love her. No, because at the end of the day, it's going to affect you. Even psychologically, you will not be okay. So it is very important. Just imagine Tayo and Amarachi. They ruined their life, and also they actually brought a child to suffer. Because fine, it's a month already to your wedding, but you can still decide not to go on with the wedding to just save yourself from the stress and the baby. Also, we have blood group. Blood group is the type of group, it is the type of blood you have, yes. We also have different type of blood group. We have A blood group, we have blood group B, and we have blood group AB, which can be positively or negatively. We have O positive, we have O negative. We have A positive, we have A negative. We have O positive, we have AB positive, we have AB negative. O are the universal donor, most especially O negative. They can give anybody their blood sample. AB, they can receive blood sample from anybody. They can receive blood sample from A, from B, from AB, and from O. O positive can only receive blood from O positive. Why is it important for you to know your genotype? Yes, it is important. Just imagine Kaya and Amarachi. They actually went for the test. Yes, they went for the test, but they did not prevent it. The reason why they went for the test is to know their status. Yes, they went for the test, but they did not prevent it, because assuming they prevent it, they will not go ahead with the wedding. Number one, knowing your genotype help you to choose partner wisely. Yes, because if you go for your test earlier, just imagine that immediately they know that they want to date each other, they actually decide that, okay, oh, what is your genotype? Okay, I did not know my genotype, let's go and see the doctor. And immediately they went to see the doctor and they actually know their status. It will be easy for them to just depart. We are not compatible, go your way, I should go my way. Pass left, let me pass right. It also promotes planning. Yes, responsible planning, because at the end of the day, the money they are using to pay for the bills of the child, they can actually use it to build their family. It helps them financially. Instead of them to give birth to a child, at the end of the day, we start collecting their income for them to start spending recklessly. It's going to prevent it. It is very important. They just actually bring that child to the world to suffer, and the child did not suffer alone, because they also suffered. Because just imagine at the middle of the night, the boy just starts running temperature. They will not leave him like that. They will have to take him to the hospital, definitely. So they also suffered. It is not as if it was only the boy that suffered. They also suffered. Okay, why is it important for us to know our blood group? Yes, it is also important for us to know our blood group. Due to emergency, there can be emergency. There can be emergency. They should be able to ask you that, what is your genotype? Okay, it is AS positive. It is AB positive. Okay, it is O positive. You should be able to tell them. It is not until, if it is something that is life threatening, it is not until they have to collect your blood sample, go to the lab. All those things takes a long period of time before your result can actually come out. But assuming you know your result already, okay, well, I'm O positive, oh, they will know how to work on it. It even helps in blood transfusion. Assuming there is emergency and they want to actually collect your blood sample for somebody, or they want to collect somebody's blood sample for you, and they ask you, what is your blood group? And you tell them, AB negative. It will be easy for them to just look for your blood sample and actually save your life. It is very important. That is why I said a person that is O negative can actually donate blood to anybody. Can donate blood to AB positive, AB negative, to anybody. But OB positive can only collect blood from only O negative and from only O positive, not O negative. That is why it is actually they always advise pregnant women to know their status because of their child, because these things are very, very important. It is very, very important. It helps, because in an emergency state, the information you actually give them, it actually helps a lot. You can't just imagine. somebody lying down, they are like, what is your blood group? And you're like, O positive. Okay, they can start to work on that. But before they say, let us collect this person's blood sample, before they run it, time is going. And at the end of the day, the person might actually lose his or her life. What is the difference between blood group and genotype? Yes, genotype, it is an you inherit it. It's an inherited gene from your parents. But blood group, it is your own blood sample. Genotype is AB, it is AS, SS, SC, and I want you guys to note that a person that is SS is a sickle cell patient, or a person that is SC, it is a sickle cell patient. But in most cases, SC it is not always common. It is only SS that we usually hear of, but there is SC. White blood group include A, B, AB, and O. Neither positive or negative, they are still blood group. Blood group, it is easy for you to know it is always helpful for you to know your blood group because of your because of transfusion. Yes, in case there is blood transfusion, knowing your blood group, it helps a lot. While genotype, it is easy for you it is always helpful for you to know your genotype during marital status. It helps a lot during marital status, so you will not take the wrong partner. So there are some common mistakes we make when choosing our partner. There are some common mistakes we make. Just you assuming your genotype. Maybe you were in secondary school, they actually did test for you in school, and they told you that your genotype is AS and your blood group is O positive. Initially, blood group and genotype don't change. Blood group and genotype, they don't change, but it is always advisable for you to do your genotype and blood group in at least 3 different hospitals to be able to be sure that, okay, this is my genotype and this is my blood group. So they told you when you were in secondary school that your genotype is AS and your blood group is O negative. So you do not bother doing it again. You do not bother going to the hospital to confirm. You now put that one on your head. At the end of the day, you want to get married. Your partner asks you that, what is your genotype? That information you told her that my genotype is AS, and whereas maybe she's also AS or she's AA, and my blood group is O negative. You do not bother checking. These little mistakes, it takes life. Just imagine bringing a child to the world, and at the end of the day, the child has to suffer for your own mistake. No. It is better for you to prevent it than for you looking for the cure, because the cure is always more expensive than the prevention. These things are not good. Know your blood group before. These mistakes are not, they are avoidable. Yes, know your blood group, know your genotype. They are always very important. Somebody that is AS cannot marry AS. Know that. Somebody that is AS cannot marry AC. Know that. Somebody that is AS cannot marry SS. Know that. Somebody that is AS cannot marry SC. Know that. AA can marry AA. AA can marry AS. AA can marry SC. AA can marry AC. All these things are very, very important. You just have to know your status regardless of anything. Don't tell me you love this person, no, and your AS is AC. Because you marry AC and your AS, it is also risky. Fine, you give birth to AA, but when you can't say You don't even know when. Some people will say, we believe in faith. Yes, faith works, but not all the time. You might think our first child will be AA, and at the end of the day, the first child will be AC. It should be AS or should be SS. You can't say. All these little mistakes, it matters a lot. Stop assuming. Know your status. Assumption is not okay. In this type of situation, you don't have to assume. Don't assume that no, one of my grandpa did it for me when I was in JS2, or my mom did it. As an adult, you should be able to do these things yourself. Check yourself. At least 2-3 hospitals is okay for you to confirm, because most especially genotype is not something you take with levity. Even blood group, most especially if the person is negative, you don't take all these things with levity. Because just imagine a patient that is O positive and you actually give the person O negative blood group, the person will die immediately. There is no remedy. It's gone. They are asking you what is your blood group. They are telling them that I'm B negative, and they gave you maybe A negative blood. The person is gone. There is no remedy. Nothing can save that person again. It's gone. What should we do? How can we prevent this thing? There is no other prevention than for us to know our blood group. There is no other prevention than for us to know our genotype. Know your status. Even when you are still single, know your status, regardless of anything. Don't hide or ignore your results. Don't say I love this person and I'm AS, he's also AS. Let me just marry him now because I love him. Love is not always enough. Because at the end of the day, you drink the garri. Yes, you face the consequences of your action. Many years, you just lose your years of being committed to the marriage. If you truly love this person, let him or her, let her go. If you don't want to ruin your life, let him or her, let her go. Because at the end of the day, you will not even enjoy the marriage. That marriage that you want to rush into, you will not enjoy it. When the consequences start coming back at you. Okay, you give birth, the person give birth to the first child, maybe it's SC. Give birth to the second child, SS. How will you enjoy the marriage? Just tell me. There are some people like, fine, some people are always lucky that AS will marry AS and they are going to give birth to AA. Yes, it used to happen, but the chances are always very, very slim. And there are some people that they will marry each other. AS will marry AS. No AA, no AS. It is always SS throughout. Just imagine. So why the rush? Why can't you just wait and just get married to somebody that you are compatible with? Some people they are going to get married and they'll give birth to 3 children. Maybe it is just one that will be AA or one that will be AS. The rest will be SS. They will not be nursing them. They go to the hospital today. One will fall sick today, rest tomorrow. The other one will fall sick tomorrow, rest the next day. How long do you want to keep doing that? Just tell me, how long? So when you want to choose your partner, please let us choose wisely. Choose because you love the person. But please, just consider yourself first. Love your neighbor as yourself, but love yourself more. Don't say, I love this person. Love yourself more. You should be your first priority before anybody.